Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Jiang Yu pushed open the door, and his tense body finally felt relieved. He sat on the edge of the bed, grabbed the dry bread on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, and the coolness of the mineral water slid down his throat. The game just now was so dangerous that even he almost died there. In the end, time was very tight. There are 37 players. Dahua Digital King eliminated 3, leaving 34. Chaotic Time eliminated 3, leaving 31. Eightfold Gate of Life and Death eliminated 2, leaving 29 players. 29 players. Jiang Yu whispered. Almost there. He clenched his fists tightly, but the uneasiness in his heart lingered. How long will it take to end this game? But no matter what, he would persevere. He took out the prop card he had just obtained and carefully read the introduction. S-level item card, points double card. Introduction. This prop card can be used at any stage, regardless of the rules. In point-based games, it can double your current points. Jiang Yu was delighted, as this card could be very useful. Previously, many games were related to points, such as Dead Zodiac, Shot at Life, etc. The competition was about who had the highest final score. Having this card is equivalent to having hope of turning the tide in adversity. The next day, 8 o'clock in the evening. In the hall, many players gathered again. They noticed that in the center of the hall, as before, there was a round table with many cards on it. Apparently, tonight's game was related to cards again. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the stage on time. He glanced at the crowd below and laughed. Very good, all the players are here. I will not waste any more words and will directly announce tonight's game. The rules are quite complicated, so please listen carefully. I will only explain it once. The rules are as follows: game name, lucky number. Participating players, 4. Game introduction. Players need to choose a lucky number and randomly draw number cards. The game is played in 3 rounds. The player with the highest total score wins the game, and the rest of the players are eliminated. There are 100 number cards on the table, with numbers from 0 to 99. Each player has 3 blank cards, which are used to write down their lucky numbers in each round. Players' lucky numbers can be repeated. Game flow: 1. Choose a lucky number. Each player chooses a lucky number between 0 and 9 and writes it on his or her blank card. 2. Draw number cards. Players take turns to draw cards from the 100 number cards on the table. They can stop drawing after drawing 5 cards or continue drawing until 10 cards. 3. Preparation phase. In this phase, players can use the lucky hand, rules, or use prop cards. In addition, the hidden card player selects an area to guess the points. As for what is the lucky hand and hidden card player, I will explain in detail later. 4. Settlement stage. If the lucky number matches the single digit of the number card, you get 1 point. If it matches the tens digit, you get 10 points. If both the tens digit and the single digit match, you get the super lucky jackpot of 100 points. For example, if player A's lucky number is 4, he draws a card with number 42, which counts as 10 points. If he draws a card with number 14, which counts as 1 point. If player A draws the lucky big card with number 44, he will win the super lucky big prize, which counts as 100 points. Additional rules. Rule 1: Lucky hit. If a player draws another player's lucky number medal, it is considered a lucky hit, and the player will be directly eliminated by the lucky hit in this round, and the score of this round will not be included in the total score. If 2 or more players have the same lucky number and lucky medal, they will not be affected by this rule. Rule 2: Lucky hand. During the preparation phase, each player can choose to draw a number card from another player, but the player being drawn must agree with the card, and both parties must reach an agreement. At the same time, the player being drawn must draw a number card in reverse. Rule 3: Hidden card player. After choosing the lucky number, in the stage of drawing the number card, if the player does not check his or her own number card, he or she is called a hidden card player and has one chance to go all out and can participate in the additional guessing stage. There are 3 areas in front of each player, namely the green area, 0 to 9 points, the yellow area, 10 to 25 points, and the red area, 26 to 125 points. The concealed card player places his right hand on any of the red, yellow, or green areas. If the total score of the cards falls in that area during the settlement phase, he will be considered a winner and will receive a random multiple of the total score of digital cards for that round, which is determined by the number of points on the dice thrown. If the total score of the card does not match the area, the points of all digital cards in that round will be lost and counted as 0 points. Victory conditions. The total points of each player are calculated in the end. The player with the highest points wins, and the remaining players are eliminated. After the pig-faced masked man finished explaining the complicated rules, there was silence below, and many people took a deep breath. This was entirely a game of luck and courage. If you are lucky enough to draw the big lucky medal, you are almost certain to win the game. After listening to the rules, Jiang Yu completely understood that this game sounds a bit complicated, but it is actually very simple. Each person can draw 5 to 10 cards, which is also a test of humanity and courage. The more number cards you draw, the higher your points may be. However, if you draw someone else's lucky big medal, you will be killed directly by a lucky hit. This rule is somewhat similar to the previous game, Zodiac of the Dead. Jiang Yu analyzed rapidly in his mind. No matter what, he had to participate in this game. After explaining the rules, the pig-faced masked man looked at everyone again and asked as usual, "Is there anyone who has taken the initiative to sign up? Players who take the initiative to sign up can get an exclusive prop card to help. If not, I will randomly select a player." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu raised his hand. There was an uproar in the hall, and other players kept exclaiming, "Sure enough, it's number 6 again. He really is not afraid of death." Someone whispered, his eyes full of awe and confusion. Seeing that it was Jiang Yu again, the pig-faced masked man was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise and complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He paused, with a bit of surprise in his tone. "Why is it you again, no?" "Six." Jiang Yu looked at the pig-faced masked man and said confidently, "Why is it not allowed?" The pig-faced masked man clapped his hands and chuckled. "Of course, very good, no. 6, I'm optimistic about you, you're very brave, and I wish you victory in the final game." After that, he glanced down and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to sign up to participate in the game?" However, the only response he received was the dead silence from the audience. "In that case, I will start randomly selecting players. Everyone, please look at the big screen." The man with the pig face mask said this while pressing the remote control in his hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen, many people clenched their fists, and everyone's heart was in their throat. As long as they were not picked, they could live one more night. Even if you live like a pig, eating the same food as pig food, and living a humbly life without dignity, but being alive is a kind of happiness. The avatar selection box on the big screen quickly stopped on Jiang Yu's no. 6 avatar and then started scrolling again. The next 3 players have also been selected, namely number 1, number 32, and number 47. Player no. 1, Jiang Yu, left a deep impression on me because he was the only young man with a head full of silver hair among all the players. He has a tall and slender figure. His eyes are empty and cold, as if he doesn't care about anything. Occasionally, the corners of his mouth turn up slightly, revealing a kind of self-confidence and arrogance, giving people a feeling of uninhibitedness. He liked to put his hands in his trouser pockets, leisurely listening to the pig-faced masked man reading out the rules and listening to other people talking at once, as if he was isolated from the crowd. When he saw that he was chosen, he had a blank expression on his face and glanced at the other players indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. Player number 32 was a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance, wearing black-framed glasses. When he saw that he was picked, he was so scared that his whole body went limp and he sat directly on the ground, muttering to himself, "How come I was picked so quickly? I want to live a few more days." I also have an impression of player number 47, Jiang Yu. He is also an unlucky guy as he was picked in several games. In the 100-meter abyss game, he was attacked by player No. 14 using a high-pressure water gun and fell into the abyss. Fortunately, that game was not a real test of physical fitness, so he survived. Later in the game he was caught between Jiang Yu and player 40 and was able to escape thanks to Jiang Yu's quick solution of the puzzle. During this period, Jiang Yu received the exclusive prop card and took a sneak peek. S-level item card. Prohibited. Introduction. This card can be used in the last round of the game. Except for yourself, all other players are prohibited from using the item card. His eyes widened immediately. This was the first time he drew an S-level exclusive prop card. In this game, he was invincible. Several people came to the round table in the middle of the hall and chose seats one by one. Although everyone was filled with uneasiness, their eyes still showed a strong desire to survive. They were instantly surrounded by other players watching the game, cheering and making noises, as if everyone was fed up with the endless imprisonment. They couldn't stand the loneliness and depression in the room during the day, and finally found rare fun in the playground when night fell. Some people remained silent, standing in the bustling crowd as if they were out of place, but no matter what, everyone gathered together again. During the game, spectators are prohibited from talking loudly. Violators will be killed. At this time, the pig-faced masked man said coldly. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent and no one dared to make a sound. Who knew how loud was defined? A referee with a bull's head came to the table. The ugly bull's head mask made people feel inexplicably fearful, as if emitting a cold aura. After everyone was ready, he turned over the scoreboard on the table and wrote the numbers of several players on it, namely 1, 6, 32, and 47. Then he gave each player a blank card and a black marker. Jiang Yu carefully examined the card in his hand, turning it over and over. It was just an ordinary card, but it was made of a gorgeous material that gave it a touch as smooth as jade. The bull-headed referee glanced at everyone and said, "I am the referee of this game. Now it's time to choose a lucky number. Please choose a lucky number between 0 to 9 and write it on your blank card." His voice was deep and gave people an irresistible feeling. The 4 players all picked up black markers and wrote down their lucky numbers while covering their faces. Jiang Yu's lucky number is 0, because he felt that most people didn't seem to like borderline numbers like 0 and 9. If he chose 1 to 8, it would easily conflict with other people's lucky numbers, and he didn't like repetition. After everyone had written down their lucky numbers, the man in the bullhead mask spoke again. "Please draw the number cards on the table in turn, starting with player number 1. When the voice of the man in the bullhead mask rang out in the hall, announcing the start of the game, tension and anticipation intertwined in the air. Player No. 1, the silver-haired young man, picked up a card from the table casually with a faint smile. He just glanced at it and put it on the table without any expression. The other 3 players stared at his expression, as if trying to determine what number card he had drawn, but to no avail. Next, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He randomly drew a number card, held it in his hand and glanced at it, and found that it was a card with black letters on a white background, 05. He placed the number card on the table. The back of the card was exquisitely designed, with gorgeous patterns all around and a grid in the middle. Each grid was painted with circular and square patterns. The entire back looked very beautiful. He had a blank expression on his face, but he was already filled with ecstasy. This was the luck of the European emperor. He got a 10-point advantage right from the start, which was a great start. After all, in this lucky number game, if your luck is a little bad, it is possible that all 10 cards will be 0 points. Next, it was the turn of the gentle middle-aged man, number 32, to draw a card. He sat in a chair with a hunched back, his brows furrowed, his expression hesitant and deep. He looked at the scattered number cards on the table, hesitant, not knowing which one to choose. Finally, after some inner struggle and consideration, he made a decision. He stretched out his trembling hand, picked up a card from the center of the table, and then gently placed the card in front of himself, but did not dare to look directly at the number on the front of the card. Next, it was the turn of the muscular man number 47. He grabbed a card without hesitation, looked at it casually, and then put it on the table, still maintaining a fearless expression on his face. In this way, 5 rounds of drawing cards ended quickly. At this time, each of the 4 players had 5 number cards in his hand. The 5 number cards in Jiang Yu's hand are 5, 25, 37, 40, and 17. He thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. He would continue drawing cards. First of all, 11 points is a relatively medium score. There is still a chance to draw more cards, and continuing to draw cards may increase the score. Secondly, 20 cards have been drawn out of the 100 cards, and there are 80 cards left on the table. Assume that all lucky big medals have not been drawn, and each player's lucky numbers are not repeated. If he draws cards now and draws someone else's lucky big card, the probability of being eliminated by lucky hit is only about 480 or 1 in 20. With such a small probability, choosing to continue drawing cards from the perspective of mathematical expectation, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. What's more, he is a European emperor with great luck. Finally, analyzing the psychology of other players, Player 1 seems to be more relaxed and adept at this kind of game, and he will most likely continue to draw cards. Player 32 seems relatively conservative and may choose to stop drawing cards. Player number 47 looks carefree and seems willing to take risks. He will most likely choose to continue drawing cards. Then, if there are more risky players than conservative players, others may continue to score, and if you choose to stop drawing cards, you will be at a disadvantage. To sum up, Jiang Yu decided that he was inclined to continue drawing cards, even at the risk of having his points cleared by lucky hit. The bull-headed referee looked at everyone and said, "Next, it's time to choose the card drawing phase. Each player can choose to continue drawing cards or stop drawing cards. Once you choose to stop drawing cards, you will lose the right to draw cards in the rest of this round. Of course, you can choose to stop drawing cards at any time during the period of drawing 6 to 10 number cards." As soon as the bull-headed referee finished speaking, player No. 1, who was sitting with his legs crossed, chuckled, leaned over without hesitation, took a number card from the table, and took a look at it in his hand. He now has 6 number cards. Then, Jiang Yu also took a number card from the table, took it in his hand, and took a look. It was an 86, a useless card. He let out a long sigh, placed the number card on the table, and his tense body relaxed a little. Fortunately, it is not a lucky big card. For example, if you draw an 88 and someone else's lucky number is 8, then it will be terrible and the points of this round will be reset to 0. Although he tried his best to stay calm, the tension in his heart was everywhere. After all, this was a game of life and death, and every step could determine life and death. Player No. 32, the gentle middle-aged man, was full of hesitation and caution at this moment. He looked at the 5 number cards in his hand, and his eyes finally fell on the bull-headed referee. His voice was trembling, almost whispering. I won't draw any cards." His fingers trembled slightly, revealing the fear and anxiety deep in his heart. The bull-headed referee nodded and said indifferently, "Player number 32 has chosen to stop drawing cards. He will no longer participate in drawing number cards in this round. Now it is the next player's turn." Player 47 fearlessly grabbed a card, looked at it, and then placed it on the table. Then it was player No. 1's turn to draw cards. He looked relaxed, without a trace of nervousness, and continued to draw a number card from the table. After glancing at the number card in his hand, he revealed a meaningful smile. This was the first time he had such an obvious expression. It was Jiang Yu's turn to draw a card. He took a deep breath, took a card from the edge of the table, placed it in front of himself, then slowly lifted a corner, held his breath, and looked at the number on the front of the card. The 7th number card he drew was 04. Jiang Yu was overjoyed and got 10 more points, but his expression remained calm, and even his pupils did not change much. In this kind of game, hiding yourself is very important because it will affect the choice of subsequent game strategies. In this way, the 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds of drawing cards ended quickly, except for player No. 32, none of the remaining 3 players, number 1, number 6, and number 47, chose to back down. All of them resolutely chose to draw the 10th number card. The 10th round of drawing cards began. After player No. 1 drew the number card, he sighed lightly, shook his head, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. "It seems that my luck is really not very good today." but his tone still revealed a hint of calm confidence. Next, it was Jiang Yu's turn to draw cards. The number cards he drew in rounds 6 to 9 were 86, 4, 12, and 67 respectively. His current total score is 21 points. He also confidently drew a number card, placed it in front of himself, then lifted a corner and looked at the number on the front of the card. However, revealing half of the number made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't believe it, and when he revealed more of the number, it turned out to be 66. He may have drawn someone else's lucky big medal if their lucky number is 6. Although he tried his best to suppress his expression, Jiang Yu's slightly frowned brow seemed to be caught by player number 1, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, player No. 47 also drew a number card, and the first round of drawing cards was over for everyone. The bull-headed referee glanced at everyone and said, "Now is the preparation phase. Players who want to use prop cards, please show them. Players who want to use the lucky hand, rule to draw number cards with other players, please raise your hands and apply to me. All communications must be conducted under my supervision, and for a period of 5 minutes." Jiang Yu folded the number cards on the table, took them in his hand, and unfolded them one by one. 5, 25, 37, 40, 17, 86, 4, 12, 67, 66. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt dazed. Although he had gained a huge advantage of 21 points, he was like a gambler, becoming more and more greedy and never satisfied. He wanted to continue scoring, but ended up getting a bomb card, which might even cause his current points to be reset to 0. He calmed himself down, analyzed the situation quickly, and realized that he had 2 options. The first option is to keep the number card 66 in his hand and wait and see. As long as other people's lucky numbers do not include 6, he will be safe and gain a huge advantage of 21 points. The second option is to try to use Lucky Hand to draw digital cards from other players. If this 66 is drawn, the risk will be transferred. However, this also involves certain risks, because if your 05 or 04 number card is taken away by others, and in the end, the other player's lucky numbers do not include 6, you will lose 10 points for nothing. Secondly, if a player's lucky number happens to be 6, after the opponent draws this 66, he will directly gain a huge advantage of 100 points, which is extremely disadvantageous to him. But it can't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and decided to use the lucky hand rule to try to draw cards with others, because the 2 numbers 6, 8 have special meanings and are likely to be chosen as lucky numbers by others. It is too risky to hold this digital card in your own hands. He first turned his attention to number 47, because he had cooperated with player number 47 before, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had saved the other's life. Therefore, the probability of success will be relatively higher. And other players, such as number 32, seem so conservative and are unlikely to accept drawing cards from each other. Jiang Yu tried to keep a friendly tone and said, "Brother, we both have 10 cards, some of which may not be used. If we draw cards from each other, we can improve our hand. What do you think?" "Man, no." 47 laughed and waved his hand to refuse. No, I don't want to change. Although I am very grateful for your help before, I believe in my own destiny more. Whatever I draw is what it counts, haha." There was a kind of confidence in his laughter, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to take any risks. Jiang Yu's heart sank. He didn't expect that player No. 47 would leave no room for negotiation. He could only turn his eyes to player number 32. Before he could open his mouth, the other party had already shaken his head and rejected Jiang Yu. Finally, Jiang Yu looked at player number 1. He didn't hold out much hope because the guy in front of him was a little strange and he couldn't figure him out. "Number 1, what about you? Are you interested in drawing cards with each other?" However, to Jiang Yu's surprise, player number 1 did not reject Jiang Yu directly, but looked at Jiang Yu with interest. "It's possible. I'll think about it." Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Yu felt a little nervous and expectant, but he still looked at the other party calmly, but did not show a strong desire to pray. He tried his best to conceal his body movements and eye expressions, for fear that the other party would see that he had a lucky big card in his hand that could explode at any time. 2 minutes later, player 1 put down his crossed legs and seemed to have really thought it over calmly. After judging the pros and cons, he looked at Jiang Yu and said, "I agree. You can submit an application to the referee." Jiang Yu immediately raised his hand, looked at the bull-headed referee, and said, "Referee, I want to use the lucky hand rule to draw a number card with player 1." After hearing this, the bullhead referee confirmed with player 1. "Player 1, player 6 wants to use the lucky hand rule on you. You and player 6 will randomly draw a number card from each other. Do you accept?" "I accept." Player No. 1 had a playful look on his face as he gently stroked the cards in his hand, showing an incredible calmness and elegance. Both parties have reached an agreement. Now please ask player No. 1 to raise all the number cards in his hand. Player number 6 can randomly draw a card and put it aside. The bull-headed referee nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. Player No. 1 put his right elbow on the table with a mysterious smile, raised the number card in his hand, and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at the cards in his opponent's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he finally stopped at the second to last card on the right. He gently pulled out the card, beads of sweat already appearing on his palms. When he saw that the card he pulled out was 09, he was ecstatic, but his face remained calm. He actually drew a number card with 10 points. Next, it was player 1's turn to draw cards, and Jiang Yu also raised all his cards for the other player to draw. Player number 1 touched the cards lightly with his finger, moving it back and forth over Jiang Yu's number card, revealing a smile, and finally stopped on the last number card, which he quickly pulled away. Jiang Yu's expression did not change, but his heart was beating wildly. He was extremely happy that he had finally gotten rid of this damn 66. In this round, he has 31 points and is almost certain to take first place. After the two finished drawing cards and confirmed that no one used prop cards and no one drew cards from each other, the man with the bullhead mask announced with incredible majesty, "Now is the first round of settlement. First, everyone, please show your lucky number." As the curtain rose on the settlement of the round, the air was filled with tension and one could almost hear the sound of heartbeats. The 4 players showed their lucky number cards one after another. Jiang Yu's eyes lingered on each lucky number card for a moment, but when his eyes fell on the lucky number of player number 1, he was suddenly struck by lightning. Player number 1's lucky number is 6. In sharp contrast to Jiang Yu's thunderstruck expression, player number 1 showed a bit of arrogance on his face, his eyes full of confidence. He placed his middle finger elegantly on the lucky number card and gently pushed it forward, as if declaring his victory. At this moment, the bullhead referee's voice was cold and unquestionable. "Now is the first round of lucky number settlement. Please show your number cards in turn. I will be responsible for calculating the score, and the other 3 players will serve as witnesses. Let's start with player number 1. Player number 1 spread out his number cards one by one. The first 5 were 7, 2, 24, 71, and 48. The other 2 players breathed a sigh of relief, but Jiang Yu felt a tightness in his heart and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Because he knew that player 1 had a Sky Blast number card 66, which was the fatal blow he delivered personally. Then, player 1 turns over his number cards one by one. The 6th number card is 79. The 7th number card is 70. The 8th number card, 19. The 9th number card, 45. Until the 9th number card, player 1 had not scored any points. It seemed that his luck was extremely bad, as none of the number cards contained 6. However, he remained calm and composed, smiling, as if waiting for the final fatal blow, until he lightly picked up the 10th number card with his middle finger. A number card with 66, on it seemed to be shining with golden light, echoing the 6 on the lucky number card in front of him. At this moment, players number 32 and No. 47 were stunned, Jiang Yu had a gloomy face, and the onlookers exclaimed and made noises. Just as the whole audience was in an uproar, the voice of the bullhead mask sounded again. Player No. 1's lucky number is 6, and he has 1 lucky big card, which is worth 100 points. Next, please ask player number 6 to show his number card. Jiang Yu's expression gradually changed from gloomy to calm. He knew very well that it was no use regretting his previous choice now. He could only think of ways to make up for it and try his best to catch up with the score of player number 1. But that's a full 100 points. Jiang Yu couldn't help feeling a little desperate, but he endured the inner torment and tried his best to face the next 2 rounds. He still had a chance. He unfolded his number cards one by one. 5, 25, 37, 40, 17, 86, 4, 12, 67, 9. After the bullhead referee glanced at Jiang Yu's number card, he said, "Player no. 6's lucky number is 0. He has 3 number cards with the 10 digits matching his lucky number, namely 5, 4, and 9, which are worth 30 points, and a number card with the single digit matching his lucky number, 40, which is worth 1 point, for a total of 31 points. Next, please ask player number 32 to show his number card." Unlike before, many of the watching players cried out in despair, and most of them chose to vote for Jiang Yu, and they faced the risk of losing their item cards. At this moment, seeing such a huge difference in scores, many players who voted for Jiang Yu let out miserable low howls. Player number 32's lucky number is 5. He looked a little worried. He sighed and showed his number cards one by one. In his opinion, player number 1 had such a big advantage that he had no hope of catching up with the opponent's points. The 5 number cards he holds are 52, 74, 28, 10, and 51. Only 5 number cards had 20 points, which was a pretty good score, so he chose not to take the risk and continue drawing cards. This decision was understandable. After checking the number card of player number 32, the bullheaded referee confirmed, "Player number 32's lucky number is 5. He has 2 number cards with 10 digits that match his lucky number, namely number cards 52 and 51, for a total of 20 points. Next, please ask player number 47 to show his number card." Player no. 47, the bald man, stroked his mustache with a serious expression. He turned over all his number cards. His lucky number is 7. The 10 number cards he drew were 21, 30, 15, 68, 44, 65, 69, 80, 23, and 78. Player number 47's luck was indeed bad. There was no trace of 7 in the first 9 cards. It was not until the last number card that he got 10 points. After checking the number card of player number 47, the bullheaded referee made a summary of this round. The lucky number of player number 47 is 7. He has a number card with a 10-digit number that matches his lucky number, which is number card number 78, for a total of 10 points. The scores of the players in this round are as follows. Player 1 100 points, player 6 31 points, player 32 20 points, player 47 10 points. Next, the game will enter the second round. Please prepare yourself. Once again, only the player with the highest score will win. The rest of the players will be eliminated. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a tense atmosphere. Jiang Yu adjusted his sitting position, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and determination. Although the score gap was huge and the 100 points were like a mountain pressing down on him, he knew that the game was not over yet, and there was still a chance to turn the tables. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner anxiety and focus all his attention on the upcoming second round. Player number 1 still had a confident smile on his face and crossed his legs elegantly, looking like he was sure of winning, while player number 32 gently stroked his lucky card with a worried look on his face. Player number 47 seemed a little calm, constantly playing with his mustache braid, frowning, and looking unhappy. The other players behind them were discussing in low voices, nervously waiting for the start of the second round. Their voices became background noise, adding a bit of thickness to the tense atmosphere. The Minotaur referee cleared his throat again, breaking the tense silence. "Please return your lucky cards to me, and I will deal out blank cards. Also, put all the numbered cards back on the table, and I will reshuffle them." After hearing the words of the bull-headed referee, everyone returned the lucky cards in their hands and put the number cards back on the table. The bull-headed referee took out new blank cards and distributed them to everyone, then shuffled the number cards and spread them out, saying coldly, "Now it's the second round, the lucky number selection phase. Please choose a lucky number between 0 and 9 and write it on the blank card. The lucky number can be changed every round, and your choice will determine your fate in the future." His words were like a sharp sword, cutting through the tense atmosphere. After the bull-headed referee finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought, looking down at their blank cards, wondering whether they should change to a more suitable lucky number. After some consideration, Jiang Yu decided to change his strategy. He wrote down one. He was worried that if he continued to choose the lucky number 0, he might be exploited by his opponent. Just like before, after everyone had written down their lucky numbers, the bullhead referee announced, "Please draw the number cards on the table in turn, starting with player number 1. As the Minotaur referee finished speaking, player number 1 randomly drew a card and gently placed it in front of himself, looking thoughtful. But he did not look at what he had drawn, as if he had already made up his mind. The others stared closely at his movements, trying to find a clue from his expression, but he remained calm and did not reveal a single flaw. Next, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He felt a lot of pressure in this round. The huge advantage of player number 1 was like a huge rock pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He also noticed player 1's behavior this round, paid a little attention to it, then took a deep breath and drew a number card from the table. When he saw the number on the number card clearly, his heartbeat instantly accelerated. It was a number card with 10 points. Next, it was player number 32's turn to draw a card. He chose carefully for a long time, frowning, as if every card was the key to determining his fate. Finally, he picked out a card, looked at it carefully, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and quickly put the card back on the table. Finally, player number 47 drew a card. He closed his eyes, fumbled around on the table, and randomly drew a card. It seemed that he believed more in God's guidance. Next, it's time for the second round of card drawing. After player number 1 finished drawing the number card, it was Jiang Yu's turn to draw a card. He randomly drew a card, and when he turned it over, he almost couldn't control his expression, but in the eyes of others, he just moved his eyebrows slightly. This number card is exactly number 11, the super lucky card corresponding to his lucky number 1, a full 100 points. He actually drew it by chance. Is this the luck of the European emperor? Jiang Yu suppressed his inner ecstasy and remained calm on his face. He didn't even dare to speed up his breathing for fear of being noticed by others. Next, player number 32 draws a number card, and then player no. 47 draws a number card. However, player number 47 didn't know what number card he drew in the second round. He was so angry that he pounded his thigh, with a gloomy look on his face, looking a little angry and embarrassed. Then it's another round of card drawing. Just like that, the 5 rounds of drawing cards ended quickly. The 5 number cards Jiang Yu has in this round are 15, 11, 32, 19, and 82. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu decided not to draw any more cards. In this round, his points were already very high, with a total of 120 points. There is no need for him to take the risk of drawing a bomb card. Once he draws someone else's lucky big card, his score in this round will be reset to 0, and drawing a number card again will do more harm than good. He scored 31 points in the last round, and his total score now is 151 points, which has surpassed player number 1. This also made his irritable mood gradually calm down, and he became more and more confident. The victory of the game still belongs to him. The bull-headed referee looked at everyone and repeated, "Next, it's time to choose the card draw phase. I won't repeat the rules. Once you choose to stop drawing cards, you will lose the right to draw cards in the rest of this round." As soon as he finished speaking, player 1 randomly drew a card, but his movements were extremely precise and fast, as if he had already aimed at a certain number card. Then it was Jiang Yu's turn to draw cards. He raised his hand calmly and gave up drawing cards. However, to his surprise, player 32 looked gloomy and resolutely chose to continue drawing cards. Jiang Yu guessed that the other player must have noticed that if he continued to be conservative, he would never be able to catch up with the score of player number 1. Rather than falling behind and being eliminated, it would be better to take a chance. If he drew a lucky big medal, there would be hope of a comeback. Then, player 47 also chose to draw a card. Soon, all 10 rounds of drawing cards were completed. In the second round, only Jiang Yu chose to stop drawing cards, and he had 5 number cards. On the contrary, the other 3 players insisted on drawing cards to the end, and each of them had 10 number cards. After all players finished drawing cards, the bull-headed referee's voice was still cold and ruthless. Now is the preparation phase for the second round. If there are players using prop cards, please show them. If you want to use the lucky hand, rule, and draw number cards with other players, please raise your hands and apply to me. As soon as he finished speaking, player number 47, the bald man, raised his hand. He took out a card and handed it to the bull-headed referee. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Referee, I want to use this prop card." Jiang Yu frowned slightly. All this was within his expectations. Player no. 47 has participated in 2 death games, namely 100-meter Abyss and Saw. He has at least 2 prop cards in his hand, but he has never used them, and they have been kept until now. Unless he voted for other players who lost the game and had his prop card deducted, he should have more than 1 prop card in his hand, so he should be more careful. Of course, there are also some props that can only play their best role in specific games. For example, my S-level prop card freeze is completely useless in this kind of point game. It may only be useful in a death game with a time limit. Therefore, it is possible that some people may be eliminated while holding prop cards. The bull-headed referee took the prop card, glanced at its function, nodded, and then showed it to Jiang Yu and the other 3. Then he said, "This round, player 47 uses the A-level prop card, Big Thief. After it is triggered, the effect is that player 47 will receive 30% of the final settlement points of other players in this round." Jiang Yu thought quickly. He got 120 points in this game. If 30% was taken away, that would mean 36 points. This immediately made him feel distressed. Various possibilities flashed through his mind quickly, and he wondered whether to use his S-level item card, absolutely ineffective. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in 2 seconds, he finally chose to give up. The value of the absolutely ineffective prop card was far greater than the 36 points and was not worth it. However, to Jiang Yu's surprise, the usually low-key player number 32 also stood up. He took out a prop card from his pocket and handed it to the Minotaur referee with a firm gleam in his eyes. Obviously, he was unwilling to be eliminated like this. The bull-headed referee took the prop card again, checked it carefully, showed it to Jiang Yu and others, and announced coldly, "In this round, player 32 uses the A-level prop card safe, and the trigger effect is: the points of player 32 in this game will be protected and cannot be transferred, stolen, or eliminated. Therefore, player 47's Big Thief prop card will not be effective for player 32, so please note." Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a little envious, only no. 47 was so angry that he cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that number 32 had this trick to defend against his prop card. After confirming that no one else used the prop card and no one exchanged cards, the Minotaur referee announced indifferently, "Now is the second round of lucky number settlement. Players, please show your lucky number cards in turn." Niu 2 finished speaking. Everyone flipped over their lucky number cards. Player number 1's lucky number is 2. Jiang Yu, player number 6's lucky number is 1. Player number 32's lucky number is 8. Player number 47's lucky number is 6. Next comes the scoring of the settlement phase. The bull-headed referee looked at player number 1 with a cold gaze and repeated in a mechanical voice, "Now please show your number cards one by one. I will be responsible for calculating the scores, and the other 3 players will serve as witnesses, starting with player number 1. Player no. 1 raised a confident smile and spread out his number cards in order: 27, 33, 42, 46, 50, 63, 69, 88, 92, and 95. Jiang Yu was confused. These number cards didn't seem to bring much advantage to number 1, but number 1's confidence in winning made him uneasy. Moreover, he drew the number card 88 and the lucky number for player no. 32, this round is exactly 8, which means that his score for this round will be 0 points. But he didn't seem to care, as if he was sure of winning. This strange guy really made Jiang Yu a little unpredictable. After checking player 1, Bull Mask made some simple calculations and announced, "Player 1's lucky number is 2. He has 1 card with a number that matches his lucky number, which is card number 27, worth 10 points. 2 cards with a number that match their lucky number, number 42 and number 92, worth 2 points, for a total of 12 points. But because player 1 drew the card number 88, player 32's lucky number for this round is 8. Due to the lucky hit rule, player 1's final points for this round will be reset to 0. In addition, player 1 has 0 points, so player 47 will not be able to steal points from player 1. Next, player 6 will show his number card. Jiang Yu turned over his number cards one by one with an expressionless face. When the second number card, 11, was turned over, player 47's face changed drastically. He stood up and leaned forward. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth opened slightly, his face full of disbelief. Number 32 looked dazed, slumped in his chair, and said weakly, "Why is there another lucky big medal?" No. 47 was filled with jealousy. He gripped the edge of the table tightly with his fingers. His knuckles turned pale from the excessive force. He said angrily, "How can we play now? Everyone has a lucky big medal, but I don't." Looking at Jiang Yu's calm face, he felt even more annoyed and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was trying hard to suppress a rage that had nowhere to vent. Until Jiang Yu turned over all 5 number cards and showed them to everyone in turn, they were 15, 11, 32, 19, and 82. The bull-headed referee began to score. He glanced at Jiang Yu's number card, made a simple calculation, and announced, "Player 6's lucky number is 1. He has 2 number cards with 10 digits that match his lucky number and a lucky big card, which totals 120 points. However, due to the effect of the great thief of player 47, 30% of the points will be deducted. That is, 36 points will be deducted. Therefore, the total points of player 6 in this round are 84 points." After hearing this, the eyes of No. 32 and number 47 began to dim. They seemed to lose hope of victory. In addition to the huge mountain of player number 1 blocking their way, now there is player number 6, another peak that cannot be crossed. Unless they also draw the lucky big medal in the last round, there is a glimmer of hope for a comeback. However, player number 47 felt a little comforted and sat back in his chair. Fortunately, he used the Big Thief a prop card in this round and was able to snatch 30% of the points from Jiang Yu. Next, it was player number 32's turn. He also turned over his number cards in order, which were 56, 39, 60, 74, 80, 3, 28, 30, 24, and 93. Although player 32 chose an aggressive strategy in this round, his luck did not seem to be very good. His lucky number was 8, and he only got a 10-point number card 80 and a 1-point number card 28 for a total of 11 points. The bull-headed referee quickly read out the result, and then it was player number 47's turn. Player number 47 also turned over his number cards in turn, which were 94, 77, 78, 75, 0, 79, 62, 85, 40, and 65. His face was gloomy and full of worry, and he kept muttering, "Damn it, I should have known not to change my lucky number. I'm so mad at you." Jiang Yu quickly deduced in his mind that it was very likely that player No. 47 initially chose 7 as his lucky number, but then thought about it and decided to choose 6. As a result, he drew the number card 77. This lucky big card only works for the lucky number 7. He was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. No wonder player number 47 looked so angry when he drew the second number card. This is just like when you change the correct answer to a wrong answer in an exam and then feel overwhelmed when you check the answers in the end. Sure enough, people still have to trust their first instinct. Jiang Yu glanced at the opponent's number card. If player number 47 chose the lucky number 7, he could get 130 points in this round just with his own number card. Add the 36 points stolen from him, and that would be a total of 166 points. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. If it were him, he would also have a cerebral hemorrhage. After checking No. 47's number card, the Minotaur referee began to read out the result of this round. Number 47's lucky number is 6. He has 2 number cards with 10-digit numbers that match his lucky number, namely No. 62 and number 65. This gives him 20 points. In addition, Player 47 uses the Great Thief card to steal 0 points from player 1, 36 points from player 6, and 0 points from player 32. Therefore, player 47's total points for this round are 56. Next, I will read out the total points of each player. First is player number 1, whose total points are currently 100 points, followed by player No. 6, whose total points are currently 115 points, player number 32, whose total points are currently 31 points, and finally player No. 47, whose total points are currently 66 points. After saying that, the bull-headed referee updated each player's total score on the scoreboard on the table. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed the current situation. First place, Jiang Yu No, 6, 115 points. Second place, player 1, 100 points. Third place, player number 47, 66 points. Fourth place, player number 32, 31 points. Players number 32 and number 47 looked at the scoreboard. Each of them had a worried look on their face, their brows slightly furrowed, and they seemed to be thinking about something in their hearts. Only player No. 1 is currently behind Jiang Yu and ranks second, but he does not seem to be that worried. Instead, he has a faint smile on his face. Although Jiang Yu has a slight advantage and is currently in first place, he still dares not relax. His face is calm and his eyes are full of determination. The other players behind them didn't dare to speak and could only watch silently. The hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. Next, it was the last round. The Minotaur referee looked at everyone and solemnly announced, "Now, it is the last round. Players, please return your lucky cards to me and I will deal out blank cards. In addition, put all the numbered cards back on the table and I will reshuffle them." After the 4 players received the new blank cards, each of them had a solemn expression and did not start writing for a long time. After all, this is the last and most crucial round. If the lucky number is chosen well, it will be a lucky number. If it is chosen badly, it will be a death number. In the end, all 4 players wrote down their most trusted lucky numbers, which also indicated that the final round of lucky number Showdown had begun. In this extremely cruel death game, only one of the 4 players can survive, and that is the player with the highest points. The rest will all be eliminated and die. In this round, Jiang Yu chose the lucky number 5. After everyone was ready, the bullhead referee solemnly announced, "Now is the final round of card drawing. Players, please draw numbered cards on the table in turn, starting with player number 1. As the Minotaur referee finished speaking, player No. 1 drew a number card from the table as usual and gently placed it on the table in front of him. His movements were steady and calm, and his face still maintained that calm expression. Then, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He took a deep breath and drew a number card from the center of the table. Just as he was about to lift it up to check, he suddenly thought of something, frowned slightly, and stopped what he was doing. He had been feeling something was wrong but hadn't figured it out. When he finished drawing the number card and was ready to check it, he finally figured out the problem. In this round, after player No. 1 drew the number card, he still did not check it and just left it there. Jiang Yu quickly analyzed the behavior of player number 1. If he was player number 1, he would choose to look at the cards in the first round, and in the second round, he would choose to look at all the cards after drawing all 10 cards. Then, the behavior of not looking at the cards in the third round is most likely to confuse others and make them mistakenly believe that he will still look at the cards at the same time in the end. In fact, his real purpose is to become a hidden card player and use the hidden card rules to reverse the situation. Player number 1 must have been quite confident, otherwise, if he was only 15 points behind, he could have turned the tables with a little more luck in the last round. The opponent must be doing this in pursuit of absolute victory, which is to create a big enough points gap so that there is no possibility for me to surpass him. But how could he know which cards he had drawn? Jiang Yu recalled the behavior of player number 1 before, looked at the number cards on the table, and suddenly widened his eyes. He seemed to have the answer in his mind. However, now that he knew the other party's plan, he also had a way to deal with it. That is, he also became a hidden card player. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu smiled slightly, stopped what he was doing, and did not choose to look at the cards. Instead, he clasped his hands together and supported his chin, staring at the pile of digital cards on the table, as if thinking about something. This behavior surprised player number 1, but it was also understandable. The other party just gave Jiang Yu a playful smile. Then, it was the turn of player 32 to draw a card. To Jiang Yu's surprise, player 32 also chose not to look at his cards this round. He frowned, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes, as if he was thinking about some important decision. Finally, player number 47 drew his cards. To Jiang Yu's surprise, player No. 47 also chose not to look at his cards. He was holding his anger and seemed to be planning something. Jiang Yu understood that in the last round, it seemed that all players were planning to become hidden card players and bet everything just to gain the tiny hope of victory. Fortunately, I did not get careless because of the temporary lead in points, otherwise I would have no chance of winning this round. Soon, all 10 rounds of drawing cards were completed. During the card drawing, the 4 players had different expressions, but none of them had looked at any of the number cards. The number cards in front of each person were unknown numbers, like hidden cards. Player No. 1 looked at Jiang Yu with a faint smile on his face. "Number 6, aren't you the first? Why don't you look at the cards? Do you want to become a hidden card player too?" Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, adjusted his sitting position, looked at player 1 and said seriously, "You have all gambled everything, including your lives, in pursuit of that illusory hope. If I don't hold the belief that I will win and gamble my life as well, how can I win against you? In this case, let's all gamble our lives." These passionate words excited the other players watching behind them. Cheers suddenly rang out in the hall. This group of people who had been tortured in dark detention seemed to have found long-lost excitement and thrill in this bloody game. Player 1 clapped his hands, a playful smile on his face. "Great, but only one person can survive this game, and it must be me." Hearing this, number 47 stood up with gritted teeth, pointed at him and said rudely, "No. 1, what are you so proud of? It's not the end yet, and the ending is not decided yet. Why are you so arrogant? You act like an idiot. Seeing you like this, I want to beat you up." Hearing this, player 1 was not angry, but gently flicked the dust off his clothes, glanced at Jiang Yu, smiled and said lightly, "It's okay, the dog is barking." Player 47 was furious and almost rushed up to hit someone. However, the Minotaur referee looked at him, raised the gun in his arms and pointed it at him. In an instant, player 47 became like a timid chicken and became weak without saying a word. The bull-headed referee motioned for everyone to be quiet and then said, "Now is the preparation phase for the 3rd round. If there are any players who want to use prop cards, please show them and raise your hands to apply to me." As he finished speaking, player number 1 was looking at Jiang Yu with a smile. Then he suddenly raised his hand and handed the referee a prop card. When Jiang Yu saw the other person's eyes, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The bull-headed referee took the prop card, nodded, and read out, "Player No. 1 uses the A-level prop card Peeping Eyes. The skill effect is to check the highest whole card of other players and make them reveal the whole card. In this game, the effect of this prop card is to check the highest scoring digital card of other players. Please choose the one to use." Player number 1 raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, "Number 6. Jiang Yu frowned. The effect of this prop card Peeping Eye was similar to the God's Eye prop card he had used in the Shot at Life game before. However, the effect of Divine Eye is to check the effects of other people's item cards, while the effect of Peeping Eye is to check other people's whole cards. If used in other games, this prop card would have a mediocre effect, at most being the icing on the cake, but player No. 1 chose to use it in the last round of this game, and used it so cleverly. This prop card seems to have the effect of breaking the deadlock. For this lucky number game, the prerequisite for the hidden card player is that he cannot see his own number cards, so he can guess the total points of his number cards in this round. Once he chooses to reveal a certain number card to others, he will also see it. This means that his cards become open cards and he will no longer be able to become a hidden card player. Jiang Yu's face was gloomy. He had to admit that player number 1's move was very vicious. The effect of an A-level item card is almost magnified to that of an S-level item card. The effect of this prop card almost made it impossible for him to continue to be a hidden card player, and even lost the game. But fortunately, he still had a final countermeasure. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Player number 6, player number 1 uses the peeping eye prop card on you. Please show any of your whole cards, which is your number card." Jiang Yu did not take action immediately. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, stared coldly at player no. 1 and said in a deep voice, "I refuse." His words were like a stone thrown into a lake, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time they saw someone dare to disobey the referee's order and even ignore the prop card. Are you looking for death? In this cruel game involving 50 people, the man with the pig-faced mask attached great importance to rules and emphasized the importance of following the rules all the time. There was only one outcome for those who broke the rules, and that was death. Unexpectedly, the next moment Jiang Yu took out a prop card from his pocket, placed it on the table, and gently pushed it forward towards the bull-headed referee. With a calm expression, he said lightly, "I want to use this S-level prop card, absolutely invalid." This prop card was the reward prop card that Jiang Yu won after winning the game of Big Talk Digital King. In that duel, he defeated the madman number 28 Luo Jun in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Jiang Yu actually had S-level prop cards. This guy was simply the emperor of luck. Where did he get so many S-level prop cards, and he took them all away? The bull-headed referee took the prop card, checked it carefully, and solemnly showed the front of the prop card to player 1, announcing, "Player 6 uses the S-level prop card, absolute invalidation. The effect is triggered, and all prop cards are invalidated. Player 1, your peeping eye card has expired and cannot force player 6 to reveal his digital card." The game continues. His voice was filled with irresistible authority, causing the entire hall to suddenly fall silent. The bull-headed referee solemnly announced, "Now is the preparation phase for the final round. All hidden card players who have not seen the number cards can choose to guess the points. If the final total score of the number card in your hand corresponds to the area of the guess score, you can get the corresponding multiple of the score by throwing the dice. Again, the green area is 0 to 9 points. The yellow area is 10 to 25 points, and the red area is 25 to 125 points. If the points exceed this area, it will be considered a failure. If you choose the red area, but the final total score is 150 points, it will be considered a failure, and the score of this round will be reset to 0. The words of the Minotaur referee made everyone's heart tight. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces and remained silent. Of course, only player number 1 seemed to be indifferent. The most suffocating part is here. The situation is not optimistic now. The points of players number 1 and no. 6 are close, both more than 100 points, while the points of players number 32 and number 47 are far behind. Everyone risked their lives and tried their best to win this round. Jiang Yu could feel the tension and desperation in the air, and there was a hint of madness in everyone's eyes. While others were still hesitating, player number 1 smiled and placed his right hand in the red area without hesitation. This is absolute self-confidence, how heroic it is, as if he is God. As if he already knew everything, his total points would definitely fall into the red zone. This action instantly made player number 32 shudder. Fear and retreat began to appear in his eyes, and there was even a vague sense of fear, as if he was full of misunderstanding of player number 1. Damn it, who's afraid of who? It's death anyway. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. Player number 47 gritted his teeth, stood up, cursed, and slammed his right hand hard on the red area, causing the entire table to shake violently. Then, Jiang Yu also placed his right hand in the red area with an expressionless face. He also had a trump card. Looking at the right hands of the 3 people in the red area, and then looking at his own extremely low score of 31 on the scoreboard, player no. 32 took a deep breath, also placed his right hand in the red area, and frowned, as if ready to leave everything to fate. At this moment, looking down from above, 4 right hands stretched out from 4 directions into the red area on the table, like an X representing fate, tying everyone's future together. The scene instantly became boiling. All the players held their breath, staring at the red area on the table, quietly waiting for the result to be revealed. The whole room was filled with a tense and intense atmosphere. Player No. 32, in particular, had a look of nervousness and anxiety in his eyes, and his heart was beating violently, as if it would jump out of his chest in the next second. At this moment, all hope and despair are intertwined, forming a silent confrontation. The voice of the bull-headed referee sounded like thunder. All players have made their choices. Now we enter the final round of settlement. First, everyone, please show your lucky number. Player number 1 first turned over his lucky card, which clearly read 3. Then, Jiang Yu turned over his lucky card, and the lucky number on it was 5. Player No. 32's lucky number is 2. Player number 47's lucky number is 9. The bull-headed referee continued, now is the final round of settlement. Please show your digital cards in turn. There is a hidden card player in this round. If the total points of the hidden card player's digital cards in this round fall within the corresponding guessing range, they can roll the dice. Finally, the number on the dice is the corresponding multiple of the total score. If the total score does not fall within the corresponding range, the score for this round will be reset to 0, starting with player number 1. Under the gaze of everyone, player number 1 turned over his number cards one by one. The first 9 were 65, 16, 82, 37, 31, 8, 45, 3, and 1. The total points of these 9 number cards add up to 21 points. But Jiang Yu and others were still worried, because no one knew what the outcome would be until the last moment. Player number 1 lifted up the last number card with a hint of ridicule. The people were finally anxious. No. 32 collapsed in the chair, his face pale. Number 47 couldn't help but tremble all over, revealing despair in his seriousness. Because it was a lucky big card number 33, which corresponds to the lucky number 3 of player number 1. This lucky big card is worth 100 points to player 1 in this round of the game, plus his previous 21 points, a total of 121 points. Player No. 1 chose the red area, which ranged from 25 to 125 points, and he guessed it perfectly. The players watching burst into exclamations. Oh my god, player 1 actually guessed it right. This is 121 points, isn't that invincible? I think player 1 is the ultimate winner. This also made players number 32 and number 47 feel depressed. Their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. They knew that the balance of victory and defeat had begun to tilt. Player 1 is unbeatable. Comments. After calculating the scores, the bull-headed referee announced indifferently. Player 1's lucky number is 3. He has 2 cards with numbers that match his lucky number, 37 and 31. This gives him 20 points. A number card with the last digit matching the lucky number 3, worth 1 point, and a lucky big card number 33, worth 100 points, for a total of 121 points. He paused for a moment, then continued. Player 1 is the hidden card player this round. According to the rules, the area guessed by player 1 is the red area, which ranges from 25 to 125 points. The total score of player 1's digital card this round is 121 points, which falls within this area. Player No. 1 can roll the dice and get the corresponding multiplier to increase his total score for this round. After saying that, he gently pushed the dice in the middle of the table in front of player No. 1 with both hands, and his action was full of a sense of ritual. A confident smile appeared on the corner of player number 1's mouth. He easily pinched the dice between his index and middle fingers and threw it with a little force. The dice drew an elegant arc in the air, landed on the table, and kept spinning until it finally stopped at 4 o'clock. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the dice. As the bull-headed referee announced the result, the tense atmosphere reached its climax. Player 1's final score for this round is 484 points. This score shocked every player present. Jiang Yu's heart suddenly tightened. He knew that the extremely high score of player number 1 almost completely shattered the hope of other players to win. He must guess it too. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and said coldly, "Player number 6, please show your number card." Jiang Yu suppressed his uneasiness and chose to turn over his number cards from back to front. The first 9 were 87, 4, 89, 58, 91, 64, 84, 27, 59. Now there is only one number card left to be turned over. Jiang Yu's heartbeat quickened, his fingers trembling slightly, and he turned over the last number card. A dazzling lucky big metal number 55 that seemed to be emitting golden light was displayed in front of everyone, and all the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. He made the right bet and successfully found the lucky big metal. Oh my God, number 6 also won the lucky big metal. The outcome is undecided. It's hard to say now. The bull-headed referee glanced at Jiang Yu's cards, and his voice was still cold. Player number 6's lucky number is 5. This round, he has 2 digital cards with 10 digits that match his lucky number, namely 58 and 59, which are worth 20 points. And a lucky big card, which is worth 100 points, a total of 120 points. After that, he looked at Jiang Yu and continued. Player number 6 is also a hidden card player in this round. He can get the corresponding multiplier by rolling the dice. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, gripped the dice tightly, and threw the dice hard onto the table with the belief that he would win. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, the dice spun and rolled like dancing a graceful waltz, but unfortunately, it finally stopped at 2. Seeing the result, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. 2 points meant that he only doubled his points. His final score in this round was 240 points, which was a huge difference from player number 1. After playing so many games, he probably has some understanding of the so-called luck bonus. Improved luck does not mean that you will have good luck every time, such as getting 6 every time you roll the dice. The luck value increases the probability. For example, the probability of someone else rolling a 6 is 1/6, but after his luck improves, the probability of rolling a 6 may be 1/4 or 1/3, and so on. The probability will fluctuate. This time, at the most critical moment, the dice rolled to 2, a not-so-ideal number. The other players watching the game immediately started talking about it, and many of them were beating their chests and stamping their feet in anger because they chose Jiang Yu and voted for him. As a result, Jiang Yu lost the game. Obviously, player 1 is stronger. Player number 1's points in the 3 rounds were 100 points, 0 points, and 484 points respectively, and the final total score was 584 points. Jiang Yu's scores in the 3 rounds were 31 points, 84 points, and 240 points respectively, and the final total score was 355 points. In everyone's opinion, Jiang Yu had already been defeated and was left far behind by player 1. This also meant that the man who had dominated the death game would eventually come to an end in this game. Everyone's attention was focused on player 1, analyzing the man they seemed to have paid little attention to before. Next, it was player number 32's turn, and his lucky number was 2. He unfolded all the number cards one by one, which were 48, 18, 78, 9, 28, 14, 17, 88, 90, and 69. Until he slowly lifted up the last number card, he fell into endless despair. He only had one number card, 28, in this round. He was also selected in the red zone, but unfortunately, he only had 10 points and did not fall within the 25 to 125 points in the red zone. Player number 32 is the hidden card player this round. The final score does not match the selected area. The score for this round is reset to 0. The bull-headed referee read out the result indifferently, as if sentencing him to death. Player number 32 was shaking all over, as if he was out of control. His face turned pale and he began to shiver. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly smelled a foul odor. He looked down and saw that player no. 32 was so scared that he peed his pants, with liquid dripping down the chair onto the ground. Jiang Yu was a little speechless. He was so scared just after the result came out before the execution. It turns out that people can be scared to the point of urinary incontinence in extreme situations, such as being sentenced to death. Next, it was player 47's turn. He touched his mustache braid and turned over all the number cards in one breath. However, one of the number cards made him dumbfounded. It was a card with the number 22s, because the lucky number of player no. 32 in this round is 2, affected by the lucky hit rule. The points of player number 47 were directly reset to 0, and he didn't even have the chance to guess the points. He was so angry that he grabbed the collar of number 32 and cursed. Damn it, who told you to choose the number 2? I really give up, I met a unlucky guy like you. The Minotaur referee raised his gun and pointed it at player 47, which made him calm down a little. He snorted coldly and sat down. Then, the bull-headed referee began to read out the final result, his voice majestic and unquestionable. Next, I will read out the final standings. First, player number 1. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted the bull-headed referee. Wait, referee, I want to use these 2 prop cards. Jiang Yu, who was originally ignored, suddenly stood up slowly with a cold look in his eyes. He slowly took out 2 prop cards from his arms and held them high. In an instant, all eyes were focused on him, and he seemed to have become the focus of the entire audience. This sudden accident also stunned the bull-headed referee. First, this is the first prop card. Jiang Yu glanced at player number 1 and handed one of the prop cards to the Minotaur referee. The other 3 players were also a little shocked. The most surprised one was player 1. He frowned for the first time in a long time and then revealed a weird smile. The other players watching were also shocked. Jiang Yu had shown them too many miracles before. Now, in this desperate situation, he still had 2 prop cards. He was simply a godlike existence. Tusk, this guy number 6 is really good at hiding. He even has 2 prop cards. It seems like the outcome is still undecided. Anything is possible. I'm a little curious, what prop card did he take out this time? Yeah, after all, he's still more than 200 points behind. Can he still turn defeat into victory? Everyone was curious and talked about it. The first prop card Jiang Yu handed over was the S-level prop card, prohibited, because he felt that number 1 was too scary and made him feel extremely uneasy. If he didn't stop him, there might be more variables later, and he had to cut off all possibilities. The bull-headed referee took the prop card, checked it, and showed it to everyone, saying coldly, "Player no. 6 uses the S-level prop card, prohibited." The trigger effect is the last round of this game. All players are prohibited from using prop cards, except for player number 6, it is now effective. All players are prohibited from using any prop cards. These words immediately caused an uproar around. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh and handed the second prop card to the bull-headed referee. After reading Jiang Yu's item card, the bull-headed referee thought for a moment, then held up the item card to show it to all the players present and announced loudly. Player number 6 uses the S-level item card, double points. After triggering, the effect is to double the current points. Player number 6's total points in this game are 355 points, which will be 710 points after doubling. Before the bull-headed referee finished speaking, there was an uproar on the field. I knew he had another card. Too strong, number 6 is simply a godlike existence. At this point, he can still make a comeback. For players number 32 and no. 47, Jiang Yu's use of the prop card did not have much impact on them because their ending was already decided, and the 2 sat dejectedly on their chairs. Player no. 1, Jiang Yu had the greatest influence on him and directly gave him a fatal counterattack, but he just raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. The bull-headed referee signaled everyone to be quiet and then read out. Next, I will read out the final points ranking. Player number 1 has a final total score of 584 points. Player number 6 has a final total score of 710 points. Player no. 32 has a final total score of 31 points. Player number 47 has a final total score of 66 points. The final winner of this game is player number 6. As soon as the bull-headed referee announced the result, the entire venue erupted in cheers and noise, and many of them voted for Jiang Yu. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief and started talking about it, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stood up. His expression remained calm, but there was a gleam of victory in his eyes, as if he was crowned king. He looked down around him, and all the tension and pressure seemed to disappear at this moment. Number 6, you're so handsome, I made the right choice. A player watching the game couldn't help but shout excitedly. He had chosen Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu won this round, and he would be rewarded with a prop card. Yeah, it's an incredible comeback. I really didn't choose the wrong person. Another player watching also said excitedly, player no. One stood there quietly, his face still calm. He walked towards Jiang Yu and held out his hand. You win, number 6, congratulations. In the last round, how did you get the lucky big medal? Jiang Yu held the other person's hand and smiled. It's very simple, because I have also figured out the rules behind the number cards. On the back of the number card, there is a pattern on the outside and a grid in the middle. The grid has 4 rows and 5 columns with 20 grids. The pattern in each row is composed of circles and squares, and there are 3 layers of encryption in total. First level of encryption, circles count 1 point, squares count 2 points. If there are 3 circles and 2 squares in the first row of the grid on the back of a number card, the score is 3*1 plus 2*2 equals 3 plus 4 equals 7 points. The second row has 4 circles and 1 square. The score is 4*1 plus 1*2 equals 4 plus 2 equals 6 points. The third and fourth rows are similar. Second level encryption. Add the scores of the first and second rows together, such as 7 plus 6 equals 13 points. Add the scores of the third and fourth rows together. For example, 7 plus 9 equals 16 points. Third level of encryption. Take the unit digit of the total score of the first and second rows 3 as the unit digit. Take the unit digit of the sum of the third and fourth rows 6 as the tens digit. Finally, combine the results to get the number 63 on the front of the number card. In the first round, you use this pattern to observe the back of the card and take the lucky big medal 66 from me. This game actually has nothing to do with luck. It's essentially a test of intelligence. Am I right? Jiang Yu only realized in the last round that player 1 always seemed to be accidentally looking at the back of the number card. But aren't the backs of all number cards the same? He immediately began to analyze quickly, and soon he discovered that an extremely complex encryption method was used on the back of all the digital cards. And through calculation, the number on the front of each card could be inferred. At that time, when the lucky hand exchanged cards, Jiang Yu's lucky big card was placed on the last one, just enough to see the complete back of the card. Player 1 discovered this pattern in the first round and quickly drew his lucky big medal. In the second round, Player 1 repeatedly verified the accuracy of this rule and directly applied it in the third round, successfully drawing a number card with 121 points, which fell perfectly in the red area. Jiang Yu's IQ has increased many times with the evolution of the god of gamblers, but he failed to discover this pattern at the beginning. Player number 1 had already seen through all of this at the beginning of the game. His IQ is simply immeasurable, and he can be called a true genius monster. Player 1 was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Very good, you are really good. We will meet again if we are lucky." Hearing this, Jiang Yu was a little confused. Will we meet again if we are destined to? Isn't he the only winner of this game? Are everyone else going to be eliminated? What does this sentence mean? Could it be that player 1 has a death-free card? This is the only possibility. Jiang Yu frowned. He was a little disgusted with this annoying guy. He seemed too smart and put a lot of pressure on him, almost suffocating him. Even he had to rely on IQ bonus, S-level prop card absolutely invalid, S-level prop card prohibited, and S-level prop card double points to finally win. This is like when playing an online game, you use cheats and spend a lot of money to barely beat the opponent, and it would be embarrassing if it got out. The man with the pig-faced mask blew the whistle, and everyone gathered under the platform, waiting for the announcement. He glanced at everyone and laughed strangely. Very good, the final winner of this round is player number 6, and the rest of the players are eliminated. But I need to add one thing. Please ask player 1 to come on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, all the players' eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe what they heard. This was the first time a player was invited to the stage. Who is the mysterious person number 1? He was actually invited to the stage by the pig-faced masked man, my god. What is this for? I am confused. Player no. 1 walked up to the platform with a confident step and a smile on his face, and stood next to the man in the pig-faced mask. The pig-faced masked man pointed at player 1 and introduced him loudly. He, player 1, is called Shannon. He is the champion of the last 50-player game. He took away a reward of 10 million and was given the status of the Son of God. This is his second time participating in the game. For the champion of each death game, becoming the son of God and participating in the trial of the 50-player death game again means having a chance to avoid death. So, even though he lost this game, he will be exempted from the death penalty. Please note, the words of the pig-faced masked man caused a stir among the crowd, but also revealed many secrets. Jiang Yu frowned and fell into deep thought. How many times has this cruel death game been held? Dozens? Hundreds? Or thousands or tens of thousands? What is the purpose of the so-called Son of God? Does it represent a level? Are there other higher-level beings above the Son of God? What kind of huge organization is hidden behind the pig-faced masked man? What is the purpose of their death game? Is it to continuously select the Son of God? Since Player 1 has won the championship, become the Son of God, and received a prize of 10 million, why would he come back to participate in the death game again? What benefits can he get from the so-called trial? Wait, he suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that the mask was a symbol of identity? So far, he had only seen 3 types of masks, namely pig, cow, and rabbit. Other masks that look more powerful, such as tiger, dragon, etc., have never appeared. Perhaps their power is higher than that of the man in the pig-faced mask. Jiang Yu felt that there was an untouchable existence behind this game. He could only be more cautious. He didn't want to uncover these mysteries or find the truth. He just wanted to get out alive with 10 million and take care of Yinian. At this moment, many people looked at Player No. One with admiration. Oh my God, he's the only player who survived the last death game. How strong must he be? He's simply a godlike existence. No wonder the match just now was a competition between number 1 and No. 6, a duel between gods. Both of them scored hundreds of points, while number 32 and number 47 only scored a few dozen points. This is the gap between gods and mortals. Oh my goodness, how can we play this? We already have number 6 who is so strong, and now there is number 1, how can we play? I think we have to unite and knock them out first, then we have a chance to win. The players below were filled with indignation and were discussing the matter. Okay, stop making noise, I like quietness. As the pig-faced masked man's cold words rang out, the hall suddenly became as silent as an ice cellar, exuding a cold atmosphere. Now it's the penalty round. Unfortunately, players 32 and 47 have been eliminated. There are currently 27 players left on the field. I wish you good luck. As he spoke, he raised the remote control in his hand. Along with the sharp sound of the metal collar dripping, 2 explosions were heard, and dazzling flames illuminated the hall. The bodies of players number 32 and number 47 fell to the ground with a loud bang. Soon, men in bullhead masks came up to deal with the bodies. Many people covered their eyes, not daring to watch this scene, because this is most likely their final outcome. Now, please ask player number 6 to draw the reward prop card. The other players can go back to their rooms to rest. We will see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The pig-faced masked man signaled his men to hand a bunch of prop cards to Jiang Yu for him to randomly draw. Jiang Yu picked a card he liked and followed the crowd back to the room on the 2nd floor. Back in the room, Jiang Yu took a shower first, and the fatigue all over his body dissipated a little. Then he swallowed a few mouthfuls of bread and lay down on the bed. He thought back to tonight's game. Player number 1, that guy, was too strong. If it weren't for his IQ bonus and item advantages, he would have been no match for the opponent. No wonder number 1 became the champion of the last 50-player game. The following game seemed to be full of suspense. In the battle with the Son of God, even he did not have absolute confidence that he could achieve the final victory. Jiang Yu remembered something and took out the prop card he had just drawn from his pocket. A-level prop card, time extension. Introduction. In any game, the game time can be extended by 15 minutes, regardless of the rules. He was a little disappointed that he didn't draw an S-level prop card, but this A-level prop card was still useful. At least it could give him 15 minutes more game time at a critical moment. Jiang Yu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. Not long after, there was a quick and gentle knock on the door. Jiang Yu sat up suddenly and looked at the door. His eyes were stern, and he became alert. He slowly got out of bed and walked to the door and asked softly, "Who is it?" "Number 6, open the door quickly. I have something urgent to discuss with you." A young woman's voice sounded outside the door. Crisp and urgent, with a low tone, but every word was exceptionally clear, as if it could penetrate the door and reach Jiang Yu's ears directly. Jiang Yu frowned, carefully recalling the voice, and asked, "You are, number 18, Chen Wen." "Yes, it's me, open the door." There was another urgent voice outside the door. Jiang Yu remembered this familiar voice. It was player No. 18 who had participated in games like Dead Zodiac and Eightfold Gate of Life and Death with him. Even though he recognized her, he still didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Just tell me at the door, no need to come in." There was a note of caution in his tone, and it was clear that he had not completely let his guard down. "I'm afraid others will hear this. This matter is not important to me, but it is very important to you." The voice of number 18 was heard outside the door again. "Is it about yourself? What is so important?" Jiang Yu frowned. The urgent voices coming from outside the door made him feel a little uneasy. He knew very well that in such an environment, any negligence could bring fatal consequences. He was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he decided to give her a chance. After all, they had fought side by side in a life-and-death game before, and there was a certain basis of trust between them. "Okay, I'll open the door, but don't act rashly," Jiang Yu whispered, then slowly opened the door. Number 18 stood outside the door in the dim corridor with an anxious look on her face. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu open the door, she hurried into the room and quickly closed the door. "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Jiang Yu asked, still with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "No." 18 took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "To make a long story short, there is an organization that is specifically targeting you, the Hunter Alliance. In the game tomorrow night, they will send player No. 7 to sign up and attack you. You must not team up with player number 7. After she finished speaking, she immediately opened the door, looked back at Jiang Yu before leaving, and reminded him, "SHH, remember what I said, this is very important." Jiang Yu sat back on the bed and fell into deep thought. What kind of strange organization is this Hunter Alliance? Has he become their prey? Could it be because I participated in every game and survived every time? As the saying goes, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. No matter what, he needs to be more careful in the next game. This is a crisis facing him. However, he has a question. Number 18 seemed to have mentioned the word team just now. Could it be that the next game was a team game? Then how did she know? The pig-faced, masked man didn't seem to foreshadow the content of the next game this time, nor did he give any clues, which made Jiang Yu feel a little strange. But no matter what, Jiang Yu will treat tomorrow's game more cautiously than usual. 8 o'clock the next evening. Everyone gathered in the hall, and the pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform on time. He looked down at the people below and sighed. "Tisk, this place was packed with people a few days ago, but now there are fewer and fewer people. It really makes me miss it." This hypocrisy made all the players below feel a little sick, but they could only grit their teeth and stare at him, not daring to make any complaints. Who dares to anger this moody guy? The pig-faced masked man scanned the scene and continued. "Next, I will announce the rules of today's game. Please listen carefully. Today's game is Block King. Number of participants, 4 game time. 60 minutes. Game introduction. 4 players are free to form teams and divided into 2 teams. The 2 teams will be sent to 2 rooms respectively. There are 2 boxes of building blocks of equal size in the room. After the game starts, the 2 teams need to start building a building block tower and compete for the number of layers of the building block tower. Rules description. Rule 1. When a team's progress lags behind another team by more than 30 levels, they will be eliminated directly. Rule 2. Various obstacles will appear randomly in the game. If the building block tower collapses for any reason, it cannot be rebuilt within 10 minutes. Violators of this rule will be eliminated directly. Winning condition. After the game time ends, the team with the highest number of floors wins. After the pig-faced, masked man announced the content of today's game, he glanced at the people below the stage and laughed strangely. "Are there any players who want to sign up? Players who sign up will receive an exclusive prop card." When Jiang Yu heard the words of the pig-faced, masked man, he became alert. He subconsciously looked around, looking for the figure of player number 7. I saw a young man in the audience slowly raising his hand. It was player number 7. He was tall and strong, with a buzz cut. His eyes were cold and fierce, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind. Jiang Yu stared at him, his mind churning, number 18's warning echoing in his ears. "I'll sign up." Player 7's voice was calm and resolute. The pig-faced masked man nodded with satisfaction and asked again, "Are there any other players signing up?" At this time, Jiang Yu stood up. His expression was indifferent, and he also raised his hand. "I will sign up too. Since others want to target me and form a hunter alliance, I will teach them a lesson and let them know that I am not someone to be trifled with. I'm signing up too." However, surprisingly, another female player raised her hand, and her voice echoed in the hall. Everyone looked over and found that the player who raised his hand just now was player number 49. Player No. 49 is a middle-aged woman with a thin figure. Her hair is neatly tied behind her head. There are some fine lines on her face, but it still cannot conceal her temperament. There is a gleam of wisdom and confidence in her eyes. Since being dragged into this game, she has always kept a low profile, and no one knows that she is a senior architect with many years of experience in building design and construction. After divorcing her cheating husband, she raised her son alone. Although her life was unfortunate, she always fought tenaciously and created a world for herself with her own hard work. She was not good at the previous games and had never been picked due to her extraordinary luck. Until this time, she finally heard the game she was good at, King of Blocks. This time, she chose to take the initiative because she also knew in her heart that whoever has more prop cards will have more advantages as time goes by. If she keeps dodging, she will eventually die a slow death. She must try her best to live to the end because her son is still waiting for her outside. She cannot be depressed or degenerate, she must grab on to even a glimmer of hope. Very good. Are there any other players who would like to sign up for the competition? The pig-faced masked man nodded and asked again. Everyone in the audience lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the pig-faced masked man for fear of being chosen by him. It seems that no one has signed up. Then, the players will be randomly selected next. The pig-faced masked man said this and pointed to the big screen. Everyone's eyes were focused on the electronic screen. On that huge screen, of the original 50 avatars, 23 had turned gray and were marked with huge red crosses. The remaining 27 avatars are surviving players. The avatar selection box above scrolled, first locking onto players number 6, number 7, and number 49. And then landing on the avatar of player number 4, Jiang Yu was not familiar with any of these three players. Player number 4 was a young man with a handsome appearance, but he seemed to be blind and his eyes were dull. Jiang Yu had met this person once before. When the other person was picking up food, he accidentally knocked over the plate and he was startled. He also had no deep impression of player number 49, a middle-aged woman in her 30s with extraordinary temperament. She always kept a low profile and hid in the crowd. Finally, player No. 7, the burly young man with fierce eyes. Jiang Yu remained highly alert to him. Jiang Yu and the other three received their exclusive prop cards and returned to their seats. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to secretly take a look at his own exclusive prop card, B-level item card, Surveillance. Introduction. Use this item card to learn the current number of layers of the opponent's building block tower. Very good. Now the 4 participating players have been confirmed. They are players number 4, number 6, number 7, and number 49. Please form your own teams. After the team formation, you will be taken to 2 rooms separately to play the game. The pig-faced masked man announced with satisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, player number 7 strode up to Jiang Yu with a friendly look. Number 6, I want to team up with you. Our numbers are adjacent, so we are destined to be together. What do you think? Although he acted friendly, he couldn't hide the malice in his eyes. Jiang Yu waved his hand and refused coldly. No, I prefer to keep the initiative in my own hands. After that, he turned and looked at player No. 4, number 4, I want to team up with you, are you willing? Hearing this, player 4 was stunned. As a blind person, he had no advantage in this game. Someone actually chose him as a teammate. Was he crazy? Aren't you afraid that I'll hold you back? Number 4 faced the direction where Jiang Yu's voice came from and asked with some doubts. Fine. Jiang Yu smiled. Okay, I do. Number 4 agreed immediately. When the pig-faced, masked man announced the rules, he was deeply worried that no one would team up with him. He didn't know that Jiang Yu had a different idea, since he had obtained the information from player number 18, player no. 7 could not be trusted. Secondly, he was not familiar with player number 49 and was not sure whether the other party was a member of the Hunter Alliance targeting him. Choosing blind man number 4 is the safest strategy. After all, one person is enough for this simple game of building a tower of blocks. Then, it seems that we can only form a team of 2. Player number 49 walked up to player number 7 and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I agree. Since you don't want to team up with me, number 6, today is the day you die." Player number 7 glared at Jiang Yu and sneered. Then, several people were covered with black cloth and injected with some kind of drug, causing them to fall into coma. When Jiang Yu woke up again, he found himself in an extremely simple room. The room was not big, only about 20 square meters and 3 or 4 meters high. There was a flickering incandescent lamp hanging far from the ceiling. The dazzling light and crackling sound made people feel a little uneasy. There is a camera installed in the corner of the roof. The surrounding walls are painted snow white, making it look deserted and empty. An electronic timer hangs alone on the wall, with the red numbers frozen at 60, 0000. There were 2 large boxes of building blocks on the ground, which looked particularly out of place. At this moment, player number 4 next to him slowly woke up. He groped around in a daze, stood up with the help of the wall, then looked around, trying to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. At the same time, the countdown on the wall began to move and became 59, 59, 34. "Don't touch it." Jiang Yu looked at number 4, his tone calm but with a hint of helplessness. "This is a small, closed room with only 2 boxes of building blocks, just to your right." Upon hearing this, player number 4 fumbled for the 2 boxes of building blocks and said anxiously, "Number 6, let's start building the building block tower now. You heard it. Once we fall behind the opponent by 30 floors, we will be eliminated directly." His tone was full of anxiety. "Don't be in a hurry. Think twice before you act. Every game designed by the pig-faced masked man is not simple. If you take it lightly, you will fall into his trap." Jiang Yu pondered. Although each game is a game between players, it is also a game between him and the pig-faced masked man. He seemed to have discovered the hobby of the pig-faced masked man. He always liked to hide some key details about winning the game in his words. Therefore, every word and every sentence said by the pig-faced masked man must be carefully considered in order to find a way to win. First of all, the key to winning this game is the number of layers in the final building block tower. The higher the number of layers, the more likely you are to win. Secondly, according to Rule 1, you should pay attention to the construction speed. If the speed is too slow and you lag behind the other team too much, exceeding 30 floors, you will be eliminated directly. However, the fatal thing is that this room is completely closed and the progress of the other room cannot be seen at all, which puts people in a dilemma. Since both sides are unaware of each other's progress and restricted by this rule, it is easy for them to pursue speed excessively, resulting in the built building block tower being unstable and likely to collapse at any time. Once it collapses, the building block tower cannot be rebuilt within 10 minutes. As for Rule 2, what exactly are the so-called obstacles? Although the pig-faced masked man did not say it explicitly, we can roughly infer that it is simply hindering the speed of building the building block tower, or making the blocks prone to collapse. Number 6, what you said makes sense, so what should we do now? Player 4 asked as he fumbled with the blocks in the box. "I just analyzed it. If we want to win, we must focus on 3 key points. High, stable, and fast." Jiang Yu paced in the house. "Well, it's easier said than done. Look at what's on this building block." Player number 4 sighed, picked up a building block and handed it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. He had just taken a quick look around the room and didn't notice anything special about the building blocks. After he took the building blocks from player number 4, he was shocked. The building blocks are covered with a layer of grease, which feels very smooth. When you use such building blocks to build a building block tower, the friction between the building blocks is very small. It may not be obvious at the beginning, but it will be easier to collapse later. What's painted on the blocks? There was a hint of surprise in Jiang Yu's tone. I don't know what the greasy stuff is, but the blocks are very smooth. If we build up the tower later, it will easily collapse. And more importantly, look at the difference between these two blocks. Number 4 said as he handed Jiang Yu 2 more blocks. Jiang Yu frowned, took the 2 building blocks from number 4, looked at them carefully, and didn't find anything unusual. He vaguely felt that the 2 building blocks were different, but he couldn't find the difference. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu shook his head and said, I don't see any difference. Number 4, what did you find? Number 4 picked up 2 blocks, placed them in both hands, weighed them gently, and then handed them to Jiang Yu, saying slowly, the blocks in these 2 boxes are of different weights. The left one is lighter, and the right one is heavier. If you don't feel it carefully, you won't notice this detail at all. Jiang Yu was shocked by these words and felt terrified and frightened. How did you find out? Jiang Yu took the building blocks from No. 4 and felt them carefully, and found that they were indeed the same, one light and one heavy. He glanced at the 2 boxes on the ground and suddenly felt a little creepy. No wonder there were 2 boxes of building blocks here. Because I am a blind person, you have to know that the senses of blind people are extremely sharp. Since they cannot see with their eyes, they can only perceive the world through their noses, ears, hands, etc. Number 4 said this calmly. I see, thanks to you, number 4. If you hadn't discovered this in advance, this could have been a fatal mistake. Once the center of gravity is high, the building block tower will collapse more easily. Jiang Yu was still frightened. He patted No. 4 on the shoulder and sighed. At this moment, he gradually relaxed, and his trust in number 4 increased slightly. If the other party was also targeting his alliance members, there was no need to tell him these key details. However, he remained extremely cautious because he did not trust anyone. You're welcome. Since we are teammates, we should cooperate with each other and strive to win the game. I think we should start taking action. Do you have any suggestions? Number 4 frowned, a hint of anxiety in his tone. How about this, we each start building a tower of blocks, and we build not 1 but 2. This way, even if one tower collapses, we still have 1 left. Also, without the worry of collapse, we can build faster. Jiang Yu's mind raced as he suggested. Number 6, you are so smart, so how should we build it? No. 4 nodded and sighed. If you want to go high and fast, choose the tic-tac-toe shape, with blocks arranged alternately horizontally and vertically on each layer. If you want to go high and stable, choose the pyramid shape with a wide base that gradually narrows upwards. Other shapes include honeycomb structures, staggered stacking, and so on. Jiang Yu held his chin and analyzed. After that, he thought for a moment and then said, how about I build a pyramid shape and you build a tic-tac-toe shape? What do you think? Number 4 thought for a moment and responded, okay, let's start building right away, otherwise we will fall behind the other group. As he said that, he groped for the building blocks. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and immediately reminded. Remember to put the heavy blocks at the bottom and the light blocks at the top, so that the center of gravity is lower and it is not easy to collapse. Also, when building, wipe each building block with clothes to remove as much oil as possible. Increase the friction between the building blocks and ensure stability. No. 4 pricked up his ears, remembered everything Jiang Yu told him, and then began to build it by groping. Jiang Yu supervised for a while and found that player number 4 was indeed building very seriously. He carefully felt around for each layer, placing the blocks in the best position to ensure maximum stability. Only then did he start to build his own building block tower with confidence, but he still remained vigilant and guarded against No. 4. Although you are building a pyramid structure, it is not necessary to fill every layer with building blocks. You only need to find the bearing points of the building blocks so that the weight of each layer is dispersed on every bearing point of the lower layer. In this way, you can quickly build a stable pyramid structure using the least number of building blocks. He also acted quickly. At the same time, in another room, players number 7 and No. 49 have a great understanding and cooperate seamlessly. Player 49 is responsible for directing and passing the blocks, while player 7 focuses on building the block tower. The shape of the building block tower they built was extremely simple. On the bottom layer, 2 building blocks were placed vertically, parallel and close to the wall, but at a certain distance from the wall. On the next layer, there were also two building blocks placed vertically, but slightly staggered, protruding from the bottom layer and closer to the wall. As the construction progresses, the shape of the building block tower gradually becomes like a tilted leaning tower, clinging to the wall. The wall acts like a support for the building block tower, holding it firmly in place and preventing it from collapsing. Wow, number 49, how did you come up with this method? You are amazing. No. 7 praised while quickly building blocks. Player number 49, the middle-aged woman, looked up at the ceiling, as if recalling something from the past, and murmured, "It was an unforgettable accident. It happened when I was about 32 years old, at the peak of my career. I remember my birthday was coming up, and I was working all night drawing blueprints to catch up with the deadline. I made a small mistake due to fatigue, which eventually caused the whole building to tilt. If I had chosen to demolish the building and rebuild it, the economic losses would have been huge and my career might have been ruined. So I came up with a bold plan. I built a very high and thick wall next to the building to provide support. Despite everyone's doubts, I succeeded in the end. That building and that wall have now become the most famous attractions in Dragon Country." Hearing this, Player 7's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of something and asked in shock, "Could it be the Tianhua building in Longdu? You designed that?" Player number 49 smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's me." Player number 7's eyes widened in shock. He took a deep breath and his confidence was greatly boosted. He said with high morale, "It seems that we will definitely win. Player number 6 is unlucky to meet you. Today, he will die in this game." The middle-aged woman no. 49 shook her head and said solemnly, "I've seen that guy participate in the game. He is not an ordinary person. We can't underestimate the enemy. If we want to win, we must try our best. I don't want to die in this game. My son is waiting for me outside. I must win." Time passed quickly, and when the countdown reached more than 40 minutes, both teams of players were busy building. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly he felt a cool breeze. It was just a weak, cold wind, but it made him stop what he was doing instantly. "This is a closed room. Where does the wind come from?" His heart tightened and he looked around for a vent, but found nothing. He looked at the walls around him in confusion, but there was nothing there except a closed door. The wind is getting stronger. Gradually, a vortex formed in the room, like a tornado, which made Jiang Yu's hair extremely messy and his clothes stuck tightly to his body. Suddenly, he looked up at the ceiling, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shouted to player no. 4. The wind is blowing from above. Protect the building block tower and be careful not to be blown down. Number 4 quickly protected the building block tower in front of him with both hands, just like a mother protecting her child, fearing that he would get hurt in the slightest. The pyramid structure built by Jiang Yu was very stable, but the deadly wind was very strong, so he rushed forward and protected his building block tower tightly. At this time, Jiang Yu suddenly noticed that the bottom of the tic-tac-toe tower built by player number 4 had shifted. Because blind player number 4 could not see, he only protected the upper part of the tower, and the lower part had begun to shift and was in danger. His heart immediately hung in the air, because if the bottom of the building block tower collapsed, the building block tower above would also collapse, and all his efforts would be in vain. Jiang Yu suddenly fell to the ground next to number 4. Then, he held the lower part of the number 4 building block tower firmly with both hands to prevent it from further dislocation, and carefully restored it to its original position. His move was extremely bold and a huge gamble. He bet that his pyramid-shaped building block tower was strong enough that even a strong wind could not destroy it. Soon, the wind lasted for about a minute, then gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace, and the room returned to its previous tranquility. Jiang Yu turned around and saw that his building block tower was still standing firmly in its original place. Although there were some minor misalignments, it did not collapse. It only needed to be repaired and straightened. His heart finally settled down, and his tense body gradually relaxed. He stood up from the ground and let out a long sigh. "Number 6, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly come to me?" Number 4 asked, somewhat puzzled. "The bottom of your building block tower almost collapsed just now, and you didn't notice it. I can only help you temporarily." Jiang Yu explained, "I see, that's how it is, all thanks to you no. 6. Upon hearing this, player number 4 turned pale with fright. He clenched Jiang Yu's hands and said with emotion, "Okay, now that the wind has died down, let's start building right away and don't waste time." Jiang Yu said with a smile, "Okay, I'll start building right away. I just don't know what the progress is in the next room. If they surpass us by 30 floors, we will be eliminated." Number 4 sighed and said, "From the beginning to the end, he always felt like there was a big knife hanging over his head, as if it would chop him down at any time, making him extremely scared and full of fear of the unknown. Don't worry, when we get to the middle of the game, I'll take a look at their progress and adjust our strategy in time." Jiang Yu comforted, "But didn't you say this room is sealed? What do you think of their progress?" Player 4 said in confusion. Jiang Yu took out a prop card from his pocket and smiled. "This is the reward for actively signing up for this game. It's an exclusive prop card monitor. The triggering effect is that you can check the progress of the other team. That is, the number of floors currently being built." Hearing this, number 4 was so excited that he almost danced with joy. His originally stiff face also relaxed. "Great, this is like going to war. The most frightening thing is not being able to figure out the enemy's movements. If we know the enemy's situation, we can deal with it calmly. Don't think too much yet, start building quickly." Number 7 and number 49 both signed up for the game on their own initiative. They also have 2 exclusive prop cards in their hands. We don't know the functions of these 2 prop cards yet, so we have to be extremely careful. Jiang Yu reminded with a serious look on his face. "Okay, I understand." Player number 4 nodded and continued to build the block tower quickly. At the same time, in another room, "Number 7, what is the effect of your item card? Since we are teammates, we should share information so that we can cooperate better." The middle-aged woman, number 49, handed over a building block, leaned against the wall, stared at player number 7 and asked, "My item card is obstacle, and its effect is to cause an obstacle to the opponent once." Number 7 put the building blocks in order, took out a card from his pocket, and handed it to number 49 without hesitation. Middle-aged woman number 49 excitedly took the prop card, carefully read the text description on it, and said happily, "Great, now we have a greater chance of winning. My prop card is Hourglass, which can reduce the opponent's game time by 10 minutes. When the final crucial moment comes, we will combine these 2 prop cards and use them. The opponent is finished. Yes, if we use this card when there are 10 minutes left in the countdown, their game will end immediately. I'm sure they will be in a panic." Number 7 gave a sinister smile. "Your suggestion is good, but I have a better one. When there are 11 minutes left in the countdown, use your prop card to create a huge obstacle for them. At that time, the building block tower will be very high, and it will definitely collapse easily. If the opponent's building block tower collapses, and I use the prop card to deprive them of time, they can only wait for the game to end in despair, and victory will be ours. This is double insurance, absolutely foolproof." Number 49 said excitedly, the scene already appearing in her mind. The countdown on the wall soon reached 30:00. Jiang Yu glanced at the time on the wall, stopped what he was doing, took out the exclusive prop card from his arms, held it high towards the camera in the room, and shouted, "Referee, I want to use this exclusive prop card monitor to get the current progress of the opponent." Soon, a cold voice came from somewhere in the house. "The other team's tower is currently 35 stories high." At the same time, players 7 and 49 also heard a sudden sound in the room. Player number 6 has used the exclusive prop card monitor to learn about your progress. The current construction height is 35 floors. This is hereby announced. This shocked number 49 and number 7. The middle-aged woman number 49 widened her eyes and cursed, "Damn it, we have to speed up. That damn number 6 has used the prop card to find out our progress. He will definitely take action." Suddenly, she thought of something and thankfully said, "Fortunately, this exclusive prop card of his has no practical effect and cannot interfere with us." "No." 7 nodded and agreed. "Indeed, it is useless to just know our progress. I think we can build it faster and higher than them." Jiang Yu frowned. He didn't expect the construction speed next door was so fast. In just half an hour, they had built to the 35th floor. He didn't know what shape they built. Hearing this, player 4 felt a chill in his heart. He said anxiously, "What should we do? Player 6, at this rate, they will soon surpass us by 30 floors. Don't worry, I have a solution. Jiang Yu said calmly. Seeing Jiang Yu so calm, number 4 also relaxed a little. He asked doubtfully, is there any way, should we speed up now? Jiang Yu smiled slightly, took out another prop card from his arms, raised it high again, pointed it at the camera and shouted loudly. Referee, I want to use this S-level prop card freeze to restrict the opponent's actions for 20 minutes. This S-level item card freeze was a reward card he received after the game Red, Yellow, Green War ended. He had kept it as a trump card and had not used it. Now, it finally has a place to use its skills. At this time, player number 7 and player number 49 were speeding up the construction of the building block tower. The voice just now made them feel vaguely uneasy. Their progress was known to the other party, and they felt like everything was exposed, which made them a little frightened. Just then, that familiar voice sounded again. This time, he was like the god of judgment, full of majesty. Player number 6 uses the S-level item card freeze on you. Once triggered, the effect is that any 2 players can suspend their actions for 20 minutes. Players know. 7 and number 49, please stop immediately. If you disobey orders and continue to build blocks, you will be eliminated directly. After hearing the referee's decision, players number 7 and number 49 were stunned. Their actions stopped immediately, with expressions of helplessness and anger on their faces. Damn, number 6, he actually has this kind of prop card. Why does he have so many prop cards? It's endless. Can't we play anymore? The middle-aged woman number 49 gritted her teeth and said, we actually have to pause for 20 minutes. Player number 7 next to him sneered and consoled him. It's okay. Have you forgotten that we still have 2 exclusive prop cards? Wait, that's when he'll die. Middle-aged woman number 49 sighed. Yes, this is the only way now. We can only use these 2 prop cards to catch them off guard. Player number 7 sneered. Who said there are only 2 prop cards? I still have 1 prop card. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman now. 49's eyes lit up and she looked at number 7 in surprise. Really? That's great. What prop card is it? How come you still have a prop card? Player number 7 glanced at the middle-aged woman now. 49 and said, you got the reward for voting correctly. As for what the prop card is, you will know it when the time comes. Don't worry, we will definitely win this round. After hearing this, the middle-aged woman know. 49's excitement dimmed instantly. The prop cards won by voting are usually C-level and occasionally B-level. What's the use of them? Player number 7 frowned and said impatiently, it's better to have it than not to have it. You'll know when the time comes. Hearing about the effect of the prop card used by Jiang Yu, player 4 was stunned. His eyes widened. Oh my god, this prop card is too strong. How can others play? Fortunately, I am your teammate. Jiang Yu looked at his dull eyes and laughed. I was just lucky to get it. You call this good luck? It's incredible. I've been following you before. You have so many S-level item cards. I'm really envious of you. Number 4 shook his head and sighed. Jiang Yu's expression was calm. I paid for it with my life. I have reasons to participate in the game. He was telling the truth. Since the beginning of this cruel death game, he had signed up for every game. It took great courage to do so. Every game was like dancing on the edge of a knife. His life was often on the line, and he could lose the game at any time. He believes that he deserves it all because he worked hard for it. Indeed, I really admire you. You don't seem to be afraid of death. Can you tell me why you must participate in the game? It may make you feel better if you tell me. Number 4 showed a complex expression, one of admiration, curiosity, and sympathy. Jiang Yu had a serious expression on his face. It's nothing. Just focus on building the tower. The outcome is still unknown. Try your best and survive until tomorrow. Good. The two began the construction process in full swing. Soon, there were only 11 minutes left, and the countdown on the wall gradually decreased, approaching the end. At this time, Jiang Yu's pyramid-shaped building block tower has been built to the 18th floor, while player number 4's tic-tac-toe-shaped building block tower has more than 20 floors. At this moment, a familiar and cold voice suddenly sounded in the room. Player number 7 uses the exclusive prop card obstacle, which triggers the effect. An obstacle of difficulty level will appear during the building process. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room began to shake violently. and the ground was shaking, as if it had experienced a magnitude 6 or 7 earthquake. Jiang Yu was a little unsteady on his feet. He was shocked. Although this was all within his calculations, he did not expect the opponent's prop card to be so powerful. He quickly held onto his own tower, fearing it would collapse. Then he noticed that number 4's tower was already in danger, so he shouted, "Hurry up and hold onto the tower. Don't let it fall." Number 4 screamed and tried to hold on to his tower, but it was in vain. The tower was shaking violently and could not be stabilized, and was about to collapse. Jiang Yu's mind raced, and he made a quick decision. He rushed to number 4 again, helping him maintain the stability of the building block tower as before. He believed that the pyramid-shaped building block tower he built was stable enough to withstand this shock. "Number 4, hold on, I'll help you. This tremor shouldn't last long," Jiang Yu shouted loudly. However, as time passed, the vibrations in the room not only did not weaken, but became more violent. Cracks began to appear in the walls, dust fell from the ceiling, and the entire room seemed to be collapsing. The door of the room also opened automatically, revealing the dark corridor outside. "I heard the sound of stones cracking. The room is about to collapse. The door is opening. Let's run." "No," 4 said with horror on his face and was about to let go. "Don't run, hold on, the room won't collapse," Jiang Yu scolded loudly. He believed that if this game was a competition to reach the final number of levels in the building block tower, the pig-faced masked man would never allow the player to die during the game. The room that could collapse at any time and the door that opened automatically must be an illusion, and he must not waver. Once he leaves the building block tower, it will collapse instantly, and all his previous efforts will be wasted. Sure enough, when the time came to about 1 minute, the shaking of the room stopped instantly. The cracks on the wall miraculously stopped spreading, the dust on the ceiling slowly fell to the ground, and the whole room returned to calm. Jiang Yu and player number 4 breathed a sigh of relief, and Jiang Yu glanced at the countdown on the wall. 10, 38, 25. Only 10 minutes and 38 seconds left. At this time, that cold voice sounded again. Player number 49 uses the exclusive prop card Hourglass, which triggers the effect of reducing the game time by 10 minutes. Players number 6 and 4, please note that your game countdown has changed. Please pay attention to it in time. As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown on the wall changed from 10:25 to 0:24. Only 24 seconds left. Jiang Yu looked at the countdown on the wall and was stunned for a moment. "Ah, it's over, what should I do? We are doomed to fail, but I don't want to die yet, what should I do?" "I don't want to die yet." Number 4 was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he didn't know what to do. At the same time, in another room, the middle-aged woman 49 said proudly, "It was that damn number 6 who restricted us just now. They are finished. Now we have 10 minutes to turn the tables. Their game time is almost over." Number 7 nodded and agreed. Indeed, they are doomed to lose. It seems that my prop card is useless. In the hall, other players who were watching the screens on the wall were also talking and pointing. It seems that number 6 is doomed to fail this time. He failed here. Yeah, there's only a little time left, and their progress is obviously not as fast as number 49. Damn it, I voted for number 6 the first time. How come he lost? Why did it just happen to be such a coincidence? Someone said in annoyance. Inside the room, player number 4 had already collapsed on the ground, powerless. Jiang Yu frowned and glanced at him. "Why are you panicking? Calm down, there is still a chance." Number 4 looked up at Jiang Yu, his face filled with fear. "There are only a dozen seconds left. How can we still make it in time?" Jiang Yu took a deep breath and took out a prop card from his arms. "Don't worry, I still have a time extension, prop card, which can delay the game time for 15 minutes. Number 4 stood up from the ground, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Really? That's great." Jiang Yu decisively used the prop card. Soon, the countdown on the wall changed to 15, 03, 42, and the countdown started again. The two began to quickly build the building block tower again. This time, they were more confident and determined to win, and they were full of motivation. There were exclamations from other players outside the venue. They witnessed Jiang Yu creating a miracle again. The large screen on the wall was divided into 2 small screens. The left one showed the real-time situation in Jiang Yu's room. At this moment, in the room on the right, the middle-aged woman number 49 and player No. 7 are still in the dark, excitedly building a tower of blocks. Thinking that they are bound to win soon, the countdown in player 49's room reached 0000, 0000, and a shrill bell rang. Player No. 49 and player number 7 let out a long sigh, stopped what they were doing, and looked at their masterpiece, the towering tower of building blocks, with satisfaction. However, the familiar voice of the referee suddenly sounded. Player No. 6 uses the A-level prop card time extension, which triggers the effect of extending the game time by 15 minutes. The countdown in the other room has not ended yet. Please wait patiently for 5 minutes. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman number 49 and player number 7 froze in place. They looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion for a moment. "I knew this guy was going to be tough," said the middle-aged woman number 49 bitterly. Player number 7 frowned and thought for a moment. "It seems that I can only use the last prop card." After that, he took out a prop card from his pocket, raised it high, and said, "Referee, I want to use this prop card." The middle-aged woman now. 49's eyes lit up and she asked, "What kind of prop card is this?" Player number 7 smiled and said, "This is an A-level prop card bonus, which can directly obtain a 20% bonus. I exchanged 3 C-level prop cards and 1 B-level prop card with someone else. It can be applied to any point game or other number-related games. For example, this death game can increase the number of layers in our building block tower." Soon, the referee's voice sounded. "This prop card can be used. The triggering effect is to obtain a 20% bonus. The current number of floors of the building block tower in this room is 45. After obtaining an additional 20% bonus, the number of floors will be 54. At this time, the audience outside the venue began to sweat. "Oh my God," players 7 and 49 finally built 54 floors, and player 6 and his team are still building their own floors. "I see player 4 has only built more than 30 floors. Isn't this a sure loss? I don't understand why player 6 and player 4 want to build their own. Are they having a conflict?" Someone in the crowd sneered and said, "You are too stupid." The advantage of building 2 towers of building blocks is that if one falls down, there is still one left, double insurance. One person responded, "But this is too slow. It's really unwise." In the corner, player 1, the silver-haired young man, leaned against the wall leisurely, looking up at the screen with a smile on his face, as if muttering to himself, "You are quite smart, these idiots can't even see." Time passed gradually, and the countdown in Jiang Yu's room had only a little over 1 minute left. Jiang Yu suddenly stopped what he was doing. At this moment, the pyramid-shaped building block tower in front of him seemed not to be fully formed yet. It was only 2/3 built, with a platform on the top. However, his building block tower has 28 floors. "Number 4, how many floors have you built in your building block tower?" Jiang Yu turned around and asked, "35th floor, what's wrong?" Player No. 4 stopped what he was doing and asked in confusion. "Very good, now is the most important part. I need you to do something very important. This thing is related to whether we can achieve the final victory." Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. "What's up?" Player number 4 was obviously a little confused. "I need you to help me lift your building block tower up and put it on top of my building block tower and put them together," said Jiang Yu. Player 4 widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. "Are you crazy? Will everything collapse like this?" Jiang Yu shook his head firmly. "Believe me, this method is our only chance. If successful, our building block tower will exceed their height. Time is running out, we must act now." Player number 4 seemed to feel Jiang Yu's firm gaze and nodded. "Okay, I believe you, let's try it together." The two worked together quickly, carefully lifted number 4's building block tower, and then slowly moved it onto Jiang Yu's building block tower. Jiang Yu's building block tower is like a pyramid, with the tip cut off in the middle to form a platform, which is the base. The building block tower of player number 4 is in a tic-tac-toe shape, which occupies a smaller area and can be perfectly integrated into the platform. Stacking another taller tower of blocks on top is undoubtedly an extremely risky move, but it is also the only chance. Under Jiang Yu's command, their movements became more cautious, but also faster. Finally, in the last few seconds of the countdown, they successfully placed number 4's building block tower steadily on Jiang Yu's building block tower. The two building block towers are combined into one, with the lower part in the shape of a half pyramid and the upper part in the shape of a tic-tac-toe, which looks extremely tall. At this moment, all the players watching the big screen outside were stunned. The hall was silent, and everyone was shocked by Jiang Yu's bold move. This is a life-or-death decision. It is a building block tower game that can only be played once in a lifetime. The winner becomes the king, and the loser becomes a corpse. Soon, everyone reacted and praised. Oh my god, no wonder players 6 and 4 want to build 2 towers of blocks. It turns out they want to assemble them at the last minute. What a genius idea. In the early stages, it can ensure the stability of the tower even if it encounters obstacles. And in the later stages, it can instantly turn defeat into victory. It must have been this guy number 6 who came up with this idea. He's so smart, this is simply a divine operation. Inside the room, as the countdown reached 0, a mist suddenly gushed out from somewhere, and Jiang Yu and player number 4 immediately fell to the ground. When they woke up again, they were carried to the hall. In addition, Jiang Yu also saw players number 7 and number 49, who were also in the lobby and had woken up early. On the platform, the pig-faced masked man motioned for everyone to be quiet and then began to read out the results of the competition. Next, I will read out the results. For number 4 and no. 6, the final number of floors of the building block tower is 63. For number 7 and number 49, the final number of floors of the building block tower is 54. Unfortunately, number 7 and no. 49 are eliminated. The middle-aged woman number 49 screamed shrilly and looked crazy. She shouted at the pig-faced masked man, "Impossible! How could we lose? I am a senior architect. I don't believe they can build a building higher than ours. This is absolutely impossible." The man with the pig face mask pointed at the big screen. The middle-aged woman number 49 turned around and looked. On the screen was a video recording of Jiang Yu and number 4 stacking 2 building block towers together. The middle-aged woman number 49 widened her eyes and murmured, "It's possible. No wonder there are 2 people in each team. Why didn't I think of that?" Then she went limp all over and collapsed to the ground. Everyone stayed away from them because everyone knew what would happen to them. The man with the pig face mask still pressed the remote control in his hand indifferently. The next moment, 2 sharp explosions were heard, and players number 7 and number 49 were eliminated. The information about the god's gambling seed also came to Jiang Yu's mind. Absorbing the power of gambling lives in this death game, the seed grew, and the host's memory was greatly improved. Very good, the game is in the middle stage, and half of the players have been eliminated. The following games will be more brutal, so please be prepared. After the settlement, please return to the room in an orderly manner. See you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. The man in the pig-faced mask laughed eerily. Soon, everyone returned to the room one by one, and Jiang Yu and number 4 received the prop cards as rewards for winning, and the 2 also walked up the stairs to the room. "Your eyes seem to be fine, why can't you see?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. This was the question he had always wondered. There are many causes of blindness. In my case, it was caused by optic neuritis, so it looks fine from the outside. Number 4 sighed and said, "I see. Okay, what's your name? What do you do? Can you tell me?" Jiang Yu asked, "My name is Zio Han, and I'm a blind master." Number 4 said with a smile, "Well, my name is Jiang Yu. This is the first time I team up with other players. You can be considered a teammate I have fought side by side with. I hope I don't meet you too early in the next game. I don't know how it feels to eliminate you with my own hands." Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Yu, don't blame yourself. For someone like me who can't see, there was little hope of survival. Thanks to you, I lived one more day, so you don't need to feel guilty." Number 4, on the other hand, was very calm and laughed. "Okay, let's work hard together." Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile. After returning to the room, the smile on Jiang Yu's face disappeared immediately, replaced by indifference. In this kind of game, who would still consider whom as a friend? They were just using each other. He just wanted to leave a good impression on player number 4 temporarily, so that if they met him in other games later, he would not target him first. What Jiang Yu didn't know was that after player no. 4 returned to the room, the smile on his face also disappeared and turned into a cold expression. He walked to the mirror, his eyes were lifeless, but he seemed to be looking at himself in the mirror quietly. After a long time, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but this smile was a bit weird, and sinister. Jiang Yu sat on the bed and looked at the prop card he got in this game. S-level item card. Surprise. Introduction. The gods have bestowed upon you a reward. Use this item card in the game to gain unexpected surprises. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. He was so lucky. It was another S-level item card. But what exactly would this surprise be? He couldn't help but feel a little excited. He ate something casually and took a shower, then felt endless tiredness coming over him. He then fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When he woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Jiang Yu jumped up from the bed, feeling that his energy had been fully restored again. He was full of energy, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. There were only 25 people left. It would be almost time. This cruel game would finally be over. He even did push-ups in the house, then jogged around the room to stretch his muscles, and even felt a little excited about the game in the evening. This was also the first time he had this mentality. Soon, it was 7:30 in the evening, the preparation stage before the game began. Jiang Yu opened the door and followed the crowd to the hall. At this moment, he suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from outside. He rushed over subconsciously, and when he reached the stairs, he saw a male corpse hanging from the ceiling of the hall. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes slightly open, revealing deep despair. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. The body was stiff and had obviously been dead for a long time. He was wearing the standard green sportswear for players, with the number 9 on his chest. All the players gathered in the hall, many of them with terrified expressions. They looked up at the hanging corpses from time to time and talked with the people next to them. At 8 o'clock, the pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform on time. He laughed strangely and said in a mocking tone, "This is the result of running away. I remember I said on the first day that once it's night, scary things will appear here. But I didn't expect that at this time, there are still people who want to escape. Should I say he is brave or stupid?" Then he coughed twice, interrupting the discussion below, and said seriously, "Tonight's game is about to begin, please keep quiet." I said I like quietness. There was immediate silence below, and no one dared to annoy the man with the pig-faced mask. Very good. Next, I will read out the rules of tonight's game. Please listen carefully. The pig-faced masked man nodded with satisfaction. Tonight's game is called Hide and Seek. Game time, 60 minutes. Number of participants, 5. Game introduction. Before the game, the identities of the hunter player and 4 cat players are determined by drawing lots. After the game starts, all participating players will be taken to an abandoned building. 4 cat players need to complete their own tasks. Most of the tasks are related to opening the door on the top floor. If the door on the top floor is opened, the cat players can leave the building early. Once discovered by the hunter, the cat player may be eliminated, so the cat player should try to avoid direct contact with the hunter. On the contrary, the hunter's task is to prevent the 4 cat players from completing the task and try their best to eliminate them. Rule 1. Cat players cannot cause serious injuries to hunter players, otherwise they will be eliminated directly. Rule 2. At the end of the game, if the cat player has not completed his task, he will still be considered a failure. If the cat player who has been eliminated has not completed the task will be transferred to the cat player who is currently alive. Rule 3. Each cat player is equipped with a mobile phone, which will display the specific tasks. In addition, before the game, you can choose a prop to interfere with the hunter, including smoke bombs, sound bait, tranquilizer guns, etc. Rule 4. Each cat player will wear a sensor ring on his finger, and if he moves too fast, a shrill alarm will sound. Settlement rules. Hunter player wins by eliminating 2 or more players. Cat player wins by completing the task and leaving from the top door or not being eliminated by hunter players when the game time ends. After that, the pig-faced masked man paused, looked at the players in the audience, and said with a chuckle, "I have finished explaining the rules. Tonight's game is very interesting. Is there anyone who would like to sign up to participate?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already raised his hand. He didn't need to hesitate at all. The pig-faced, masked man nodded and said, "Very good, player number 6 has signed up. Are there any other players who would like to sign up?" However, there was total silence below, and no one dared to stand up this time. Most players realized that there was something wrong with player 6. It was like he was using a cheat. After participating in so many games in a row and surviving, no one wanted to play against him in the same game. Everyone prayed that they would not be picked. The pig-faced, masked man sighed and said, "Unfortunately, it seems that I will have to randomly select players to participate. Please look at the big screen." Everyone looked at the electronic screen on the wall. As the avatar selection box scrolled, the 4 participating players were soon determined. Jiang Yu looked at the 4 selected players and felt dazed for a moment, as there were many acquaintances among them. The 4 selected players are number 5 Yi Tengwen, number 18 Chen Wen, number 25 the old man, and no. 12, a beautiful woman who looks to be in her 20s. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be attracted by beauty number 12. He looked at her a few more times and found that she possessed an irresistible charm for the opposite S*X. Her face is slightly cute, but her eyes are cold as ice, and her temperament is icy, like a rose in the snow, beautiful yet approachable. The pig-faced, masked man clapped his hands and said, "Very good, the 5 final players have been confirmed. Please line up and get ready. I will take you to the game venue soon." Number 5, Yi Tengwen, and others walked out of the crowd reluctantly. Jiang Yu, Yi Tengwen, and Chen Wen looked at each other. There was helplessness in their eyes and a bitter smile on their faces. Jiang Yu received an exclusive prop card, which was a reward for those who actively signed up for each game. Then he secretly looked at the function of the prop card. A-level prop card, speed of life and death. Introduction. Hunter players can use this prop card to extend the game time by another 10 minutes when the game time is about to end. Cat players can use this prop card to shorten the game time to 50 minutes. Next, please have the 5 players draw identity cards, 1 hunter card and 4 cat cards respectively. The man with the pig face mask signaled his men to bring over 5 identity cards, and each person randomly selected an identity card. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned over his ID card. His eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't believe it. His identity was actually a hunter. He would rather be a cat player, but this result was somewhat beyond his expectations. He got the 1 in 5 chance. Then, the 5 people were blindfolded, taken to a room, and knocked unconscious. When Jiang Yu woke up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. He stood up slowly, looked around, and carefully assessed his surroundings. This room is an extremely simple little room. The crackling incandescent lamp on the ceiling illuminates the old table in the middle of the room, on which several heavy weapons are placed in an orderly manner. Jiang Yu was stunned. There were electric saws, sickles, hammers, pistols, etc. on the table. At this moment, he was startled by a voice behind him. "Hunter, please pick a few weapons. In the next game, you will use these weapons to eliminate other players." Jiang Yu turned his head and saw 2 men with bullhead masks standing behind him, holding guns in their arms, looking at him coldly. He took a deep breath, a little dazed. After a long silence, he asked, "How do you eliminate other players, find them, or kill them?" One of the men, a man with a bullhead mask, handed Jiang Yu a large transparent plastic bag and said in a cold voice, "Cut off their heads and put them in this bag, and that will be considered elimination." At this moment, Jiang Yu was in a trance. He seemed to understand what the pig-faced masked man meant when he said the next game would be more cruel. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually became firm and cold. He picked up a pistol from the table and put it on his waist, then picked up a sharp sickle and held it in his hand. Then he took the transparent plastic bag from the man in the bullhead mask and tied it around his waist. At this time, he saw a flashlight on the table. After a little thought, he put the flashlight into his pocket. "Are you ready?" Another man with a bullhead mask asked. "Of course I'm ready. Jiang Yu is a great man. You need to wear this, the hunter's hood." The man in the bullhead mask said this, took something out of the box behind him, and handed it to Jiang Yu. This is a heavy deer head mask with 2 long antlers, each with complex forks and some dried blood on the antlers. The mask has a slightly yellow and brown texture. The deer eyes are hollow black, and the mouth of the mask is tightly closed, but there are some cracks and small scars. Looking from the outside, it gives people a creepy feeling. Jiang Yu frowned, but still put the deer head mask on his head. After putting it on, he felt the hot air he exhaled seemed to blur his eyes, and his vision became narrow, but he inexplicably aroused a bloodthirsty desire, as if he wanted to kill everything he saw in front of him. This mask seemed to have some kind of magic. He felt something was wrong, as if he was about to lose control, so he immediately took out a prop card from his pocket, handed it to the man in the bullhead mask, and said in a deep voice, "I want to use this S-level prop card surprise." The man with the bullhead mask took the prop card, checked it carefully, nodded to him, and then ordered him to turn around. The next moment, Jiang Yu turned around and felt a needle P*** K his neck and fainted again. At the same time, the game venue is located in an abandoned building. In a room in the corner of the first floor, 4 cat players woke up one after another. The last one to wake up was number 18 Chen Wen. She rubbed her head, frowned, and cursed in a low voice. "Damn you two, I just got the props and I was knocked out. What a headache." At this moment, a cold reminder sounded from somewhere in the room. "Hello, players. Welcome to the hide-and-seek game venue. Your current location is room 101 on the first floor. Hunter players will wake up in room 601 on the 6th floor in 10 minutes. Please be prepared and hide in time. In addition, each of you has a mobile phone that can be used to check tasks, communicate, etc. I wish you good luck." Hearing this, everyone fumbled around to find a cell phone. It was an old keypad phone. In this day and age, such antiques are rarely seen. Player number 18, Chen Wen, played with her phone for a while, then looked down at it, frowned, and said, "This phone has no signal. It only has 3 functions. The first is the taskbar, which displays your tasks. The second is the chat bar, where you can type and communicate with other players. The third is the radar, which displays the specific coordinates of other cat players. What are you going to do now? Tell me what you think." Player number 5, Yi Tengwen, stood up and suggested, "I think we should cooperate to have a chance to survive. According to the rules mentioned by the pig-faced man, there are only 2 ways. First, complete the task and leave from the top door in advance. Second, complete the task and hide until the end of the game. I think the first way is teamwork, and the second way is to fight alone. If everyone chooses to fight alone and only cares about protecting themselves, I believe player 6 will find us one by one and eliminate us." In the corner, an old man with a gloomy face was number 25 Kyan Luanying. He leaned against the wall, hunched over, with a sharp look in his eyes. He slowly said, "Yes, I participated in the game with the guy number 6. He was a scary guy. I agree with the suggestion of player no. 5. But I think the premise of cooperation should be trust. Why don't we make our tasks public? This will help us help each other and complete the tasks as soon as possible. What do you think?" Just then, a sudden voice interrupted him. "No, I don't trust any of you, especially you, old man. You don't look like a good person. I'm leaving." In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out. As she approached, her face gradually revealed itself in the dim light. This person was player number 12. She frowned, her eyes a little cold, and glanced at the old man number 25. After saying that, she opened the door and left without hesitation, leaving the other 3 people embarrassed. ***ch, if it weren't for the pig face rule, I would have taught you a lesson." Old man no. 25 looked at the back of number 12 as he left, his face full of resentment, and spat fiercely on the ground. Since player 12 won't cooperate, everyone will have to do their own tasks and hide until the end of the game. "Good luck." Chen Wen looked at number 12's departing back, sneered, and left, etc. At this time, the old man number 25 behind her called her. "Anything else?" Chen Wen looked a little unhappy and turned around to ask. "Everyone can fight on their own, but I suggest that you break all the lights on each floor first. In the dark, we can hide better." Old man number 25 said in a deep voice, "Well, you are as cunning as ever. I agree with that. I will go and smash those light bulbs later." Chen Wen's eyes lit up. She nodded and agreed, then turned and left. "Alas, I think it will be difficult for me to survive in this game with my body size. I'll quickly find a place to hide. Bye, old man." Yi Tengwen looked down at his belly. The fat was about to burst his clothes. He frowned deeply, sighed, and quickly left the room. At this moment, only Old Man No. 25 was left in the room. He took out his mobile phone again and looked at the task on it carefully. Task 1. Turn off the main power switch on the 6th floor to cut off the power to the iron door leading to the 7th floor. His eyes moved. A gleam of light flashed out, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, he had an idea and left the initial room. Soon, 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu woke up in a daze in the room. He felt his head was a little heavy and stood up by holding the wall. His consciousness gradually became clear, but his vision was still narrow. Through the cracked mirror of the cabinet in front of him, he saw a man wearing a deer head mask in the mirror. He immediately recalled what had happened before, frowned, and fumbled around. He found his pistol, sickle, flashlight, and transparent bag. He should be in the game venue of hide and seek, which is the abandoned building mentioned by the man with the pig-faced mask, but he doesn't know which room he is in. The hunting game officially begins. At the same time, a few lines of text appeared in the chat bar of all cat players' mobile phones. Warm reminder. The hunter player has awakened and the game has officially begun. The game lasts 60 minutes. The cat player should complete the task as soon as possible to escape from the abandoned building in advance. If you cannot leave early, please hide and wait for the countdown to end. Because the hunter player's mission is to cut off your heads. Good luck. Jiang Yu looked around the room he was currently in. It was a shabby room with peeling walls and mildew. A shaky light bulb hung from the ceiling, emitting a faint light. There was only an old wardrobe in the room with the door half open, revealing the worn-out clothes inside. Various garbage was scattered on the floor, including some newspaper scraps, empty bottles, and broken plastic bags. In the corner were some worm-eaten wooden boards and a rusty iron barrel. The air was filled with a musty smell. He pushed open the door of the room, walked out, and looked back at the house number. This was room 601. On the left was a long corridor, and on the right was a staircase leading to the 7th floor from the 6th floor. There was a smell of decay in the air, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, like a dead place. The old clock on the wall had long stopped ticking, dust and cobwebs accumulated in the corners, and a broken notice board was posted on the wall of the stairwell. Strangely, the staircase leading from the 6th floor to the 7th floor was blocked by an iron door with a sign on it. Connected to high voltage, do not touch. He had a blank expression on his face, clenched the sickle in his hand, and slowly walked towards the corridor on the left. Suddenly, he remembered something, held onto the railing of the corridor, and looked down. He saw that it was pitch black below, with only a faint light reminding him that he was on a high floor. Jiang Yu looked up and saw the silver moon in the sky, which was so beautiful. He pulled back his body, pricked up his ears, and became extremely alert. His current mission was to find those cat players, cut off their heads, and eliminate them. He took his birth point as the starting point and searched each room one by one. The first time was a quick search. If there was any suspicious place, he would take a quick look. If there was no problem, he would continue to the next room. At the same time, each cat player acts on his own. Player number 5, Yi Tengwen, was hiding in the wall behind a cabinet in a room on the 3rd floor. When he was looking for a hiding place, he accidentally discovered that there was a big hole in the wall of the room, which could even accommodate his huge body. So he broke the light bulb in the room, pulled the wardrobe next to it to the big hole, cleaned and covered up the traces left around it, including footprints, etc. Then he found a rope to put around the wardrobe, got into the hole, and pulled the rope tight so that the wardrobe stuck to the wall. Then he slowly pulled out the rope and checked the position of the wardrobe to make sure there were no gaps that could be noticed by people outside. A perfect, enclosed hiding spot was thus formed. He tried to pull off the ring on his index finger with force, but the ring seemed to have taken root in his flesh and blood, becoming one with him, and could not be removed. If you force yourself to pull it out, you will only feel a piercing pain, as if you will faint from the pain at any time. He had no choice but to give up and took out his phone to check the task again. The light of the phone shone on his face, looking a little creepy in the dark. Task 2. Find the key to the iron door on the 6th floor leading to the 7th floor. He rubbed his head, feeling a little headache, and cursed in his heart, "Where can I find it?" In such a big building, finding a small key is harder than climbing to the sky. Player number 18, Chen Wen, was hiding at the stairs at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor, listening carefully to the movements around her. She thinks differently from other players. She thinks hiding in a fixed place, such as a room. Once discovered, there is no chance of escape, and a better choice is to hide at the stairs and listen to the hunter's movements. Once you notice a hunter approaching, run away quickly and you still have a chance to survive. She took out her cell phone again and looked at the task on it. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. There was no tension on her face. It seemed that she had already made up her mind. She put the phone back into her pocket. Mission 3, find an intercom and get the password to the top floor door. Jiang Yu was searching quickly. Halfway through the room on the 6th floor, he heard lights flickering in the dark corridor, and suddenly a strange sound was heard. Squeaky, squeaky. He raised his flashlight and shone it in the direction, only to see a strange doll in a suit riding a small toy bicycle coming towards him and then stopping in front of him. The corners of the doll's mouth turned up, revealing a strange smile, and its eyes were empty and dark, as if staring at Jiang Yu. He was wearing a small black suit with a red bow tie, and the marks of stitches on his body were clearly visible. Jiang Yu noticed that there seemed to be something tied to the doll. He squatted down and took it off. It was an old tape recorder. He pressed the play button on the recorder, and immediately a female voice sounded. "Hello, Hunter. I'm player 12. You must be surprised to hear my voice. But I hope you can listen to me, because it determines whether you can win the game. Actually, I don't want to show up, but my mission is very strange. I need to help you eliminate the other 3 cat players in order to win the game. Otherwise, even if I hide until the end and fail to complete the mission, I will be eliminated. So, I have to take the initiative. I know you may not trust me, but I will still try to get your cooperation. I can tell you the exact location of player 5 as a token of my good faith. I secretly followed him, and according to the radar, he has not moved. Well, he's hiding in room 306 now. When you eliminate him and return to the 6th floor, I'll be happy to work with you further." Under the eerie deer head mask, Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. These words made him somewhat excited. He did not expect that no. 12 would be assigned a role similar to that of an insider. Could this be the skill effect of the S-level item card, Surprise? Before other cat players discover her identity as a traitor, she actually has a considerable advantage, so she might as well believe her for now. Because the cat player is prohibited from harming the hunter, he does not need to worry about the opponent harming him. Searching with a clear purpose is always better than searching randomly like a headless fly. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the 3rd floor. The lights in the corridor seemed to have been deliberately broken, and it was pitch black. He raised the flashlight and searched for the house number through the eyes of the deer head mask. Finally, he came to a room and the house number on it was 306. He didn't move for a long time. Finally, he sighed, kicked open the door of the room, walked in, and the flashlight swept across the scene in the room. The room looked even more dilapidated. There was a rotten smell in the air. The walls were covered with cracks of various sizes. Thick dust accumulated in the corners. There stood a shabby wardrobe in the corner. It seemed that no one had been there for a long time. In the middle of the room stood a tattered wooden table, on which lay a number of yellowed books cluttered. The covers of the books had faded and were covered with a thin layer of dust, through which some long-blurred handwriting could be vaguely seen. Next to the table, there was a wooden chair with peeling paint. One of its legs was broken, and it was placed casually aside. On the ground next to the wooden chair were a few pieces of moldy newspapers. The fonts on the newspapers had long been blurred, but they did not seem to be Huxia characters. Jiang Yu looked down and found some faint traces, although these traces seemed to have been deliberately covered up. After kicking away the debris, he saw a set of messy footprints, as if someone was looking for something in the house. Then, he saw traces of something being dragged. Player no. 12 did not deceive him. It really looked like someone had been here. Number 5, Yi Tengwen, was originally hiding in a large hole in the wall, bending and hunching his body to fit the shape of the hole. He was extremely cautious and did not dare to make any sound. At this moment, he suddenly heard the hunter's footsteps coming from the corridor, getting closer and closer, and every step beat the drum of war in his heart. Then, the footsteps seemed to stop outside the room where he was hiding, and he felt his heart beating wildly in his chest, almost bursting through his chest. He hurriedly held his breath, so nervous that even the air seemed to freeze. The silence outside the door was like a prelude to despair, which almost made him collapse. Then he heard a bang, the door was kicked open, and the hunter walked in. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating, his whole body was stiff, and he dared not make a sound. "How did you find this place so quickly? The game started a few minutes ago." Yi Tengwen's heart was filled with extreme confusion. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and continue hiding here, his heartbeat deafening like thunder in his ears. He heard the hunter pacing in the house. He became more and more uneasy and kept praying, "Go, leave quickly. Go quickly." At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated slightly. He was so scared that he almost screamed, but he covered his mouth and forced himself not to scream and quickly turned off the phone. He almost felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. At this time, he heard the hunter's voice, which was player number 6, Jiang Yu, with whom he had met before. "Come out, number 5, fatty. I know you are here, don't hide." Yi Tengwen's heart skipped a beat. How did the hunter know that someone was here? Moreover, he could even tell his player number accurately. Fear and confusion surged in his mind, and he clenched his teeth, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. He widened his eyes, held his breath, covered his mouth, and dared not make a sound. The other party must be deliberately deceiving him. He must not go out and must hide here. He made up his mind, clenched his teeth, curled up his body, and dared not move. But the next moment, the cabinet in front of him was kicked down by someone. He looked up and saw a scary man in a deer head mask standing in front of him, pointing a pistol and a flashlight at him in his left hand, a sickle shining with cold light in his right hand, and a transparent plastic bag tied around his waist. Fear instantly spread throughout his body, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. Then the man in the deer head mask raised his gun and pointed it at him. "Ah!" Yi Tengwen screamed, leaped out of the door, rushed out, and ran forward wildly. The ring on his finger made a shrill alarm sound. His steps were disorderly, his heart was pounding, and his vision was blurry. He didn't dare look back. He only heard the sound of gunfire, and the bullets whizzed past his ears like the whisper of death. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and stumbled to the ground. Yi Tengwen looked down and saw that his calf had been shot and blood had soaked his clothes. He endured the pain, stood up with the help of the wall, and limped forward. Tears flowed out unconsciously, blurring his vision. At this moment, the desire to survive is stronger than ever. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, and his strength was becoming increasingly exhausted. Finally, he fell near the stairs, but he crawled forward unwillingly, his face full of despair. "Why bother? This will only add to your suffering. It's better to die quickly and get rid of this game." A cold voice came from behind him. Yi Tengwen turned around and saw the man in the deer head mask watching him struggle coldly. "Jiang Yu, please let me go. You only need to eliminate 3 people. I helped you in the Abyss game before, and we even chatted. Do you remember me? I am the one with depression. Didn't you tell me to live well? Please go find someone else first. I don't want to die." Yi Tengwen turned around, crawled under Jiang Yu, hugged his calves. His face was already tearful and spoke in a pleading tone. He recalled that when he first met Jiang Yu, he looked only in his 20s and was extremely thin, as if he had been malnourished for a long time. But he looks clean and handsome and speaks in a very approachable manner. At that time, the other party also encouraged him to live well even though he was suffering from depression, which greatly encouraged him. "You helped me, thank you, but I still want to kill you. I'm sorry, but I also want to live." Jiang Yu squatted down, put the gun to Yi Tengwen's head, and pulled the trigger. The next moment, accompanied by a sharp gunshot, the latter fell in a pool of blood. In an instant, accompanied by the sound of gunfire exploding in my ears, it seemed as if a severe tinnitus occurred. Jiang Yu was in a trance. He felt a little strange, as if he didn't recognize himself. The pistol fell to the ground. He recalled the night he participated in the 100-meter abyss as if it was just yesterday. The fat man who was talking and laughing with him was now lying in a pool of blood, his eyes rolled back, his eyeballs bulging, his face full of despair, and he was clutching his ankles tightly. His mood was extremely complicated, with a hint of pity mixed in with his guilt, and a trace of humanity deep in his heart seemed to be awakened, but he quickly suppressed it. The gunshot also startled other players. Player No. 18, who was hiding at the stairs in the distance, seemed to sense it. She felt a bone-chilling chill and shivered. At this moment, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. She took it out and looked at it. Her eyes widened immediately. There was an extra task in the taskbar of her cell phone. Task 2, find the key to the iron door on the 6th floor leading to the 7th floor. However, she showed an intriguing expression and was not nervous. Instead, she slowly hid in the darkness and disappeared. After a long time, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a while, he finally stood up and his eyes became cold again. He leaned over and cut off Yi Tengwen's head, put it in a plastic bag around his waist, and tied it up. Then, he fumbled and found Yi Tengwen's cell phone. At this time, the phone automatically shut down and could not be turned on. It seems that the phone will lose its function after its owner is eliminated. He originally wanted to use the phone, but it seems there is no chance. After Jiang Yu finished tidying up, he walked back to the 6th floor. Player No. 12 did not lie to him. In that case, he might as well cooperate with the other party and eliminate players number 18 and number 25 one by one, then he can win the game. At the same time, Old Man No. 25 was in room 103 on the 1st floor. He found a rusty kitchen knife in the room, put it on his body, and then pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the movement. He reasoned that since the hunter was born in room 601 on the 6th floor, he would definitely search down floor by floor. This is the inertial thinking of human beings. It was impossible for a hunter to run to the 1st floor and then search upstairs one by one. Therefore, he hid on the 1st floor from the beginning and never left, while searching for some items that might be useful. His task was relatively simple, which was to turn off the main power switch on the 6th floor and cut off the power to the iron gate leading to the 7th floor. The location was relatively clear, and the switch must be somewhere on the 6th floor. Since no one else was going to cooperate, and didn't want to complete the task ahead of time and leave through the top door, he only needed to hide at the last moment, and then go to the 6th floor to turn off the switch to win the game. Therefore, he only needed to hide in the early stage. Therefore, he searched for items leisurely while observing the hunter's movements and whereabouts. The gunshots from upstairs just now startled him, but he quickly calmed down and continued to focus on finding valuable items that could interfere with the hunter's search. For example, he found a large number of beer bottle fragments in a room, so he spread them out in the corridor outside. This way, when a hunter came and stepped on the glass fragments, it would make a loud noise, and he would be alerted in advance and have time to escape. At the same time, Jiang Yu also returned to the 6th floor, where he had played the tape recorder. After waiting for a moment, a football slowly rolled out from the darkness and landed at his feet. Jiang Yu squatted down and found a note tied to the football. He took the note off, held up the flashlight, and looked at the words on it. Find player 25. He is currently on the 1st floor, moving slowly. Jiang Yu looked at the words on the note, crumpled it into a ball, threw it outside the building, and walked towards the 1st floor. Now player No. 12 is equivalent to half of his teammate, and he cannot let the other party be exposed, which will also help him continue to eliminate other cat players. However, it can also be seen that girl No. 12 is cautious enough and always avoids direct contact with Jiang Yu, for fear that the hunter will not believe her or eliminate her directly, increasing the number of eliminations by 1. Because, in this game, the hunter only needs to eliminate 3 cat players to win, and he doesn't need to care about her mission or her life or death. Old Man No. 25 is hiding in the last room on the 1st floor at the moment. He sticks his head out and looks out. This place is close to the stairs on the right. If the hunter comes down from the right, he can hear footsteps. If the hunter comes down from the left, he has enough time to escape. Because there are 10 rooms on each floor, and the corridor is long enough that it will take several seconds for the hunter to run over from the other side. After searching the last room, he gently pushed open the door, tiptoed out of the room, and walked towards the stairs. Next, he was going to search the 2nd floor. In the darkness, under the dim light, a man wearing a scary deer head mask just walked out from the corner of the stairs. The two looked at each other, and the other's mask seemed to be oozing blood. It was a pair of empty deer eyes, which looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Old man number 25 opened his eyes wide, breathing rapidly, and his voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. He wanted to shout, but found that he could not make any sound. He turned around and ran away. At this moment, the ring on his hand issued a shrill alarm at an inopportune time, reminding him of his location, but he didn't care. The first thing he had to do now was to get rid of the terrifying hunter. Jiang Yu shone the flashlight on the ground, but he was not in a hurry to chase after him, because he had just gone downstairs and was worried that the cat players would hear his footsteps, so he simply took off his shoes and threw them away. Unexpectedly, the corridor on the first floor was covered with broken glass fragments, like broken pieces of beer bottles. He was barefoot now, so it was really difficult to chase him. So he went up the stairs again and headed towards the fourth floor, where he had just put his shoes. At the same time, old man number 25 ran for his life all the way to the sixth floor. When he looked back and didn't see the hunter catching up with him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the dripping ring on his hand, gritted his teeth, took out the rusty kitchen knife from his waist, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and then he chopped his index finger fiercely. The kitchen knife was rusty and failed to cut through in one go. He seemed to have gone mad and kept cutting several times. The next moment, accompanied by drops of blood, his index finger with the ring fell to the ground, and the ring's alarm sounded quietly. The intense pain quickly spread throughout his body like an electric current. Old man number 25's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't make any sound. The indescribable pain made his face twisted out of shape. His forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. His body trembled violently. His knees could hardly support him, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Then he tried his best to pick up the severed finger, hunched over, and walked into the nearby room 601, which was the hunter's starting room. He fumbled for a black patterned box on the table, threw his fingers into it, and then took a piece of rag to wrap his left hand tightly. Although blood slowly seeped out of the white cloth, the bleeding stopped. Every movement made him almost faint from the pain, but he knew that now was not the time to rest. He leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. His face was full of pain, and sweat mixed with blood, making him look extremely miserable. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stood up, sticking his head out of the door to observe the surroundings. After making sure that the hunter was not nearby, he began to search carefully. Since he was already on the sixth floor, he might as well find the power switch and turn it off so that he could concentrate on hiding. He searched room by room. When he walked into room 607, he was nervously looking for the location of the main power switch when he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. His heart suddenly tightened. He turned around suddenly, only to find that it was the cold and beautiful girl number 12, who had her arms folded across her chest, leaning against the door, staring at him coldly. Old man no. 25 was surprised and a little relaxed, but still remained alert. He hunched over, tightly gripping the rusty kitchen knife in his hand, staring at number 12 unkindly, trying to read something from the other's expression. "*********************************************************************************************************************8 you scared me to death, why are you here?" he asked in a low voice, his voice trembling with pain. Number 12 chuckled, walked into the room, closed the door, and said coldly, "What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." Old man number 25 frowned and looked at number 12 suspiciously. "Why? Didn't you refuse to cooperate with us before? Humph, are you so kind?" "No." 12 shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I changed my mind. If you three idiots are eliminated too quickly, the hunters can focus more on finding me." Old man number 25 was silent for a moment and finally nodded. He knew that in this situation, temporary cooperation was the wisest choice. "My task is to find the main switch from the 6th floor to the 7th floor and turn it off." Number 12 chuckled and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I found the location of the switch on the 6th floor. I'll take you there." Old man number 25 was a little scared when he saw number 12 smile after a long time. He was a little suspicious at the moment and always felt that something was wrong, but his heart drove him to verify what the other party said. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Okay, take me to see it. If you didn't lie to me, an old man, I will help you complete the task later. Number 12 snorted coldly. We are all cat players and our goal is the same. Besides, I'm not a hunter. What's the benefit of lying to you? Come with me. After that, she walked to the side of the corridor. This sentence completely dispelled the doubts of old man number 25. Come to think of it, there was no need for the other party to lie to him. In this game, they were in the same boat and not in a competitive relationship. It was he who was too suspicious. However, being an experienced man, he remained alert the entire time, following girl no. 12 from a distance, walking at a leisurely pace. Girl number 12 brought old man number 25 to the end of the corridor, pointed to an iron switch box on the wall, and said, "The main switch for the 6th floor is here, but it's a bit high." "Ha ha ha, little girl, well done." The old man no. 25 laughed out loud and finally believed the girl number 12. It seemed that she did not deceive him. He picked up an iron rod from the corner, moved a chair, stood on the chair and tiptoed, and pried open the lid of the box with force. Inside were intricate wires and switches. Found it. Old man number 25 whispered, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He quickly checked the switch box and gently flipped the switch with his fingers. In an instant, the 6th floor fell into darkness. All the lights went out instantly. The corridor was pitch black with only the faint sound of wind in the distance. His phone vibrated, and he quickly took it out to see that the taskbar had changed. Task 1, turn off the main switch on the 6th floor to cut off the power to the iron door leading to the 7th floor. Completed. Good job, you little girl. He had just finished praising the other person when he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his back. He turned around in surprise and saw that number 12 was holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand, pointing it coldly at him. You. He had just said a word, when the next moment he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. He fell off the stool and fainted on the ground. What do you mean by you? I'm the traitor, you idiot. Originally, I prepared this short-acting tranquilizer gun for the hunters. If it weren't for this damn traitor mission. She snorted, quickly put away the tranquilizer gun, and hurried away, because the loud noise would definitely attract the hunter's attention, and he would come straight here. Jiang Yu had just put on his shoes when he heard a loud noise coming from upstairs, as if something was knocked down. He narrowed his eyes, picked up the sickle in his hand, and ran upstairs quickly. As long as there is a sound, it means there must be a player there. No matter who it is, he has to go and check it out first. When he got to the 6th floor, he saw a player lying on the ground. He used his flashlight to scan and found that it was old man number 25, who had participated in the death game, red, yellow, and green battle with him before. He had some impression of this old man, who claimed that his wife had cancer. At this moment, he fell to the ground as if he had been knocked unconscious. Moreover, his hands were wrapped in white cloth and a lot of blood seeped out of it, soaking the white cloth red. Jiang Yu looked around. There was only silence in the darkness. Who did it? He guessed in his mind that it should be player number 12. Based on the motive of the crime, number 12's task was to help him eliminate the other 3 players. There is only one possibility. That is, player number 12 lured old man number 25 here, and then knocked him out when he was not paying attention, and then handed him over to himself. Then he didn't need to be polite. Thinking of this, he stepped directly on the head of old man number 25 and swung his sickle. Poor old man number 25, he was smart all his life, but he didn't expect that he would fall for a little girl in the end. He was eliminated while in a coma and left without pain. After Jiang Yu dealt with old man number 25, he continued searching in the corridor. Only about 10 minutes had passed, and he still had more than 40 minutes. He only needed to eliminate one more cat player to win. Therefore, he was not too anxious and carefully checked all possible places where people might hide. Of course, if player no. 12 appeared again and provided him with clues, he would gladly accept them. He searched the 6th floor but found no trace, so he went to the 5th floor and continued searching. Not long after, he suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs, like a stool being accidentally kicked over. Someone. Jiang Yu let out a low cry and ran downstairs. After reaching the 4th floor, he ran towards the location of the previous sound, but found nothing. At this time, he heard the alarm sound from the ring, which seemed to come from somewhere on the 1st or 2nd floor. He ran towards the 1st floor again, tracking the source of the sound. At the same time, Player number 18, Chen Wen, was hiding in a corner of the 5th floor at the moment. When she heard the hunter's voice going away, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she took out her mobile phone, quickly typed a line of words in the chat bar, and sent it out. Player no. 12, I have tricked the hunter to the 2nd floor. I know you are on the 6th floor. I want to meet you and talk. Please wait for me there. Then she walked slowly towards the 6th floor. At this moment, she felt a vibration from her cell phone. She looked down and saw that player number 12 had replied to her message. No need, everyone should just fight on their own. I don't trust you, no. 18. Looking at this line of words, Chen Wen seemed to feel the cold tone behind the screen. She was not angry, but sneered and continued to type a line of words quickly. If you don't see me, you will definitely die. If you want to know why, just wait for me there. Then she continued to move towards the 6th floor, her face full of confidence, because she firmly believed that after she sent this message, number 12 would definitely meet her. I'm in room 609. The phone vibrated again. Chen Wen looked at it and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She had made the right bet. After arriving at room 609 on the 6th floor, she pushed open the door and walked in. The moonlight outside shone in through the window, sprinkling on the ground, forming a cool silver light. Girl number 12 was half hidden in the darkness, leaning against the wall. Her face was divided by light and shadow. One side was bright and the other side was hidden in the darkness. She stared at Chen Wen coldly, her arms folded across her chest, her eyes full of vigilance. What do you want from me? Chen Wen smiled slightly, took out a pistol, pointed it at the cold and beautiful woman number 12, and said, I want you to die. You won't kill me. The pig-faced man said that killing is forbidden. What do you want? The cold and beautiful girl number 12 looked at the black muzzle of the gun pointing at her. Her face remained calm, and she spoke calmly. However, she was a little panicked in her heart. The prop she received at the beginning, the anesthetic gun, only had one anesthetic needle, which had already been used. Of course I won't kill you, but I will kill someone with a borrowed knife. Chen Wen sneered and slowly approached the beauty no. 12. The next moment, she decisively pulled the trigger without any nonsense. With a few gunshots, number 12 fell to the ground. Her legs were shot and she could not stand or walk. At this moment, she was finally scared and felt the fear of death. She covered her bleeding calf and stared at Chen Wen, her body trembling slightly. She asked in confusion, What on earth are you going to do? What good will this do you? Chen Wen slowly squatted down. With an unseen indifference in her eyes, she fumbled around the body of beauty number 12, took out a mobile phone from her pocket, and then put her own phone in it. Then she looked at the struggling beauty number 12 and smiled with satisfaction. Do you really think that I was the last one to wake up? Actually, I was the first player to wake up. After checking everyone's tasks, I swapped my phone with yours, and then pretended to still be in a coma. At this moment, player number 12 opened his eyes wide, breathing rapidly. His eyes were full of disbelief and anger, and a huge wave of turmoil rose in his heart. It turned out that she was deceived, and player number 18 was the real traitor. I was used by her and completed the task of the traitor for her, helping the hunter eliminate other players. Then, the hunter will be attracted by the gunshots and will rush to the 6th floor immediately, where he will find himself lying in a pool of blood. Everything will be over. Tears welled up in the eyes of Beauty No. 12, her vision gradually blurred, endless regret and fear surged in her heart, and she felt a deep despair and helplessness. She hated herself for not discovering all this earlier. Before that, she was still complacent, thinking that she was quite smart and could play other people in the palm of her hand. She looked at number 18's departing back, her eyes filled with anger and resentment, but she was helpless. Jiang Yu followed the alarm sound of the ring and came to the 2nd floor. At this time, he discovered that the sound was actually made by a toy truck running at high speed. He frowned and ran after the toy truck, feeling a little angry. Who was playing tricks on him? Why did the toy truck make the ring's unique alarm sound? Jiang Yu squatted down and swept the flashlight over the toy car. His eyes widened. What was loaded on the truck was actually a bloody finger with a ring on it. No wonder the toy car would make an alarm sound when moving at a high speed. It turned out that it was installed on it. He felt a chill. Someone was using a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain to deliberately lure him. At this moment, several gunshots were suddenly heard from upstairs. Jiang Yu immediately rushed upstairs, climbed the stairs, and came to the location of the gunshot. He heard a painful groan, which seemed to come from room 609. He slowly pushed the door open and shone the flashlight, only to see beauty number 12 lying in a pool of blood with bullet wounds in both legs, unable to move. Who did it? Number 18. Why did she do it? Jiang Yu came to the other person, squatted down, stared at him coldly, and said in a deep voice, "He no longer has any sense of urgency. Currently, no. 12 has lost her ability to move. As long as she is eliminated, he will easily win the game." But he felt that everything was too weird, an indescribable feeling, as if he was being controlled by someone and was following a script. "Kill me, I won't tell you." The cold and beautiful girl number 12 closed her eyes and relaxed her whole body, as if she was ready to face death. Jiang Yu sighed and shot her in the head again to free her. Then he put the things he needed into a plastic bag. Walking out of the room, Jiang Yu put his hands on the railing of the corridor, looked up at the moon in the sky through the eyes of the deer head mask. It was still so beautiful as at the beginning. Jiang Yu did not look for player number 18 Chen Wen anymore, because it was no longer important. At present, he has eliminated 3 cat players and won the game. He just needs to wait quietly for the end of the game. The A-level exclusive prop card Speed was no longer useful. After the game was over, he could exchange it for a lower-level universal B-level prop card. Soon, 60 minutes passed. Somewhere in the abandoned building, a loudspeaker sounded. "The game is over. Hunters and remaining surviving cat players, please leave through the top floor gate." Jiang Yu came to the iron door on the 6th floor. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, pounced on Jiang Yu, and hugged him. Under the moonlight, he saw the other person clearly. It was player number 18, Chen Wen, with a look of joy on her face. "Number 6, we are the 2 who survived again. That's great. We are so destined to be together." Jiang Yu frowned slightly. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "What are you afraid of? The game is over." "I am not afraid of anything, female college student, but your deer head mask is really realistic. So scary. Is it made of a real deer head?" Number 18 Chen, when curiously touched the hood mask worn by Jiang Yu, feeling the material of the mask, and was amazed. Jiang Yu lowered his head and looked at number 18. For a moment, he was a little dazed. He actually felt that she looked a bit like Zhou Qingqing. The two seemed so similar. Her face is delicate and fair, with distinct features. There is a heroic look between her eyebrows. Her eyes are bright and firm, her nose is straight, and the corners of her mouth are slightly raised. She always has a confident smile on her face. In addition, she tied her hair into a high ponytail with a few strands of hair hanging slightly in front of her forehead, adding a touch of casual playfulness. Her overall temperament was fresh and refined, giving people a clean and neat feeling. "Stay away from me." Jiang Yu had an indifferent expression. After pushing her away, he turned and walked towards the top floor. The iron door leading to the 7th floor from the 6th floor also opened automatically. When I arrived at the center of the top floor, I saw a large door standing in the middle with an electronic code lock on the wall next to it. At this time, the door on the top floor opened automatically. Jiang Yu and No. 18 walked in. It was endless darkness inside, accompanied by a feeling of dizziness. When Jiang Yu woke up again, he was already in the hall. The pig-faced, masked man clapped his hands on the platform and said to Jiang Yu, "No. 6, this is the first time I've seen a player as fearless as you. You're still alive today. You're really lucky." Jiang Yu stood up and stared coldly at the pig-faced, masked man without saying anything. What he was thinking was, "I am just tough, I am also a cheat. If you have the guts, you can kill me." However, considering the overall situation, he still held back because he knew that angering the pig-faced masked man would not end well. The pig-faced masked man was not angry. Instead, he looked at the others and said excitedly, "Let us congratulate the players who won tonight, number 6, number 18. They have fulfilled the conditions for winning brilliantly. Congratulations to them. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to number 5, number 12, and number 25. There was warm applause from below, and everyone was looking at Jiang Yu and Girl No. 18, but everyone's eyes were so complicated and unpredictable. Some people are envious, some are indifferent, and more are silently hostile. The information of the god of gambling seed also came to Jiang Yu's mind. Absorbing the power of this life-threatening gamble, the host's memory was improved. The man with the pig-faced mask continued, "Well, as usual, we will give prop cards as rewards to the winner." He waved his hand, and two men with bull-headed masks stepped forward, each holding a stack of prop cards in their hands. Jiang Yu randomly drew a prop card and put it in his pocket expressionlessly. Then, he took out the A-level prop card and exchanged it for a B-level prop card. Chen Wen also received a reward prop card, which aroused the envy of others. Very good, today's game has ended. There are currently 21 players alive on the field. Please go back and rest. Tomorrow night's game is called Death Card. I wish you all good luck. By the way, in order to improve the diet of the pigs, I have specially prepared a box of snacks today. You can take them as you please. The pig-faced masked man said excitedly and clapped his hands. Immediately, the bull-headed men came out with a box of snacks, which contained fruits, spicy strips, potato chips, chewing gum, chocolate, etc. Immediately, many players rushed forward to grab the items, while some players felt that there was something fishy going on and did not believe that the pig-faced masked man would be so kind, so they suppressed their strong desire and walked towards the room. Jiang Yu had no interest in these snacks. He even saw little boy number 34 trying to grab the snacks, and he couldn't help but show some disgust in his eyes. He went down the stairs to the second floor and was about to go back to his room when he saw player number 1 leaning against the door with his hands in his pockets, looking at Jiang Yu approaching with a meaningful smile. "I have something to tell you. I believe you will be interested. This person is Shannon, the champion of the last 50-man death game. His silver hair and handsome face are his unique features, which remind people of co-sirs in comic conventions." "What's up?" Jiang Yu frowned and said with some caution. He didn't believe that number 1 would talk to him for no reason. In this game, everyone is an opponent and may stab him in the back at any time, so he needs to be extremely cautious. "Come in." Shen En opened the door, smiled slightly, and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Yu, which was extremely elegant. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. His intuition told him that this matter was very important to him. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yu was stunned, his eyes widened. It turned out that the place he lived in before was really a pigsty. The room of the same size, Shen En's room, had everything. There are all kinds of books on the bookshelves, ranging from classic literature to modern novels. There is even an exclusive fitness area with treadmills, dumbbells, etc., as well as a leisure area with coffee machines, movie screens, etc. It is simply luxurious. Is this guy here for vacation? 2 minutes later, Jiang Yu walked out of the room, frowning, looking a little depressed. He turned around through the crack in the door and asked, "Why are you telling me these things? Wouldn't it be better for you if you didn't say it?" Behind the door, Shannon said calmly, "I don't accept losing to you." After that, he slammed the door shut. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and walked towards the room. What a strange guy. However, what player 1 just told him was indeed of great help to him. After returning to the room, he ate a few pieces of dry bread. His eyes became more and more blurry. He took a few sips of water again, took a shower, and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. What player 1 told him was so shocking that he sighed and decided not to dwell on it anymore. Since he couldn't sleep, Jiang Yu simply sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and recalled the game he played that night. After quick reasoning, the truth gradually emerged in his mind. The cool beauty number 12 first told no. 5 Yi Tengwen's position and guided him to eliminate number 5. Then, she told him the location of old man number 25. When he went to the first floor to chase old man No. 25, he accidentally forced him to the 6th floor. The old man was afraid that the alarm sound from the ring would attract him, so he actually cut off his own finger. He is quite a ruthless person. But he didn't know how he was fooled by beauty number 12. When he reached the end of the corridor, she suddenly attacked him from behind, and he fainted on the ground, thus making a loud noise. He also quickly rushed to the 6th floor and dealt with old man number 25. While he continued searching, A ring alarm suddenly sounded on the second floor, and someone put old man number 25's finger on the toy car. He was lured to the second floor and found the severed finger and ring on the toy car. At this time, gunshots were heard from upstairs. When he rushed upstairs, player number 12 had already fallen in a pool of blood with bullets in both legs. Number 12 would never shoot himself in the leg. If she didn't want to live from the beginning, she wouldn't have helped him eliminate players 5 and 25. Her desire to survive was strong, and she had no motive. And most importantly, he didn't find the gun at the scene. Therefore, the player number 12 must have been shot by Chen Wen number 18, but why did Chen Wen do this? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure it out. It didn't make sense. Could it be that Chen Wen was also a traitor? Her mission was to shoot number 12. No, there was a traitor among the 4 cat players. For the cat players, the difficulty was already great enough. There was absolutely no way there could be 2 traitors. So what was Chen Wen's motivation to do this? Suddenly, a bold idea came to Jiang Yu's mind, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Could it be that Chen Wen woke up first, then swapped her phone with number 12 and continued to pretend to be unconscious? After waking up, player number 12 thought he was a traitor and helped Chen Wen complete the task instead. In this way, Chen Wen not only avoided the risk of direct contact with the hunter, but also successfully completed the task. She only needed to deal with player no. 12 at the end, and then hide until the game countdown ended, and she would win. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Player number 18, Chen Wen, was indeed not as simple as she seemed. She was actually an extremely scheming woman. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, after watching several death games, her psychology gradually changed and began to become distorted. This also made him more cautious, and he once again lamented the complexity of human nature. Wasn't he the same? I am a hypocritical person, a selfish person who does whatever it takes to survive. So what qualifications do I have to judge others? Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't checked the prop card yet. What function of the prop card did he draw after winning the game this time? S-level item card, rebound. Introduction, absolute defense from the gods, impeccable. Using this prop card, you can defend and rebound all negative effects, including damage, point deduction, game penalties, etc. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. He actually drew another god-level prop card. Although there were many S-level prop cards, the function of this prop card should be one of the strongest among the S-level prop cards. It was just like the S-level prop card, absolutely ineffective, and he excitedly pressed the prop card under his pillow. Then he took out the second prop card. This is an A-level exclusive prop card, which can be exchanged for a B-level prop card after the game is over. B-level item card, reduction. Introduction. When using this prop card, half of the points can be reduced when they are deducted or forcibly transferred. Note, the prop card with 0 points is not subject to this restriction. Jiang Yu lay down, his eyelids seemed to be fighting, becoming extremely heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep without knowing it. When he woke up again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon of the next day. He felt a splitting headache. He had no idea how many nightmares he had last night, and they were more or less related to what player 1 had told him. He felt a little bored, so he sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. He picked up an old game console from the cabinet beside the bed and played for a while. Time passed, and it was finally time for the game in the evening. At 7:30 in the evening, the electronic screen clock on the wall made a harsh, dingling sound. A familiar broadcasting voice rang out in the room. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. Jiang Yu got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked towards the hall. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for today's game. What kind of game is the death card that dares to be named after the god of death? 8 o'clock in the evening. All the players have gathered in the hall. Compared with the beginning of the game, there are obviously fewer players now, and the crowd is gradually becoming sparse. Each player kept a distance of at least 1 meter between each other, and everyone looked alert, wary of others around them. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the podium on time. As usual, he greeted all the players with a weird laugh. Hey, everyone, good evening. Tonight's game is called Death Card. It is a very simple game. Next, I will announce the rules of the game. Please listen carefully. I will only explain it once. All the players looked at the pig-faced masked man. Although they hated this face very much, as it concerned the rules of their survival, everyone was extremely serious. They pricked up their ears and listened attentively, afraid of missing a word or even a sentence. The pig-faced masked man read out the rules. His voice was still cold, as if he was reading out the rules of death. Game name. Death card. Participating players, 4 people. Game duration, 30 minutes. Game introduction. After the game starts, 4 players each receive a death card. Then, a player is randomly selected to become the blindfolded player. The blindfolded person needs to be blindfolded and unable to see anything around him. The other 3 players can choose whether to place the death card in front of the blindfolded person. After placing the cards, the blindfolded player will take off the blindfold and guess which player placed the death card in front of him. If the blindfolded player guesses wrong, he will be eliminated directly. If the blindfolded player guesses right, the player who placed the death card will be eliminated. Rule 1. Before the game officially starts, there is a 3-minute pre-game session, during which each player can speak once. Rule 2. Each blindfolded person can be placed without a death card and can be placed with at most 1 death card. Victory condition. The game continues in rounds until there are only 2 players left on the field. The pig-faced masked man paused for a moment, then looked in Jiang Yu's direction and spoke again. I have explained the rules. Everyone, are there any players who would like to sign up for the game? By the way, even if you sign up for the game, you will not receive item cards in the future. In the crowd, Jiang Yu frowned. The last sentence was obviously directed at him. In the past, every time he took the initiative to sign up, he would receive a reward, which was an exclusive prop card. Now, even this last benefit is gone. The man with the pig-faced mask must be trying to disgust him on purpose, but Jiang Yu is helpless. Even if there is no prop card reward, he will risk his life to sign up. Because he had a strong feeling that if he did not participate in the death game for 1 or 2 days and did not gain energy, the seed of the god of gambling would wither. And he will die too. I'll sign up. So, Jiang Yu raised his hand again, and the expressions of others looking at him changed. Before, they were full of admiration, but now most people were a little confused. If Jiang Yu had signed up before in order to accumulate item cards and gain an advantage in the later stages, now that he signed up without any reward, it was hard to understand why he was so fearless. Very good, no. 6. Happy gaming. The man in the pig-faced mask clapped his hands and laughed weirdly again, which made people feel a little creepy. Are there any other players who have signed up? If not, I will randomly select players to participate. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the people below the stage. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid that the pig-faced masked man would misunderstand them and think that they wanted to participate in the game. Everyone prayed not to be picked. Oh, I'm so disappointed. It seems that we can only randomly draw players. Please look at the big screen. The man in the pig-faced mask sighed and pointed at the large electronic screen on the wall. All the players looked at the screen. Most of the 50 avatars on it were marked with red crosses. Only a few players' avatars were still flashing vividly. As the avatar lockbox scrolled quickly, 3 other gamers were soon selected, namely players No. 10, number 18, and number 45. Please all the selected gamers stand in front. The pig-faced masked man ordered. Several people walked out and stood in front of the team. Player No. 10 was a middle-aged man, tall and straight, wearing a pair of frameless glasses with sharp and focused eyes. Player number 18 is Chen Wen. Jiang Yu is very familiar with her. The two have participated in many games together. This time it is such a coincidence again. Seeing that she was chosen, Chen Wen was not afraid. Instead, she rushed to Jiang Yu with excitement, threw herself on him, hugged him, and said excitedly, "Great, Jiang Yu, we are going to play games together again." Jiang Yu frowned and pushed her away. Please have some sense of boundaries. Oh, you cold fellow. Chen Wen was so angry that she squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and made circles. Player number 45 was obviously much thinner than the other players, with pale skin, sunken cheeks, and dark circles under his eye sockets. His eyes showed endless fatigue and despair, and his lips were chapped and almost bloodless. What is strange is that his right shoulder is raised high, higher than his shoulders, as if it were a congenital deformity. The green sportswear looked baggy on his thin body, but bulged out at his right shoulder, as if something the size of a football was hidden beneath the clothes. His figure looked extremely uncoordinated, making people feel a little creepy, but among so many death games, this was the first time he was drawn, so he was considered lucky. Dear players, please note that to ensure that the game is not disturbed by other players, I will have someone take you to a separate room to play this death game. Please be prepared. The man in the pig-faced mask waved his hand, and immediately several of his men came to Jiang Yu and others and blindfolded them. Jiang Yu and others were knocked unconscious. When he woke up again, he found himself in a simple room with mottled walls and dim yellow lights, which looked deserted and eerie. In the center of the room is an old wooden square table, surrounded by 4 equally worn wooden chairs. Each chair has obvious signs of wear and tear, revealing years of use. There was an old-fashioned light bulb hanging from the ceiling, which kept crackling and flickering. The light cast an eerie shadow in the room, as if it would go out at any moment. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell mixed with the scent of rusted metal, which made people shudder. A small surveillance camera was installed in the corner of the room. The cold lens silently watched everything in the room and recorded every subtle movement. Jiang Yu rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache, and randomly selected a chair, pulled it open, and sat down. He was already very familiar with this action. Number 18 Chen Wen sat on the left of Jiang Yu and greeted him with a smile. Player number 10 sat directly opposite Jiang Yu. Player number 45 sat on the right side of Jiang Yu. He looked unwell and groaned in pain from time to time. The iron door of the room opened slowly with a sharp creaking sound, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. Everyone felt a chill all over their bodies. They turned around and saw a bull-headed referee walking in with heavy steps. He was holding a heavy iron box in his hand. The metal surface of the box had a cold luster. The bull-headed referee walked straight to the center of the room without any unnecessary movements and placed the iron box heavily on the table. A low, muffled sound was heard, and everyone's heart trembled. Everyone stared at the iron box, curious about what was inside. Under the gaze of everyone, the bull-headed referee slowly opened the iron box. In the box were 4 exquisite cards, each with a terrifying Grim Reaper pattern printed on it. The Grim Reaper is dressed in a black robe, with his white skeletal hands faintly visible under the robe, holding a sharp sickle in his hands. The face of the Grim Reaper is hidden in the deep black shadows, leaving only his empty eye sockets, as if he could look directly into the deepest fear in people's hearts. There was also a black eye mask and a round turntable in the iron box. All the players held their breath and stared at these props, with an inexplicable fear and uneasiness rising in their hearts. The bull-headed referee took out the death card from the iron box and distributed it to the 4 players. Each of them looked at the death card in their hand with a stiff expression, feeling a little nervous and suffocated. Jiang Yu pinched the edge of the death card tightly between his thumbs and index fingers, lowered his head, and stared at the pattern on the card. His eyes focused on the death's empty eyes. Under the light, his hands seemed to be shaking slightly, and the card swayed slightly in his hands, but he forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and suppressed the nervousness in his heart. He must win this game. Even though he has participated in many death games, even though he has the system bonus, even though his heart is getting stronger and stronger, even though he is becoming more and more mature and stable, he still feels an inexplicable tension before each game starts. After all, this is a death game, a thriller game where you risk your life. The bull-headed referee took out the round turntable again and placed it in the center of the table. There was a pointer on the turntable. At this moment, it was facing the empty area between Jiang Yu and number 18. Then, he took out the black eye mask and held it in his left hand. He glanced at everyone and said coldly, "The game has officially begun. Now is the pre-match session. Players, please put the death card in your pocket and speak in order of player number. Each player must not speak for more than half a minute. Number 6 will speak first." Jiang Yu's expression was grim, his brows slightly furrowed. He crossed his hands at his chin, resting his elbows on the table, looking at the others, and said coldly, "I have always actively signed up for the death game, and there is a reason why I am still alive. Don't try to place the death card on me, you will suffer the consequences. His eyes were cold and sharp, lingering on each player's face for a moment. There was an unquestionable majesty in them, which made the atmosphere in the whole room solemn. Then it was player number 10's turn. He was not intimidated by Jiang Yu's intimidation. He smiled and said calmly, "In that case, I'll say a few words. Actually, I'm a psychologist, specializing in criminal psychology. Don't try to fool me with any of your little moves. Every look, expression, behavior, and movement of yours will be captured by me. So, if anyone dares to place a death card on me, be prepared to be eliminated." Then, it was number 18 Chen Wen's turn. She seemed a little overwhelmed. She frowned and thought for a while. After a pause, she said, "Although I'm not as good as you, women's intuition is very strong. You'd better not give me the death card, otherwise you will regret it." Finally, it was player 45's turn. Surprisingly, he just waved his left hand and said impatiently, "I don't have anything to say. Let's get started." The bull-headed referee nodded, glanced at everyone, and continued, "The game officially begins. It is now the first round. I will spin the wheel to select the first blindfolded person. Please be ready. In addition, if the pointer falls in an unmanned area, spin the wheel again." He stretched out his hand and quickly moved the pointer. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the pointer spun rapidly, gradually slowed down, and finally stopped in front of player number 10. Player number 10 smiled slightly, pushed his frameless glasses, stood up, and said calmly, "It seems that I am the first blindfolded person. I hope you will consider your choice carefully and don't regret it." The bull-headed referee walked behind player number 10 and put a black eye mask on him. Then he returned to his previous position, glanced at everyone, and said, "First round, the blindfolded player is ready. Players, please decide within 1 minute whether to place a death card on player number 10. The countdown begins." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more tense, and everyone held their breath, as if they were faced with a life or death decision. Jiang Yu stared down at the death card in his hand, wondering whether to make a move in this round. His intuition told him that it might be wiser to wait and see what other players would do. Chen Wen frowned, looked at number 10, and then looked at the death card in her hand, as if she recalled what number 10 had said before. In the end, she decided to hold back. Player number 45 glanced around coldly, and seeing that the other two did not take any action, a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes, and he quickly placed the death card in his hand in front of player No. 10. Jiang Yu and Chen Wen were both a little surprised. They didn't expect that player number 45 would take action in the first round. This was completely different from the conservative thinking of most people. He was so radical. After the countdown ended, the bull-headed man took off the blindfold of player number 10, then pointed at the other three and said, "Player number 10, you have been placed with a death card. You now have 3 minutes to ask any question. The player being asked must answer, whether it is true or false, and cannot remain silent. If you fail to find the player who placed the death card for you, you will be eliminated directly." At this moment, Jiang Yu's sitting posture seemed somewhat relaxed. He kept stroking the chair with his right hand, as if he was thinking about something. His expression was still calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. No. 18 Chen Wen rested one elbow on the table, constantly playing with her hair, as if she was a little bored and looked elsewhere. Player number 45 curled up, looking extremely painful, groaning faintly, staring blankly ahead. Player number 10 gently pushed up his glasses with his index finger. A shrewd gleam flashed in his eyes. He glanced around and his gaze finally stopped on player number 18, Chen Wen. "Number 18, look at me. Why did you give me the death card? You don't dare to look me in the eye, is it because you feel guilty?" His tone was cold and questioning. "I don't dare to look you in the eye. That's just because I was staring at the wall in a daze. It was really not me who placed the death card there." Number 18, Chen Wen seemed to be so angry that she laughed. She turned around and stared at number 10 and denied it. After hearing this, player 10 thought for a moment, then a smile suddenly appeared on his face and his tone became gentle. "It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Then he retracted his smile, quickly turned to look at Jiang Yu, and suddenly said, "No. 6, why do you think number 45 placed a death card for me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Maybe it's because he doesn't like you and hopes you die soon." Player no. 10 smiled meaningfully and did not respond, but nodded slightly to Jiang Yu. Then, he turned to the bullhead referee, raised his hand confidently and said, "Referee, I already have the answer. Can you announce it now?" The bull-headed referee was a little surprised. He pointed at player 45 and confirmed, "You haven't asked player 45 yet. Are you sure you want to announce the answer directly? If you guess wrong, you will be eliminated directly." Player 10 shook his head firmly and said decisively, "No need, I already know the answer. No need to waste time." Player number 18 Chen Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew it just like that? How did he know that? He knew the answer after just 2 simple questions. The bull-headed referee nodded and said, "In that case, player number 10, please announce the answer." Player number 10 pointed his right index finger at player number 45 without hesitation and said firmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the person who placed the death card is player no. 45. Haha, that's right, it was me who put it there." Player number 45 looked at player number 10. Without showing any fear, he let out a creepy giggle. The bull-headed referee looked at player 45 and said indifferently, "In the first round, player 10 is blindfolded, and player 45 places the death card on player 10. Player 10 guesses the correct answer, so player 45 is eliminated." Player number 45 closed his eyes and whispered something, so quietly that only he could hear it. "Finally, I'm free." The next moment, accompanied by a sharp dripping sound, number 45's collar exploded. Jiang Yu and the others dodged quickly, but it was too late. Their sleeves were splashed with blood, but fortunately it didn't splash on their faces. However, several people were already numb to this situation and sat back at the table. No. 45's body had fallen to the ground, and his right shoulder revealed something that was originally covered by his clothes, a huge tumor growing on number 45's right shoulder. "Is this osteosarcoma?" No. 18 Chen Wen covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, you know him." Jiang Yu was a little surprised because the other party said a term that he didn't quite understand. "It's a malignant tumor, which is what we often call cancer. However, a malignant tumor that grows in a place like the bone cannot be called bone cancer, but can only be called osteosarcoma. In fact, I used to be a nurse, and we taught this in class, the postoperative care of malignant bone tumors." Now, 18 Chen Wen suddenly became talkative and kept talking to Jiang Yu as if her chatterbox had been opened. No wonder. He looks so pale and tries so hard to hide his pain. It should be caused by this disease. So he just wants to end the game early. Jiang Yu muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Yes, it looks like osteosarcoma on the right humerus. It's about to break the skin. How painful it must be." Chen Wen agreed. The bull-headed referee stretched out his hand to interrupt the conversation between the two. "Please keep quiet, players. The next round of the game will begin now." Jiang Yu and Chen Wen immediately stopped communicating. As the pointer turned, this time, the pointer on the turntable stopped on number 18 Chen Wen. She widened her eyes and looked a little unbelievable. Before she could react, the bull-headed referee had already walked behind her, put a black blindfold on her, and said, "Second round, the blindfolded are ready. Players, please decide within 1 minute whether to place the death card for player number 18. The time begins." Chen Wen was blindfolded at the moment, with darkness in front of her. She felt an unknown fear, as if the god of death was circling around her, holding up a scythe, wondering whether to reap her soul. No wonder this game is called Death Card. Only those who are blindfolded can feel the fear of being in the situation. Once the death card was placed on her, it was equivalent to being declared dead. The air seemed to become somewhat solidified, making her feel suffocated. This minute was so long that her body was tense, as if a century had passed. When the bull-headed referee took off her blindfold again, she felt a little exhausted and limp, finally free. To her surprise, there was no death card on her desk. She looked at Jiang Yu and player 10 with a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Ah, you didn't give me the death card? Why?" Jiang Yu did not say anything, but smiled slightly. During the minute that Chen Wen was blindfolded, he and player number 10 just sat face to face quietly, looking at each other, and no one made a move. "Because I want to take the initiative of life and death into my own hands." Player no. 10 looked at Chen Wen with an elegant smile. He did not hide anything, but expressed his inner thoughts generously. What a coincidence, me too. Jiang Yu smiled. The bull-headed referee interrupted everyone's conversation again and announced. In the second round, player 18 is blindfolded. No one has placed a death card. Player 18 survives. Now the next round of the game begins. After that, he turned the pointer of the turntable on the table, and its speed went from fast to slow, stopping at player no. 10 and then slid to player number 18, and the speed became slower and slower, and finally it pointed at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu remained calm. He knew that sooner or later he would be chosen to be blindfolded, and he had already prepared himself. The bull-headed referee came behind Jiang Yu, put a black blindfold on him, and announced the start of the game. Round 3, the blindfolded are ready. Players, please decide within 1 minute whether to place the death card for player no. 6, the countdown begins. Jiang Yu felt that there was darkness in front of him, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. He could only vaguely hear faint breathing. However, his heart was extremely calm, like the surface of a lake at night, because everything is under his control. The countdown ended, the man in the bullhead mask took off his black eye mask, and Jiang Yu regained his sight. He looked down and saw a death card placed upright on the table. The death was holding up his scythe and staring at him. His empty and sinister eyes seemed to penetrate his soul and make people shudder. The bull-headed referee looked at Jiang Yu and repeated, "Player 6, you now have 3 minutes to ask questions. The player being asked must answer, whether it is true or false, and cannot remain silent." Jiang Yu looked at player no. 10 then turned to look at player number 18. After a moment of silence, he said directly, "Chen Wen, why did you place the death card for me?" Hearing this, Chen Wen became a little anxious. She waved her hands and shook her head to deny, "It wasn't me who put the death card there. Number 10 put it there for you, you guessed wrong." Jiang Yu did not respond, but turned to number 10 and asked, "No. 10, why do you think number 18 placed the death card for me?" Player number 10 was a little surprised, and his expression became subtle. He frowned slightly, then smiled meaningfully, paused and said, "Maybe it's because she doesn't like you and hopes you die soon." Jiang Yu asked the same question as player no. 10 and player number 10 gave the same answer as Jiang Yu. It gives people a weird feeling. Jiang Yu nodded, revealed a faint smile and said, "I think so too. Referee, I officially announce the answer. The one who placed the death card for me is player number 18. As he said that, he turned and looked at the bull-head referee. The bull-headed referee looked at number 18 Chen Wen and said coldly, "In the third round, no. 6 is the blindfolded player, and number 18 places the death card on number 6. Number 6 guesses the correct answer, so number 18 is eliminated." At this moment, Chen Wen suddenly revealed a smile of success, took out a prop card and held it up, saying loudly, "Wait, I want to use this prop card, and the target is number 6. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After the bull-head referee took the prop card, he looked at it carefully, then showed it to Jiang Yu and said coldly, "Player number 6, player number 18, use the S-level prop card puppet. The effect of this prop card is to select any player in the same game as your substitute, who will take any punishment on your behalf, including being eliminated. Therefore, the penalty for this round is transferred, player no. 6 is eliminated, and player number 18 survives." At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly raised his hand and interrupted the bull-head referee. "Wait, I also want to use the prop card." As he said, he took out a prop card with a calm face and handed it to the bull-head referee. The bull-masked referee was a little surprised. After taking the prop card, he checked it and looked at player 18 again. He said, "I'm sorry, player 18, player 6 used the S-level prop card rebound. The triggering effect of this item card is to rebound all negative effects. Therefore, your puppet item card is invalid. In this game, you will still receive the elimination penalty." Chen Wen's face was filled with disbelief. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Jiang Yu, and said in shock, "How is this possible? How can you have a prop card with this function?" Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, looked at her, and said lightly, "Everything is possible." Chen Wen's eyes widened as she murmured, "I knew this might happen, and I expected it. But I bet you didn't have this powerful card anymore. but I didn't expect you still had it. Jiang Yu looked calm. What Chen Wen said was indeed correct. He did not have many cards left, only 3 prop cards. The first one was an S-level item card, the S-level item card death-free card, obtained at the beginning of the game. However, that death-free card had conditional restrictions and was only applicable to point-based games. This death game had nothing to do with points, so it could not be used. The second one was an S-level rebound item card, which he drew after the last game of hide and seek. The third one was the B-level prop card reduction that he exchanged for the A-level exclusive prop card after the hide-and-seek game was over. The effect was that it could reduce half of the deducted and transferred points. But he was incredibly lucky, as the second S-level item card happened to come in handy in this game and played a crucial role. The Minotaur referee interrupted the conversation between the two and announced, "Please be quiet. In the third round, player number 18 will be eliminated." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yu interrupted him again and said, "Don't rush to eliminate him. Since the game time is not over yet, I want to talk to player no. 18, okay." The bull-headed referee was stunned for a moment. Someone interrupted him twice in a row. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. At this time, an instruction came from the intercom. He could only helplessly say, "Okay." At this moment, Chen Wen slumped in the chair, looking at Jiang Yu with a confused look on her face. She asked puzzledly, "I lost, but how did you know it was me from the beginning? You would rather doubt me directly than consider no. 10, even though we fought side by side in the Eightfold Gate of Life and Death before. Besides, I said, I won't target you." Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are also a member of the Hunter Alliance, right?" Chen Wen was not surprised when she heard this. Instead, she nodded and admitted generously, "Yes, I am indeed a member of the Hunter Alliance. In this game, you are our alliance's #1 prey. How did you know?" Jiang Yu continued, "After the last game of hide and seek, player no. One Shen En found me and told me something. That is, you once found him and persuaded him to join the Hunter Alliance. Only by killing me can he have a chance to retain the title. You naively believe that since player 1 was defeated by me before, he must hate me very much and will most likely join your Hunter Alliance. But you are wrong. That strange guy wants to fight me again in an open and honest way and win back." Chen Wen's eyes widened and she murmured, "I see. No wonder you chose me instead of no. 10 at the beginning." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Actually, that's not the case. Even if Shen En didn't tell me those words, I would still choose you. Because I told you I don't trust anyone." He paused, then continued, "You know player number 36, Zhang Tianxiang, right?" Hearing this, girl number 18 turned pale instantly and cried out, "Ah, how did you know?" Number 36, Zhang Tianxiang and Jiang Yu did not have many interactions. The first time was in the 100-meter abyss game, when the opponent threw stones at him and hit him on the head, leaving a big bump. The second time was in the game Saw. The opponent robbed his room number 4. Naturally, he would not let the opponent go and let him die painfully in that game. Jiang Yu did not keep the secret and slowly explained. After all, he is a very famous legal UP host on H Station, and he is good at fighting teaching. I also often watch his videos and have followed him. At first, I didn't think too much about it, but after the game Saw, I noticed that you seemed to have cried. Although you tried your best to hide it, you could still see the sadness in your expression. I started to recall the details from before and found that you always stood very close to know 36 Zhang Tianxiang, but pretended not to know each other. Moreover, you two look somewhat similar. After that, I started to keep an eye on you, and later, I found that you seemed to be actively showing your affection to me. I wanted to see what you were really trying to do and what your real purpose was. I have never let down my guard against you. Player 1's words only helped verify my guess. If I am not mistaken, your purpose in doing this is revenge, right?" After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he stared at Chen Wen sharply, as if he wanted to see through her heart. Chen Wen collapsed in the chair and cried in pain. After a long while, she slowly said, "That's right, my name is not Chen Wen. My real name is Zhang Wen. Player number 36, Zhang Tianxiang, is actually my brother. In the Saw game, you killed him and made him die in extreme pain. I hate you so much that I want to cut you into pieces, but I know that you must have some trump card to keep surviving in this cruel death game. So I disguised myself, tried to be nice to you, and kept trying to get close to you and find your weaknesses. But I gradually found that I actually started to like you a little bit and had a good impression of you. Isn't it ridiculous? Zhang Wen smiled bitterly and continued. I read a book before, which mentioned that humans would admire and love the strong in dangerous environments. Perhaps I have fallen into this emotion. I spent a long time trying to get myself out of this emotion, and kept planning to kill you and avenge my brother. Finally, after the game of hide and seek ended, I received a reward of an S-level prop card puppet, which can transfer the punishment to the players in the same game. A bold idea came to my mind. As long as I receive the elimination penalty for failing the game, I can transfer it to you and make the collar on your neck explode. I know you're very smart. If I took the initiative to sign up for the death game, you might become suspicious of me. So I've been waiting to be randomly selected, waiting for the next opportunity to play the same game with you. I didn't expect that I would be picked again in this death card game so soon. I am so happy because I can finally kill you. Jiang Yu's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, So, you told me before that player 7 would harm me, and you also sacrificed him to deceive my trust. If I am not mistaken, someone in your alliance should have obtained an Eye of Prophecy, prop card. Later, when you understood the rules of the game, you already had an idea in your mind. As long as I was chosen as the blindfolded person, you would place the death card on me. If I guess wrong, I will be eliminated directly. If I guess right, you can use the prop card to transfer the elimination penalty to me. In any case, I will die for sure. Zhang Wen nodded, rubbed her red eyes, and smiled brightly. Yes, you are still as smart as you are, but you are wrong about one thing. Jiang Yu was a little surprised and stared at Zhang Wen with a puzzled look. Oh, what point? Zhang Wen stared at Jiang Yu and said slowly, I am not a member of the Hunter Alliance, but the captain. From the beginning, the Hunter Alliance was initiated by me. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. He had not expected this. All the truth appeared before his eyes. So that's it? In fact, until now, I still like you a little bit. I am going to die soon, so I will give you this prop card, hoping that you can survive to the end. Zhang Wen looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated smile on her face, took out a prop card, put it on the table, and gently pushed it in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu remained silent, frowned slightly, and did not take the prop card. But I also hate you very much, because you killed my closest brother and I failed to avenge him. I won't tell you who the other members of the Hunter Alliance are. They will carry on my will and do their best to kill you. Zhang Wen's expression turned cold, and she changed the subject. The countdown of the game sounded, followed by a harsh dripping sound. The metal collar of number 18 Zhang Wen exploded, and as the blood-stained flower bloomed, she was eliminated. Jiang Yu was in a heavy mood. The scene before him made him feel mixed emotions. He looked at Zhang Wen's body silently, feeling an indescribable depression. The other person is a very unique girl who is both emotional and rational and dares to love and hate. You're so stupid, death game, no emotions. After a long while, he sighed and muttered to himself. Then, he picked up the blood-stained prop card on the table and put it in his arms. In fact, he also learned the method of this game from player number 10. The other party asked that question. For example, it was like Zhang San's wife was murdered, and the suspect was Li Si. At this moment, the police were interrogating the prisoner Li Si, and the first question was, Li Si, why did Zhang San kill his wife? As the person being interrogated, Li Si actually knew that it was Zhang San who killed his wife. But Uncle JC on the opposite side actually told the truth directly, and Li Si subconsciously showed a surprised expression. By capturing Li Si's micro-expressions, the uncle immediately confirmed that it was indeed Zhang San who killed Zhang San's wife, and Li Si was also aware of it. When psychologist number 10 asked, Number 6, why do you think number 45 placed the death card for me? Jiang Yu subconsciously showed a surprised expression, because he thought that player no. 10 would directly question him whether he had given the other party the death card, just like he questioned player number 18. What is this method called? Although Jiang Yu had never studied psychology, perhaps because of his improved IQ, he understood it instantly. He gave this method a name, hypothesis verification method, and put it into practice, applying it to player number 10. Even though player number 10 was extremely smart, he had never imagined that Jiang Yu would actually ask this question, and he showed an extremely surprised expression. Player number 10 clapped his hands and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that I would see such a good show today. I want to name this play, The Bloody Love Story of a Love-Brained Girl and a Cold-Blooded Man. What do you think?" Number 6. Jiang Yu looked at him coldly, clenched his fists, did not respond, and silently kept it in mind. The bull-headed referee announced, "Two players have been eliminated from this game, player 45 and player 18. Only 2 players are left. The game is over. Please get ready, I will take you out of the game venue soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the locked iron door of the room opened, and 2 armed men in bullhead masks walked in. When Jiang Yu was brought back to the lobby again, he woke up from his coma. He was surrounded by players who were watching him, pointing at him, and he could vaguely hear their whispers. "Oh my God, no. 6 actually came out alive again. This person is simply a monster. How can he survive every time? He is really terrible. Who else can defeat him?" Jiang Yu slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes a little empty. Obviously, he had not fully recovered from the game just now. He looked around, facing the pointing and talking of other players. He remained silent. Information about the god's gambling seed came to his mind. This death game obtained a large amount of life gambling power, the seed grew rapidly, and the host's intelligence was greatly improved. On the stage, the pig-faced masked man cheered. "Excellent, there are only 19 players left." His voice echoed in the hall, full of incitement. "Imagine that the 10 million yuan prize is right in front of you. As long as you're brave enough, smart enough, and cruel enough, you can win it all. 1 in 19 chance. Everyone has an equal chance to be a winner. You can become a legend, you can become a multimillionaire, you can change your life." The pig-faced masked man paused for a moment, giving everyone time to think, and then he continued, "So, get ready. In the next game, show your talents and courage to the fullest, and welcome the glory and wealth that belong to you. Remember, out of 50 people, there can only be one winner." Comments. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long time, he took out the blood-stained prop card and looked at the contents on it. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's pupils trembled. It turns out that Zhang Wen actually has such an A-level prop card, but unfortunately she cannot use it in the death card game. A-level prop card, XX. Introduce. Then he took out the reward prop card for winning the game. A-level item card, Control. Introduction. Use this item card to know the number of item cards currently owned by all surviving players. Seeing the function of this prop card, Jiang Yu sat up suddenly and widened his eyes. It goes without saying how much this prop card means to him. He has been participating in the game and has no way of knowing how many prop cards the players outside the field have obtained. Now, the appearance of this prop card can help him better understand the strength of other players. To win the final victory of the game, you must know yourself and the enemy, so that you can win every battle. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with determination. He stood up on the bed without hesitation, raised the prop card directly, and said to the camera, "Is anyone there? I want to use this A-level prop card control to find out the number of prop cards of other players." After a long time, there was a heavy knock on the door. Jiang Yu came to the door cautiously, leaned against the wall, and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Player number 6, you just used the A-level prop card control. Now the list of prop cards is delivered to you. Please open the door." There was a muffled voice from outside the door. Jiang Yu opened the door and looked out carefully. Under the dim light, there stood a man with a bullhead mask. Just like when he obtained the Eye of the Prophet prop card, he was holding a metal plate in his hand and waiting outside the door. Seeing this, Jiang Yu opened the door with confidence, let the other party in, and quickly closed the door. "Please take the list." After the man with the bullhead mask walked in, holding a metal plate in his hand, he stared at Jiang Yu and said coldly. After Jiang Yu reached out and took out the list of prop cards on the plate, the man with the bullhead mask spoke again. "Please return the A-level prop card control." His voice was still extremely cold. Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face as he placed the A-level item card control on the plate and left without looking back. After closing the door, Jiang Yu sat at the head of the bed, took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, opened the list in his hand, and looked down at it carefully. This list lists the specific number of prop cards each player has and is sorted from high to low. But unfortunately, this list does not specify the levels of these prop cards or their functions. This is probably why it is only an A rank rather than an S rank item card. The number of item cards each player currently has is as follows. First place, player number 10, number of prop cards, 10. Second place, player no. 15, number of prop cards, 9. Third place, player number 37, number of prop cards, 7. Fourth place, player number 19, number of prop cards, 5. Fifth place, player number 35, number of prop cards, 5. Number 8, player number 4, number of prop cards, 3. Number 9, player number 34, number of prop cards, 3. 19th place, player number 50, number of prop cards, 0. At this moment, Jiang Yu saw the person who had the most prop cards, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill spread along his spine to his neck. The one who has the most prop cards is player no. 10, the psychologist who competed with him in the previous death game. The other party had 10 prop cards, but he never used a single prop card from beginning to end. This made him feel a little scared. If it were any other death game where only one person was allowed to survive, he would probably die in this game. That's 10 prop cards. What does that mean? Jiang Yu's forehead was sweating. He must have had some luck in being able to survive until now. At this moment, he noticed another piece of information that was even more shocking. Player number 4, the blind man, actually also has 3 prop cards. Jiang Yu felt a chill down his spine. That guy was definitely not a simple person. He began to carefully recall the details of Block King. Sure enough, many suspicious points were found. First, player no. 4 always appears anxious and panicky, which invisibly puts pressure on himself and gives him the illusion that the other party is simple-minded and easy to manipulate. Second, the other person doesn't seem very smart, but he always gives me some details inadvertently. This feeling is like a teacher giving me pointers. For example, there is oil on the building blocks, and the building blocks are light and heavy, etc. Then he uses the reason that he is blind to make everything reasonable. Third, he once said, the senses of the blind are extremely sharp, since he could even feel the slight weight difference of the building blocks. At that time, the wind blowing down from the ceiling was getting stronger and stronger. When he noticed it, the other party still didn't tell him. Why? Fourth, when you tell me that you have to participate in the game, the other party seems to be testing you and wants to find out the truth. Why does he want to know? Fifth, the opponent had 3 prop cards, but never took them out from the beginning to the end, as if he was sure that Jiang Yu could lead him to win the game. On the contrary, I wasted several prop cards before I won the game, and I was still feeling complacent at the time. Sixth, if the opponent is really a blind person, then how did he find the iron beads in the opening 123 Wooden Man game? There are only 5 possibilities. 1 is that he is not really blind. 2 is that he was indeed blind before, but he can see again after coming here. 3 is that he has relatives, friends, etc., who are also hiding among the remaining players, and will find the iron beads and hand them to him. 4 is that he is someone from the organizer, deliberately hiding among the players. 5 is that he is also cheating or has superpowers or something like that. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. The other party's scheming is really too deep. If he hadn't just obtained this control, prop card, he would definitely still be in the dark. Although I would be wary of him to some extent, it would not be as strong as it is now, making him feel creepy and a little scared. As expected, true hunters always appear as prey. Jiang Yu felt more and more frightened. Among the remaining players, there were many truly intelligent players, and each of them was extremely terrifying. Player number 1, Shannon, no. 10, psychologist, number 4, blind man, number 34, little boy, etc. There are also many other players he is not familiar with, who are extremely low-key and always hide themselves. In comparison, most of the players you meet at the beginning are idiots. There was a hint of coldness in Jiang Yu's eyes. The list in his hand was equivalent to a death list. He would pay special attention to the players who had the item cardo. In addition, player number 1 Shannon is also his main focus. No one who can win the Death Game Championship is simple. The next evening, at 8 o'clock, all the players gathered in the lobby. On the high platform, the pig-faced masked man appeared on time. He looked down at the people below the stage, opened his arms, and said in an excited tone, "Dear players, I will not waste words. Next, I will explain tonight's game and its rules. Please listen carefully. Game name, Death Bridge. Number of players, 4. Game time, 20 minutes. Game introduction. Players will be randomly divided into 2 groups, each with 2 people. After the game starts, both parties will be sent to 2 different high-altitude starting platforms, namely Platform A and Platform C. The endpoint corresponding to Platform A is Platform B, and the endpoint corresponding to Platform C is Platform D. Platforms A, B, C, and D are all located high in the sky. Platforms A and B are connected by a 10-meter-long log, and the same is true for Platforms C and D scoring rules. Take Platforms A and B as examples. If only one player walks from Platform A to Platform B on the single-plank bridge at the same time, that player gets 15 points. If 2 players walk from Platform A to Platform B at the same time, each player gets 5 points. When the player reaches Platform B, he needs to return to Platform A. If only one player on the single-plank bridge returns from Platform B to Platform A, that player gets 25 points. If 2 players return from Platform B to Platform A at the same time, each player gets 10 points. The same applies to Platforms C and D. Players are required to stand and walk, and climbing is prohibited. In this game, players are allowed to attack each other, but only when they are on the single-plank bridge. If they attack or hurt other players on the high platform, they will be eliminated directly. Supplementary rules. 1. Players can hold onto the log bridge if necessary. However, crawling while holding onto the log is prohibited, and violators will be eliminated. 2. Both players must reach the BD platform before they can return. If only one player reaches the BD platform and then immediately returns to the AC platform, the final score will be recorded as 0 points. 3. If players have the same score in the end, and it is difficult to distinguish the top 2, a tiebreaker will be held. Elimination rules and winning conditions. 1. If a player accidentally falls down while walking on a single-plank bridge, he will be eliminated immediately if he dies directly from the fall. 2. After the game is over, if the player is not standing on Platform A or Platform C, i.e. the initial platform, he will be eliminated directly. 3. After the game is over, the 2 players with the highest points win, and the other players are eliminated. If only 1 or 2 players are left alive at the end of the game, there will be no more score competition. After the pig-faced masked man finished speaking, there was silence in the audience. Every time they encountered this kind of game that seemed a bit cruel, everyone remained silent. Has anyone volunteered to participate in the game? The pig-faced masked man asked as usual, "I'll sign up." Jiang Yu stood up. "Very good, number 6, are you sure you want to sign up? If you actively sign up now, you won't get an exclusive item card." The pig-faced masked man clapped his hands and asked again. "Sure," Jiang Yu said indifferently. Only a dozen days had passed in this dark place, but he felt that he had undergone a drastic change and had grown extremely fast. At first, he was cowardly, timid, and easily panicked, but now his mentality has changed greatly. He is calm and collected in the face of things, and has become cold-blooded, decisive, and ruthless. Although he gained and lost some item cards, and ultimately didn't have many left, he was now several times stronger than he was at the beginning. Anyone else want to sign up? The man with the pig-faced mask glanced at the people below the stage, but no one answered. Then I will randomly select players. The man with the pig face mask laughed and pressed the remote control in his hand. Everyone looked up at the big screen. The avatar selection box spun rapidly, first stopping on Jiang Yu's avatar and then stopping on the avatar of player number 24. Jiang Yu recalled briefly and seemed to have some impression that, when he participated in the 100-meter abyss game, girl number 24 was right in front of him. At that time, he chose the 4th horizontal bar, and girl number 24 chose the 3rd horizontal bar. She is a little thin and looks pretty at first glance, but upon closer inspection, Her face appears unhealthily pale, and her eyes are mixed with a hint of madness and persistence. She refuses to admit defeat and will not tolerate any bullying. Then, the avatar stopped at player number 41, a person Jiang Yu was not very familiar with. He searched around and found the other person. Player No. 41 is a tall, middle-aged man, about 40 years old. His hair is black with a few silver threads and is meticulously groomed, making him look very capable and organized. His face was angular, with a scholarly temperament, a high nose bridge, and an expression of deep worry and thought. Finally, the avatar selection box stopped at player number 34. Jiang Yu's eyes widened immediately. He was quite familiar with player number 34. He was the little boy who killed his wife. The two had participated in several death games together, but they had never had the chance to kill him. After that, he had never been picked, and now, the two were finally going to face off again. Jiang Yu's face gradually became gloomy. He clenched his fists and stared coldly at the little boy number 34 in the distance. Very good, now that the 4 players have been selected, please stand in front. Next, I will assign 2 groups of players by drawing lots. The pig-faced masked man said this with satisfaction, and then he waved his hand. Not long after, his subordinate, the bull-headed masked man, came out with a small glass jar containing several yellow balls. The man with the pig face mask reached out and grabbed a ball at random, then opened it and showed the note inside to everyone. The number 34 was written on it. Then, he randomly picked out another ball and opened the paper inside it to show everyone. The number 6 was written on it. He threw the note back into the glass jar, revealing a meaningful smile under his mask. According to the draw results, players number 6 and number 34 will be sent to Platform A, and players number 24 and number 40, one will be sent to Platform C. I wish you good luck. As usual, Jiang Yu and others were knocked unconscious and taken away by the man with the pig face mask. When he woke up again, he found himself in darkness, lying on a high platform, surrounded by white fog, as if he was in an endless ocean of fog. He stood up slowly. The fog was thick and quiet, bringing an inexplicable sense of oppression. A faint green light emanated from the fog, adding a weird atmosphere to the whole environment, which made people shudder. The ground beneath my feet was slippery and cold, with a capital black letter A painted on it. There was a log on a high platform, extending into the mist and disappearing without a trace. The air was filled with a damp and decayed smell, which made people feel suffocated and depressed. He turned back and saw little boy number 34. The other person had already woken up and was sitting cross-legged, looking at Jiang Yu with a smile, without saying a word, like an innocent kid next door. But this smile seemed a little weird. Jiang Yu walked up to him and looked down at him with a look of disgust. If it weren't for the ban on killing people on the platform, he would have really wanted to kick him off. Anger and pain surged in his heart. The little boy in front of him was the culprit who killed Joe Kinking. Little boy number 34 raised his head, with sincerity and fear in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly. "Brother, I killed your wife. I know you must hate me, but there is no way. I also want to live." The little boy's eyes were full of regret and helplessness. He took a deep breath and continued, "I can't make it up to you, but I still want to apologize to you." As he spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Yu. The tiny figure looked even more helpless in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He looked at the little boy in front of him, his anger and reason constantly fighting each other. He thought of Joe Kinking's smile and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then, the little boy looked directly at Jiang Yu, his tone more determined. "In this game, we are in the same group and we are in a cooperative relationship. I will not pose a threat to you. Our real enemies are players number 24 and number 41. I have a way for us to survive together." Jiang Yu stared at the little boy. The other party's expression at this moment was extremely sincere. He couldn't help but feel a little shaken, but reason made him remain calm and not believe what the other party said easily. The little boy continued, "If you believe me, then do as I say. The only way we can survive together is if we cooperate. What is the solution?" Jiang Yu's eyes were cold, and his voice was a little hoarse. The little boy took out 2 prop cards from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Yu. These are the only two prop cards I have left. One is the S-level prop card, double points, and the other is the C-level prop card, free points. As long as we trust each other, don't attack each other, and go back and forth across the bridge independently, we will get 40 points. I then use the points doubling card to bring my points to 80. Then, I use the points gift card to give you 20 points, so that each of us has 60 points and wins the game. Jiang Yu looked at the prop card in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Would you be so kind? Besides, do you think I would trust my enemy? Little boy number 34 sighed, somewhat helplessly. Brother, do you have a better idea? I won't risk walking on the single-plank bridge first, because I think you might murder me out of hatred. We can only survive if we cooperate now. Besides, if we kill each other, the only ones who will benefit are players 24 and 41, who will win the game without any effort. Jiang Yu looked at the child in front of him, and the conflict in his heart became more and more intense. He knew that what the little boy number 34 said made sense, but how easy was it to let go of his hatred and cooperate with him? At the same time, on the C platform, girl no. 24 knelt on the ground and carefully looked down. There was only an endless abyss with fog rolling below and a faint green light appearing in it. There is also a black capital letter C painted on the ground. This is platform C. Next to her was the middle-aged man number 41, who was looking at the log in front of him with a frown, as if he was thinking about something. Girl number 24 stood up tremblingly, walked to the middle-aged man no. 41 hugged his arm and showed a terrified expression. Teacher Zhao, what should we do? The middle-aged man number 41 looked down at the girl number 24 with a loving look in his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, we have a chance. Do you still remember the 12-word mantra that your teacher said when he taught you to paint?" Girl number 24 calmed down a little and nodded. Patience, concentration, meticulousness, creativity, observation, and practice. The middle-aged man number 41 glanced at the single-plank bridge in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, these are the truths. This death game also needs them. He paused, then continued. Zyking, as far as observation is concerned, I don't know if you have noticed that there is a conflict between player number 6 and player number 34. Girl no. 24 nodded and understood the teacher's intention. Teacher, I understand. We should take advantage of their conflicts and look for opportunities, but how should we do it specifically? The middle-aged man no. 41 smiled slightly and said, we don't have to do anything, because they will have conflicts among themselves, and one of the players will definitely be at the bottom of the score. We just need to target another player with a higher score. The teacher has a B-level points deduction, item card, that can deduct 20% of the points of a designated player. After that, he grabbed number 24's thin shoulders with both hands, stared at her, and said seriously, Zyking, as long as we work together and each of us gets the highest score of 40 points, and the teacher uses the prop card to target the high-scoring players, the two of us can survive. Girl number 24 nodded heavily. I understand, teacher, I'll listen to you. Can I see the prop card you mentioned? The middle-aged man number 41 frowned, looking somewhat unhappy. He lowered his head, his eyes were cold, and his tone became somewhat gloomy. Zaiqing, are you doubting the teacher? Girl number 24 was shocked by his attitude and quickly shook her head. No, teacher. I just want to make sure that our plan is foolproof. The middle-aged man no. 41 sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Zaiqing, you have to know that in this game, the only one you can rely on is me. When you question me, you are also questioning the foundation of our trust. Have you forgotten who has been teaching you and helping you grow to where you are today? Girl number 24 lowered her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry, teacher, I shouldn't have doubted you. The middle-aged man no. 41 continued, you have to remember that there are not many people in this world who can truly care about you. The teacher is just like your parents, always thinking about you. Now is a critical moment. You must trust me completely. Only in this way can we survive together. He paused, his eyes softened, and he patted her shoulder gently. Zyking, you are the teacher's most proud student. Believe in the teacher, follow my plan, and we will definitely win. Girl number 24 nodded and rekindled her trust in the teacher. I'm sorry, teacher, I understand. I will listen to you. The middle-aged man no. 41 showed a satisfied smile, pointed at the single-plank bridge and said, "Very good, Zyking. Only when a single person crosses the single-plank bridge can you get the highest score. Now, teacher, go explore the way first. You wait here for me. When I reach platform D, I will call you over. Remember, whether we can win this game depends on the deep trust between us." Comments. On platform A, Jiang Yu and the little boy stared at each other for nearly a minute, and neither of them spoke. "Brother, even though I lied at the beginning and killed your wife, but in the life-threatening game that followed, my father was indirectly killed by you. Shouldn't we let go of our hatred and move on?" The little boy suddenly spoke, "I promise." After a long silence, Jiang Yu spoke. He decided to put aside his hatred for the time being and had other plans in mind. "Thank you, brother, you are so kind." Little boy number 34 looked up at Jiang Yu and said gratefully. Jiang Yu's face was gloomy, and these words seemed to bring back painful memories for him. "You're welcome. You can go to the bridge first," Jiang Yu said calmly. If it were his old self, he would have already gritted his teeth and raised his fist to hit someone. Now, his mentality has undergone tremendous changes. He has become the master of his emotions and will not let his emotions control his body, allowing others to see his true motives. He was like the first third party, standing in the empty space, watching his emotions rise and fall coldly without any intervention. "Brother, you cross the bridge first. Even if the countdown ends, I will not cross the bridge first." Little boy number 34 refused to give in and spoke in a firm and persistent tone. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He could wait for the other party to step onto the single-plank bridge alone, and then kick the log into the abyss, killing the other party. He just needs to stand on platform A, wait until the game is over, lose the game, and then use the no-death card to end it. However, he didn't want to waste this free from death card. Yet, because he felt that there was a high probability that he would lose to Shannon in the next game, and he needed a chance to resurrect. "Actually, you have other prop cards, am I right?" Jiang Yu's tone turned cold. He has the list of prop cards and can clearly remember the number of prop cards of each player. Before the end of this game, the number of prop cards will not change much. On that list, boy number 34 had 3 prop cards, but he told himself that he only had 2 prop cards. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Jiang Yu to step onto the single-plank bridge first. In case the little boy also has a no-death card, or something like that, the other party can choose the same strategy as him and push the log directly into the abyss. Then, if you stand on the log, you will surely be smashed to pieces. He didn't believe that the pig-faced masked man would be as kind as the 100-meter abyss and lay a big net below to catch him. "Brother, I really only have 2 prop cards. If you are unwilling to believe me, it will be difficult for us to survive." The little boy looked at Jiang Yu innocently, with a hint of helplessness in his expression. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then looked at the boy number 34 and ordered, "It's hard for me to believe you. To ensure safety, I need to search you to see if you have any other prop cards. Now, take off your outer clothes and leave only your underwear. If you are sure there is no threat, I can consider crossing the bridge first." Because, as long as the little boy does not have the prop card, it is impossible to push the log into the abyss. Because, the little boy know. 34 must also go to platform B and then return to platform A again to score points. Once he pushed the log into the abyss, he would destroy his own escape. The little boy's face changed, and he looked a little scared, but he nodded. "Okay, brother, time is running out, I agree. I hope we can cross the bridge as soon as possible after you search." "Rest assured," Jiang Yu responded with a cold tone. Little boy number 34 unzipped his shirt, took off his sportswear and handed it to Jiang Yu. Then he took off his pants. Soon, the little boy was left with only a pair of underwear. After a careful inspection, Jiang Yu found that his shirt and pants were indeed empty, without any prop cards. He even carefully felt the interlayer of his clothes, and there was no prop card hidden anywhere. After all, the prop card was a hard card and could be easily felt out. He returned the clothes to the little boy, who suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. There is a butterfly-shaped mark next to the belly button of little boy No. 34, half of its wings are broken, and the other half are spread out, ready to fly. This discovery shocked him because he also had an identical butterfly mark on his body. Jiang Yu's breathing was a little rapid. He pointed at the mark on his body and asked, "Where did you get this mark?" The little boy was a little confused, but he still explained, "My mother left this on purpose. She is a tattoo artist. She once said that I have a biological brother who was abducted when he was a child. There is also an equally unique tattoo mark at this location. She hoped that if I met my brother one day, we would have a chance to recognize each other." Jiang Yu's mind was buzzing as he quickly recalled everything that had happened before. The details were quickly pieced together like a puzzle. An indescribable complex emotion emerged in his heart. It turns out that the middle-aged man number 20 who died in the one-shot death game was actually his biological father. His biological brother killed his wife, and his biological father, whom he had never met, died trying to save his brother, and he accidentally killed his own biological father in disguise. Fate had woven an intricate web in this game of death, as if mocking him in the cruelest way. Is this God's punishment for his hypocrisy, selfishness, disloyalty, unfilial piety, and injustice? Oh my God, what should he do now? He pursed his lips tightly and frowned slightly. Now is not the time to indulge in emotions. Only by being calm and rational can we find a way out. It has come to this, Jiang Yu finally said in a deep and powerful voice, looking directly at the little boy now. 34. The little boy noticed the complex emotions hidden in Jiang Yu's eyes and seemed a little uneasy. He asked softly, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yu did not answer directly, but took a deep breath and said calmly, "Do you know who you are? You are my biological brother. And the man who died to save you in the game was our biological father." After saying that, Jiang Yu pulled up her clothes, revealing the butterfly-shaped mark next to her belly button, which was exactly the same as the little boy's mark. The boy number 34 turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and guilt. He whispered, "How could this happen, brother? I really don't know." Jiang Yu's voice became firm and calm. "Even if you are my biological brother whom I have never met, I still cannot forgive you. But no matter what, the most important thing now is to survive. Our hatred can wait until the end. My name is Jiang Yu. What's your name?" "Little boy now." 34 nodded, his eyes also somewhat complicated. "Brother, I understand you. I am really happy to meet you here. My name is Zhou Fan. You can just call me Zio Fan." At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and came to the edge of the platform. Then he leaned forward and groped downward, as if looking for something. Jiang Yu looked at him suspiciously, somewhat puzzled. "Brother, here you go. Actually, I lied to you before. I still have a prop card." I saw that the little boy know. 34, Zhou Fan, actually found a prop card from the side of the platform and handed it to him. Jiang Yu took the prop card handed over by the other party and his eyes widened. No wonder I can't find the third prop card, because the last prop card was hidden by Zhou Fan on the side of the platform. As for why it did not fall into the abyss, it was because there was a piece of chewed gum stuck on the prop card. Jiang Yu frowned and quickly recalled that after the hide-and-seek game, the man with the pig face mask distributed snacks, including chewing gum. It turned out that Zhou Fan used chewing gum to stick this prop card to the side of the platform. Jiang Yu turned to the front of the prop card and saw the skill introduction on it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He turned to look at Zhou Fan and felt a chill. This item card has a skill introduction written on the front. S-level item card, Thief of God. Introduction, God's Great Thief. Use this prop card to steal all teammates' points and make them your own. Note, it can be used in any group game regardless of the number of teammates. This prop card ignores the points protection function of the A-level prop card. Jiang Yu suddenly felt scared. If the two of them finished the game and returned to platform A, the other party would probably use this S-level item card Thief God to steal all his points. In this way, the opponent will have 80 points and will definitely win the game, while your points will become 0 points and you will be eliminated directly. "Brother, these are all the prop cards I have. Now you take this Thief God prop card and return it to me after the game is over. Now can you trust me?" Zhou Fan raised his head, looked at Jiang Yu and said seriously, "Okay, I'll cross the bridge first." Jiang Yu nodded. He put the prop card in his pocket, turned around and stepped onto the single-plank bridge. Now, he had no worries. Zhou Fan had checked all 3 item cards and knew the effects of their skills. The opponent's biggest trump card, the S-level item card God of Thief, was now in his hand. C on the high platform. The middle-aged man, number 41, has stepped onto the single-plank bridge and disappeared into the mist. At this moment, he held his hands horizontally, trying to balance his body, and was walking forward cautiously. The fog was rolling all around him, and he could not see the road under his feet at all. He could only see the half-meter range in front of him. He felt a sense of fear in his heart, and his steps became more cautious, as if he was testing the road ahead with every step. He knew very well that any small mistake could cause him to fall into an endless abyss and be smashed to pieces. However, the log under his feet was not thick enough, so he could only move forward alternately with his 2 feet. Fortunately, his psychological quality was strong enough and his eyes were determined. In just half a minute, he had slowly moved to the center of the single-plank bridge. The middle-aged man, no. 41 looked back and saw only endless fog behind him. He looked a little lost. He said to himself, "Zyking, don't blame the teacher when the time comes. The teacher just wants to survive." Then, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. The thin girl, number 24, came to the log, stood on the edge of the platform, and looked at the fog in the distance along the direction of the log, seeming to be in a daze. After about 10 seconds, she suddenly showed a crazy smile. Her face was distorted. She covered her face with her hands and murmured, "Teacher, I know you like me. When you came to my house for tutoring, you always lowered your head to sneak a peek at my white silk, and sometimes you even followed me to school. Do you really think I'm a good girl? Do you think you can keep mentally controlling me? Do you think it would work to give me a candy after suppressing me? I know you are actually a scumbag. Since you like me so much, please die for me." Ha ha ha. She kicked the log in front of her hard, laughing like a scream, extremely happy. She watched the log fall into the abyss and laughed more and more crazily. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards and her waist bent with laughter. If anyone was here, it would be hard to believe this scene. The girl, no. 24, who originally looked well-behaved and pretty, now had a sickly pale face, revealing a kind of eerie beauty. Her eyes were mixed with a hint of madness and persistence, and she looked like a madman. In the distance, there was a heart-wrenching scream, as if it was filled with anger and despair, and the sound fell into the abyss. Then, there were 2 loud bangs from below. A platform. Jiang Yu has already stepped onto the single-plank bridge. In front of him is a vast expanse of white fog. He looks down and sees endless abysses on both sides. He can only see the logs under his feet. He didn't know where the log led to, because he couldn't see anything in front of him. He could only see the half-meter area under his feet. He took a deep breath. There was a smell of decay and dampness in the air, and there was absolute silence all around, as if this was a dead place. He raised his arms horizontally, trying to keep himself in perfect balance. Then, he stepped forward with his feet alternating. With each step, he landed at an angle. When landing at an angle, one side of the sole of the foot touches the log first, and then gradually the entire sole of the foot touches the log, increasing the contact area. At the same time, the center of gravity is distributed more evenly, reducing the risk of sliding into the abyss. In this way, he slowly moved forward. At the same time, he remained very vigilant. Once he found something wrong, such as Joe Fan shaking the log, he would immediately hold on to the log tightly to prevent himself from falling into the abyss. When he was about halfway across the single-plank bridge, he suddenly heard a faint, heart-wrenching scream from a very far distance. He shivered with fear and almost lost his balance. At this moment, an inexplicable wind blew from somewhere, the fog rolled, and the wind blew across the face, with a biting cold. Then, the whole log shook slightly, and Jiang Yu's face turned pale instantly. He squatted down and grabbed the log with both hands. He could clearly feel the coldness and slipperiness of the wood. He tried his best to steady his body and strive to balance himself. Fortunately, the wind came and went quickly, and the fog rolled away. Soon, calm was restored. He continued to move forward slowly. This time, he was more cautious. He took every step as if he was making a life or death decision and concentrated all his attention. It was only 10 meters long, but it took him a full minute to walk it, because he pursued the ultimate stability and took every step carefully. The moment he stepped onto platform B, his feet touched the ground and felt the steady and solid ground. All the tension in his body instantly disappeared. Sweat unknowingly flowed down his back, and his entire shirt was almost soaked. Jiang Yu didn't have time to rest and shouted to the other end of the log. Zio fan, you can come over now. It is only meaningful for the boy number 34 to return after he reaches platform B. Because if he goes back and forth alone, according to Article 2 of the supplementary rules, his final score will be 0 points. About a minute later, the figure of the boy number 34, Zhou Fan, slowly emerged from the mist. He jumped off the log, came to Jiang Yu, and said happily, "Brother, that's great, we have completed half of the progress." Jiang Yu nodded, his expression solemn. "Next, who will cross the bridge first?" Zhou Fan thought for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Yu. "Brother, I know you still don't believe me. On the way back, whoever gets on the bridge first will have the advantage. The person who reaches platform A first can push the log into the abyss. The people behind will not be able to return and will be eliminated directly." He paused, then continued. "So, brother, you go up the single-plank bridge and return to platform A first. I believe you won't hurt me." As he spoke, he smiled brightly. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. What the other party said did make sense. Could his own brother really be so kind? He still had some doubts. No, the other party must have deliberately provoked me to let me go first. I must have felt that there was something wrong and would not go up the bridge first, and then let the other party go up the bridge first. Then his purpose was achieved. So Zhou Fan wanted to climb the bridge first. A bold inference flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. However, could it be that the other party is standing at a higher level and predicting his prediction? Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and after a moment he figured it out and smiled. "Okay, Ziofen, I'll go up the bridge first. I'll call you when I get to platform A." Zhou Fan nodded. "Okay, brother, I'll wait for your news." Jiang Yu stepped straight onto the single-plank bridge without hesitation. The fog in front of him was coming towards him, and his vision was a little blurred, but his heart was extremely determined. The biggest difference between climbing the bridge first and climbing the bridge later is whether Zhou Fan wants to harm himself. Assuming the opponent still has evil intentions, then it is more advantageous to go to the bridge first. Because the opponent no longer has the prop card, he must also return to platform A. Therefore, he absolutely could not push the single-plank bridge into the abyss, otherwise he would lose the way back. On platform B, Zhou Fan watched Jiang Yu's back disappear into the mist, his eyes gradually turning cold. Half a minute later, he murmured, "It took you 73 seconds to walk from platform A to platform B. The length of the single-plank bridge is 10 meters. Your walking speed is about 0.137 meters per second. Now 38 seconds have passed, and you have walked about 5.206 meters. Considering that you have already had experience crossing the bridge once, your pace may have increased. You should now be in the middle and rear part of the single-plank bridge, but still some distance away from platform A. My stupid brother, please die." There was a hint of madness in Zhou Fan's eyes. He squatted down and pushed the log with all his strength, shaking it hard. Sweat even seeped out of his forehead, and his whole face was swollen red, deep in the fog. A desperate scream was heard. It was Jiang Yu's voice, full of fear. Then the voice became smaller and smaller, as if falling into the abyss in the distance. Zhou Fan showed a strange smile on his face. After a long time, he calmly stepped onto the single-plank bridge, raised his hands to both sides, maintained his balance, and slowly walked forward. The fog around him rolled, with dots of green light flickering in it, which seemed a bit weird and eerie, but Zhou Fan was not afraid at all and walked forward boldly. After walking about 3 or 4 meters on the single-plank bridge, Zhou Fan saw the fog disappearing under his feet. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the fog and grabbed his ankle. Zhou Fan turned pale instantly, his eyes widened, and he was a little bit unbelievable, and he hurriedly tried to retreat. However, a huge force came from the opponent's hand, tightly grasping his ankle and instantly pulling him off the log. A figure emerged from the fog. It was Jiang Yu, who was supposed to fall into the abyss. At this moment, he held the single-plank bridge tightly and held Zhou Fan's ankle tightly with his right hand. The latter was hanging in the air, swaying back and forth, terrified. "You, why didn't you fall? I clearly heard your screams, which were getting smaller and smaller." Zhou Fan asked tremblingly, his voice full of fear and confusion. Jiang Yu sneered, his eyes were cold. My stupid brother, do you really think I can be killed by you so easily? In this game, seeing and hearing are not necessarily true. Half a minute ago, after Jiang Yu stepped onto the log, he quickened his pace and walked forward. After walking about 4 or 5 meters, he looked back and could no longer see platform B, there was only endless fog. His face became extremely gloomy. At this moment, he suddenly made a strange move. He slowly squatted down, turned around, and lay down on the single-plank bridge. His arms tightly hugged the bridge surface, and then his legs tightly clamped the log under him. His figure gradually disappeared into the mist. He remembered the first supplementary rule mentioned by the pig-faced masked man. Players can hold onto the log bridge, but are prohibited from crawling while holding onto the log. He can take advantage of this rule. Sure enough, after only about 3 or 4 seconds, the entire single-plank bridge began to shake violently. Jiang Yu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and he held on tightly to the log under him. Then, Jiang Yu let out a desperate scream, and then controlled the strength of the scream, making his voice smaller and smaller as if he was falling into an abyss. So that's how it is, I understand. Brother, I was wrong. Please pull me up, okay? I'm your biological brother. You will definitely forgive me, right? Zhou Fan's face was covered with tears, and he pleaded in a weak tone. Jiang Yu looked at Zhou Fan coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Forgive you? My dear brother, you just wanted to kill me. Zhou Fan's body was shaking in the air. His eyes were full of fear. Brother, please, let me go this time. I really know I was wrong. I will never have any ill will towards you again. Please pull me up. Jiang Yu's expression did not change at all, still cold and cruel. Do you think an apology can make up for everything? You killed my wife, Zhou Qingqing, right from the start. Even if everyone will die in this death game, I just want to stay with her for a few more days, say everything I want to say in this life, and die without regrets. But you took away all of this. Actually, I never admitted that you are my brother. What I said just now was all a lie. You are just a little beast, and a little b*******d. Zhou Fan shook his head in despair. No, brother, you can't do this. I am your biological brother. We are a family. Do you want to know why we were dragged into this death game? Actually, the pig god invited me here. Pull me up and I'll tell you. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, put a little more force on his hands, and felt Zhou Fan's struggle. No, I don't want to know. The truth will come out one day. Zhou Fan was terrified. He struggled desperately, trying to grab something, but to no avail. Brother, please, don't do this. Jiang Yu's eyes became even colder, like looking at a dying prey, without a trace of pity, and he coldly spat out a few words. Go to hell. After saying that, he let go of her hand. A trace of despair appeared in Zhou Fan's eyes. His body lost balance and fell into the abyss. His last scream echoed in the fog and gradually disappeared. Accompanied by a loud noise coming from the bottom of the abyss, the sound was dull and violent, like the terrible sound of bones and internal organs being crushed in an instant, which was creepy. The figure of little boy No. 34, Zhou Fan completely disappeared in the endless darkness. Jiang Yu stood up slowly, with only indifference in his eyes. When Yi Tengwen died, he suddenly broke down emotionally. Because he felt guilty about the kindness of strangers, a part of his humanity seemed to be awakened. On the contrary, the little boy number 34, Zhou Fan, his so-called younger brother, died just like that, but he did not feel any guilt at all. Perhaps in his opinion, human emotions are based on memory and experience, and simple blood ties have no meaning to him. He is essentially a hypocritical, selfish, and cold-blooded guy. In this death game, lacking the constraints of morality and law, the dark side of his heart is infinitely magnified. Isn't it the same for others? He slowly raised his hands, turned around and walked towards Platform A. Half a minute later, he successfully reached Platform A. Jiang Yu stood on the edge of Platform A and looked into the distance. The air around him was still damp and full of corruption, but he felt a glimmer of life. He stared into the abyss below, pinched the S-level item card God of Thieves between his fingers, and threw it into the endless abyss. This was the last trap Zhou Fan left for him. If he took this prop card, he might be eliminated after the game for violating the rules. Because Zhou Fan said that he should keep this prop card instead of giving it to him as a gift. Therefore, this prop card does not belong to him. At the bottom of the abyss, a prop card slowly fell from the sky, breaking through the mist, and lightly landed on a still warm corpse, stained with a little blood. The corpse was Joe Fan. His eyes were still wide open. The despair on his face seemed frozen in that moment. His internal organs were ruptured. His ribs were sticking out of his chest. His body was covered in blood, and his life was gone. Jiang Yu waited patiently there. Soon, the countdown ended. The surrounding fog seemed to emit some kind of fragrance, and a feeling of dizziness came over him. When he woke up again, he was already in the game lobby, surrounded by other game players, talking about the game. On the platform, the pig-faced masked man smiled and clapped his hands. In this game, players 34 and 41 died during the game. After the countdown ended, only 2 players were left alive, so there will be no more score competition. Let us congratulate players No. 6 and number 24 for winning this game. There was sporadic applause from the audience. Jiang Yu turned around and saw player number 24, the cute and well-behaved girl. At this moment, she was curled up on the ground, shivering all over, hugging her knees, her face pale, and she looked frightened, as if she had just experienced something extremely terrifying. The other person looks so fragile, with a touching face, and seems pitiful. Any boy who sees her will inevitably want to protect her. The man with the pig face mask sent his men to deliver the prop cards to the 2 of them. Jiang Yu and girl number 24 each picked out a reward prop card. Everyone, tonight I will announce something big. I have hosted many death games, but this is my first time. Please forgive my excitement. Now, please welcome player number 6 to the stage. The pig-faced masked man's voice was extremely excited, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yu was stunned. The pig-faced masked man seemed to ask him to come on stage. What was the big deal? His mind was spinning rapidly, analyzing all the possibilities. He remembered that the last person who climbed onto the podium was player No. 1 Shannon, hurry up number 6, this is your moment of glory. The pig-faced masked man almost roared, his voice echoing in the hall with an uncontrollable fanaticism. He leaned forward, his whole body seemed to be in a state of madness, and his eyes revealed excitement and anticipation. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and walked towards the platform with slow steps. He didn't dare to resist the order of the pig-faced masked man, because there is only one outcome. That is death. He walked slowly on purpose, thinking quickly in his mind. What was going on? Glory. It doesn't sound like a bad thing, like a punishment for breaking the rules. However, seeing the crazy look of the pig-faced masked man, he couldn't help but doubt his own thoughts. What was it that required him to go up to the platform? In this dark place, the 2 sides are clearly divided, and the high platform is like a dividing line. On the high platform are the gods. Under the high platform are ants. Ants can only look up to gods, so what qualifications do they have to step onto the platform and stand shoulder to shoulder with gods? When Jiang Yu came on stage, the man with the pig-faced mask walked beside him, stretched out his hand, and introduced to everyone. He is player 6. I believe you are all very familiar with him, right? Many people in the audience nodded. In this death game, Jiang Yu was second only to the man in the pig-faced mask. He survived every life and death game, stole the limelight, and became a thorn in the eyes of many people. The pig-faced masked man laughed sinisterly. Dear players, before almost every game starts, I will ask you one question, that is, whether anyone has taken the initiative to sign up. But unfortunately, no one has ever asked me why I asked this question. Do you just think that it is because I admire people with courage? After hearing these words, many people below the platform turned pale, as if they had thought of something. They breathed rapidly and stared at the pig-faced masked man. In fact, the death game has been held for many times. I am just one of the hosts. My clergy rank is priest. In the death game, there is an eternal rule. Once it is triggered, even I cannot violate it. It is called God's finger. The pig-faced masked man cleared his throat and continued. This rule is very interesting. It is said that no one has triggered it for many years, and it has been almost forgotten. Today, it was triggered once again. First of all, the conditions for triggering God's finger are very harsh. You need to win and survive 13 consecutive death games. If you lose the game halfway and use a death-free item card and survive by chance, it will be considered a failure to challenge the 13-game winning streak. So, we must win 13 consecutive death games. During this period, the priest can intervene appropriately to prevent the player from winning 13 consecutive death games. Secondly, there is the reward for triggering God's finger. That is a great honor. The player who triggers it can temporarily be possessed by the God Emperor and possess supreme power. The pig-faced masked man looked down at the people below, and his words became cold, as if filled with chill. In short, after the rule is triggered, the player has absolute power. Whoever he points at will die. Hearing this, all the players in the audience were shocked, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. For a moment, everyone was silent, stunned, as if they had not yet recovered from these words. Under the high platform, a tall man, with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. On the other side, a thin woman with a pale face looked up at the pig-faced masked man, standing there as if she had been struck by lightning. A middle-aged man near the corner had a determined look that now became confused and helpless. His pupils shrank slightly, as if he was in deep fear. Everyone's face was filled with shock and anxiety, their eyes were filled with fear and despair, and their breathing became rapid. This was the fear of unknown death and a deep sense of powerlessness. Jiang Yu was standing next to the man in the pig-face mask. After hearing what he said, he was extremely shocked. He also widened his eyes and breathed rapidly. At this moment, he had an incredible and wonderful feeling. His identity changed drastically in an instant, like a beggar suddenly became a billionaire. He, who was originally an ant, turned into a god at this moment. The conditions for triggering this god's finger were like when he went to an internet cafe before. He would get 100 internet fees for 13 consecutive wins in League of Legends, and 200 internet fees for 15 consecutive wins. Before this, everyone thought he was a fool, constantly participating in death games but not accumulating many prop cards. Others can just vote below and reap the benefits without taking any risks themselves, and continue to accumulate prop cards. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Who knows? After winning 13 consecutive games in the death game, he can transform into a godlike being and decide the life and death of all players at will, as easy as crushing an ant. Now they will pay the price for their stupidity. The pig-faced masked man patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and laughed strangely. Let's get started. Number 6. You can designate any 3 players to die. I look forward to your performance, hehe. Jiang Yu stared at the pig-faced masked man, pointed at player 1 in the audience, and said coldly, "Can I point him to death, Shannon?" "Hey, of course not. He is the son of God, a child of God. Divine grace is his title, and you have no right to deprive him of it. Only the gods can do that." The man with the pig-faced mask seemed to have expected Jiang Yu to ask this question. He laughed strangely again and shook his head. Jiang Yu turned around, walked to the edge of the platform, and looked down at the people below. It turned out that being in a high position felt like this, so wonderful. The next moment, one player suddenly knelt down out of fear, and the others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, almost all the players were kneeling on the ground. Jiang Yu stood on the dais, like their god, except for player No. 1, Shannon. That guy still stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Jiang Yu with a playful look and a faint smile on his face, looking so unique and different. Jiang Yu glanced at everyone, recalling the list of prop cards in his mind, which should be called the death list at this moment. His gaze finally stopped on player 10, staring at him coldly. Psychologist No. 10 knelt on the ground, looked up at Jiang Yu with wide eyes, as if he realized something, and immediately said earnestly, "Number 6, listen to my advice. We were all forced to participate in the death game, and we eliminated others in the game. It's not your fault, you just want to survive. I understand you very well, and I feel the same way. But if you take the initiative to kill someone now, the nature of the situation is completely different. Don't forget that you are a human being. You are a living person. You are a moral person. You must have your own bottom line and principles." Number 10, dead. Jiang Yu's voice was cold and ruthless. He looked down at the ladder, slowly extended his index finger, pointed at number 10 with no trace of mercy on his face. He is high above, like a god, controlling life and death. At this moment, he is God. What is the other party? Ant, why should God explain to ants? Moreover, he talks too much and is annoying. Player number 10's eyes widened, his face full of fear and despair. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the sound was suppressed in his throat and could not come out. The next moment, the body of player number 10 was torn apart by the powerful explosion, and the whole person turned into pieces, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. Jiang Yu retracted his finger. His eyes were extremely cold. This time, he seemed not to hear the harsh sound of the metal collar, as if number 10 was detonated directly by his finger. He took a deep breath, as if at this moment he had completely broken with his past self. This death game had completely changed him. He can no longer be called a human being. The other players all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yu. Everyone was shaking violently, uncontrollably, a tremor in the soul. Compared to the pig-faced masked man and the death caused by chronic deprivation in the unknown game, the impact caused by Jiang Yu was more direct, extremely violent, and hit the heart directly. Jiang Yu recalled the death list in his mind. The second one was player number 15, who had a total of 9 prop cards. His eyes scanned the crowd below the stage. At this moment, he seemed to deeply understand what the pig-faced masked man said at the beginning of the game. Here, I am God. Rules come second, and I come first. Only I have the right to judge your life and death. You are nothing but beasts and dogs in front of me. Your lives are in my hands. Please enjoy this death game. On the high platform, the other party's tone was so normal, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Below the stage, everyone was outraged and criticized his ridiculous remarks. When he stood on the platform at this moment, he finally understood. His eyes searched for player number 15, a tall man with short, slightly messy black hair, a resolute face, and eyes as sharp as a knife. At this moment, although he was kneeling on the ground, there was a hint of unyielding in his eyes. His kneeling posture seemed stiff and reluctant, as if he was unwilling, but just didn't want to be special and conspicuous because everyone else was kneeling. Jiang Yu's eyes were cold. No matter how powerful these people are, how high their IQ is, how deeply they hide, or how many prop cards they have. At this moment, we are all ants. Number 15, die. Jiang Yu pointed his finger again, pointing at player number 15 who was kneeling on the ground. When player number 15 heard this, he suddenly raised his head, somewhat incredulously, as if he couldn't believe that he was chosen. Of all the people, why was he chosen? Number 6, you can't do this. Player 15 shouted hoarsely, "This is not fair. Why did they choose me?" There was no expression on Jiang Yu's face. He looked down at player No. 15 coldly, pointing his finger at him mercilessly, as if it was God's judgment. To his surprise, player number 15 did not die in the explosion this time. Suddenly, blue flames appeared all over his body, full of mysterious beauty. The blue flames swept over and instantly engulfed player number 15. Ah! 15 players howled in pain, as if their souls were burned. Their faces twisted into a ball in extreme pain. The other people around were so scared that they ran away in panic. But after only 3 or 4 seconds, player number 15 was burned to ashes. Strangely, there was no trace of him on the ground. It was as if player 15 had never appeared. Everyone stood there in a daze, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear and astonishment. This scene was beyond their comprehension. If you say, being burned to death, that's understandable. But what kind of fire is this blue flame? This is beyond human power. Even if burned by fire, a normal human body will leave behind ashes, carbonized materials, teeth, etc., some bone fragments, etc. However, where No. 15 was, nothing was left. After a normal human body is burned, it will emit a strong burnt smell accompanied by a large amount of smoke and dust. However, after the 15th was burned, there was not even a trace of odor in the air. This is the creepiest part. Jiang Yu also felt a shudder. He looked at his fingers, somewhat incredulous. Shen Linyajai, according to the pig-faced masked man, that was because he temporarily possessed the ability of the God Emperor. How powerful is the true God Emperor? For the first time, Jiang Yu began to doubt his own understanding. The blue planet where he lived advocated that everything should be dominated by technology and that mysterious forces should not be believed. But this time, his cognition seemed to be broken, and what he saw with his own eyes was nothing more shocking than this. No wonder the pig-faced masked man arrested so many people and was not afraid of legal punishment at all. Or, in a sense, he might not really be human. Then what is he? Aliens? Supernatural derivatives? Gods from other worlds? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. How could he fight against such a mysterious organization? He could only win the game as soon as possible and escape from this death game. Next, Jiang Yu murmured softly, continuing to search the crowd. Now there were only 15 players left, and it was easy to find his target. A thin and pretty woman, about 20 years old, was standing on the ground in a daze, her face pale, as if she had suffered a huge shock. The number on her chest was exactly 37. If I remember correctly, the third place is player number 37, who has 7 prop cards. Jiang Yu looked at the woman under the platform. She was just an ordinary girl. Perhaps, in reality, she is just an office worker or a student, and her usual hobbies are just drinking milk tea, shopping, and watching TV series. Perhaps she is kind-hearted, gentle, and lucky, so she has never been selected to participate in the death game until now. She is good at everything. Her mistake was that she was dragged into this dark death game, her mistake was that she had too many prop cards, and her mistake was that she was Jiang Yu's opponent. Jiang Yu knew clearly that he was a hypocritical and cold-blooded guy who would not give preferential treatment to anyone because of gender, appearance, background, etc. Here, all players are his enemies and must die. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Number 37, dead. His eyes were cold, and he raised his right hand without hesitation, pointing at number 37. Girl, no. 37 saw herself being pointed out, and then she heard that cold voice calling out her number, as if the god of death was whispering in her ear. She was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. She seemed to be strangled by the neck. She felt extremely suffocated, her face turned red, and she struggled violently. What was even more bizarre was that her body slowly rose up and floated in the air, more than 3 meters high. She looked up at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, her legs struggling violently, her hands tightly grasped her neck, as if trying to resist the invisible hands, but to no avail. Finally, she stopped struggling and her hands dropped. Then her body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ah! Among the remaining players, some screamed and covered their heads. What the hell is this? Many people watching this scene felt their cognition refreshed once again, and some were even almost scared crazy. 3, it's over. There were also people who were extremely calm, observing everything from a distance, calculating silently, and feeling grateful that they had finally survived this random killing. Jiang Yu's body trembled slightly. He tried his best to calm himself, but a deep sense of guilt surged in his heart. Jiang Yu, this is not your fault. If you don't kill them, you won't be able to survive. At the end of the death game, they will ruthlessly eliminate you with the prop card. Do you think you will show mercy to your men? They will only be more cruel than you. Remember, in this cruel death game, if you want to get out alive, you must become an extremely heartless, cold-blooded, and emotionless person. An evil voice seemed to appear in Jiang Yu's mind, defending him. As the trial ended, the pig-faced masked man stepped forward, glanced at the many players below the stage with satisfaction, and slowly spoke. Very good. Now the 3 players have been punished by the gods and have been eliminated. I believe you have seen it right. There are supernatural forces in this world that you have never seen before. In fact, I said at the beginning that I am God. Unfortunately, no one believed it. This is not just a death game, it's also a game of choosing a god. Becoming the champion of this game only means getting a ticket to becoming a god. Otherwise, why would player 1 come back to participate in the game? Just think about it. Endless wealth, endless glory and splendor, and eternal life. All of this can be achieved as long as you win this death game, take first place, and become one of the 50. You can embark on this path to becoming a god. Currently, there are only 14 players left on the field. I am looking forward to the next game. Please return to the room in an orderly manner. I wish you good luck. The man with the pig face mask bowed gracefully and gestured for invitation towards the stairs. The remaining 14 players looked at each other with mixed emotions. Everyone was in a heavy mood, with the words of the pig-faced masked man constantly echoing in their minds, and they slowly walked towards the stairs. Some people had pale faces and their hands were shaking slightly. Some people looked dazed and moved like zombies. They have not yet recovered from the shock they have just experienced. What happened tonight has completely overturned their cognition. Some people also have hope in their eyes, as if they are full of longing for the future. For them, the chance to become a god is just around the corner. The temptation of wealth and eternal life makes their heart surge. They fantasize about winning the game and embarking on the road to becoming a god. In short, everyone's expression was different, just like the curtain call of a magnificent performance, and the audience was left with endless aftertaste and couldn't help themselves for a long time. Jiang Yu was no exception. His heart was like a raging storm, and he could not calm down for a while. Until this time, the information of the god of gambling came to his mind. This death game obtained a large amount of gambling power, and the host's intelligence was greatly improved. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu leaned against the head of the bed, recalling what happened tonight, and trembled uncontrollably. Standing on the platform, he seemed like a different person, extremely indifferent, ruthlessly judging the fate of other players. But after stepping down, he felt an inexplicable fear and a deep sense of guilt. Life and death, good and evil, cannot be distinguished and cannot be explained. He was constantly struggling internally, as if he was trapped in an invisible cage, unable to find a way out. After a long time, he sighed, got up, took a shower, ate some bread, drank a few sips of mineral water, and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. He picked up the old game console on the bedside table and played for a while, feeling a little uneasy. He remembered the prop card he won in the last game, which he hadn't checked yet, so he quickly took it out. S-level item card, Battle of Wits. Introduction, you disdain to use prop cards. If you use this prop card, all players will be prohibited from using prop cards throughout the game. Note: it can only be used at the beginning of the game. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he saw such a strange prop card. Could it be? However, after a moment of thought, he smiled. This kind of prop card was of great use to him. His IQ, luck, and overall strength are now close to being invincible. He can also gain an absolute advantage in the death game simply by relying on his intelligence. As other players progress into the later stages of the game, they lack experience and have only a bunch of item cards. Once they are banned from using item cards, they are more likely to panic. I was not panicked at all. 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone gathered in the hall again. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the stage on time. He looked down at the people below and said, "Tonight's game is about to begin. I will not waste any more words. Next, I will introduce the rules of the game. Please listen carefully, because this concerns your lives." The 14 players standing in the audience all raised their heads and looked up at the pig-faced masked man, pricked up their ears, and listened carefully. The pig-faced masked man took the 2 cards handed over by his men, showed the front to everyone, and then said, "Tonight's game is a very simple game. Game name, Crows and Doves. Number of players, 4. Game introduction. After the game starts, each person has 2 identity cards, one is a crow and the other is a dove. The game is divided into the following stages. Pre-game speech. Before each round of the game begins, players can speak. Each player's speech shall not exceed 1 minute. Select identity. The player chooses one of the identity cards, the crow or the dove, and places it on the table in front of him with the back facing up. Note: it is forbidden to play the crow first. Violators will be eliminated immediately. Scoring rules. The scoring rules are as follows. 1. When all 4 players have white doves, all white dove players will get +3 points. 2. When 1 player is a crow and 3 players are doves, the crow player gets +4 points, and the dove player gets +1 point. 3. When 2 players are crows and 2 players are doves, the crow player gets 0 points, and the dove player gets +2 points. 4. When 3 players are crows and 1 is a dove, the crow player loses -1 point, and the dove player gains +3 points. 5. When all 4 players are crows, all crow players will lose -2 points. Victory conditions. After 4 rounds of games, the 2 players with the lowest scores are eliminated. If there are players with the same scores and it is impossible to determine the winner, a tiebreaker round will be held. The pig-faced, masked man paused, glanced at the people below the stage, and said, "I have finished explaining the rules. Are there any players who would like to sign up? If you sign up now, you will not receive an additional exclusive item card." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu raised his hand. The man with the pig-faced mask nodded and looked at everyone again. This time, he did not ask any questions. After confirming that no one had signed up, he pressed the remote control in his hand. "Please look at the big screen. I will randomly select the remaining 3 players." All the players looked up at the big screen on the wall. Of the original 50 vivid avatars, only 14 were left, and the others had turned gray and were marked with red crosses. The avatar selection box first locked onto Jiang Yu's avatar, then quickly scrolled, and the second player selected was number 19. This is a well-proportioned young man, about 1.8 meters tall, with strong but not exaggerated muscles, obviously after years of exercise. His hair is a little messy, as if blown by the wind, and his eyes are as sharp as an eagle. After seeing that he was chosen, he stood up reluctantly, looking a little depressed. Then, the avatar selection box scrolled again and finally stopped on player number 4. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very familiar with this man. He was the blind man with whom he had worked before. However, he was sure that the other party was a shrewd guy who was good at disguise, so he had to be extremely careful. At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. "Can I still sign up?" Many of the remaining players showed surprised expressions and looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a girl in her 20s. She raised her hand and stared straight at the man in the pig-faced mask. The dress she was wearing was number 35. "Of course you can, but if you sign up now, you won't get any exclusive item card rewards. Are you sure you still want to sign up?" The man with the pig-faced mask was a little surprised. He looked at the girl in the audience and said with interest, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." The girl in the audience still insisted. "Okay, in that case, player number 35, please come forward. There are enough participants, and the game is about to begin." The man with the pig-faced mask said excitedly. On the big screen, the last avatar is locked at number 35. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Except for him, all the people who voluntarily signed up were now listed as suspects by him. The other party is most likely a member of the Hunter Alliance, otherwise why would he voluntarily sign up to die? After all, as long as you are not picked, the chances of winning will increase as time goes by. The other players watching were talking about it. Some were discussing in low voices, some had complicated expressions, and seemed to be pondering the rules of the game. If they are chosen, how can they win? Jiang Yu, blind player, no. 4 Zio Han, and players number 19 and 35 were standing at the front of the crowd. Soon, several men in bullhead masks came up and took them away. When Jiang Yu woke up from his deep coma, he found himself in a simple room. Just like before, there was a table in the middle of the room and 4 chairs around the table. The walls were grayish-white, exuding a cold and gloomy atmosphere. There were no windows in the room, and the only source of light was the dim light overhead. Jiang Yu had seen this familiar layout countless times. He was already very proficient in it. He was the first to pull out a chair and sit down, just like he was back home. Other players also took their seats. Not long after, the man in the bullhead mask walked in from outside, holding a silver box in his hand. He walked in front of everyone and placed the box heavily on the table. Then, accompanied by the sound of a buckle opening, the box opened, revealing 2 stacks of exquisite cards. The backs of the cards were black and white, with complex patterns and mysterious symbols on them, which attracted everyone's attention. The Minotaur referee first took out the first stack of cards, walked to everyone in turn, dealt cards to them, and placed them on the table in front of them. The first card dealt was Crow. On the front of the card, there is a black crow. Its feathers are as black as ink, and its eyes are cold and sharp, emitting red light, as if it will pounce on its prey at any time. The background of the crow is a cloudy sky, giving it an ominous feeling. Jiang Yu stared at the crow on the card and felt a chill in his heart. The crow looked too evil, and the painting technique was very advanced. It seemed like a living creature that could fly out of the card at any time. Then, the bull-headed referee took out the second stack of cards, distributed them to everyone, and placed them in front of them. This card had a picture of a white dove on it. In stark contrast to the image of the crow, the white dove's feathers are pure white, sparkling with a soft luster. Its eyes are gentle and peaceful, exuding a peaceful atmosphere. The background of the white dove is a blue sky with bright sunshine and leisurely white clouds, giving people a feeling of tranquility and hope. The white dove's wings are spread, as if it is preparing to fly, which seems to symbolize freedom and peace. Looking at the white dove in front of him, Jiang Yu felt much calmer. At this moment, there are two cards placed in front of everyone. The one on the left is crow, and the one on the right is white dove. The bull-headed referee stood in the middle of the crowd, glanced at everyone, and said, "Players, please note that the game will be played in 4 rounds, and the scores will not be recorded. In front of each of you are 2 identity cards, representing the crow and the white dove, respectively. Your identity can change in each round. Now is the first round of pre-match speech session. Players, please speak in order of number. First, player number 4 will speak." When no. 4 Zio Han heard him being called, he nodded immediately, then fumbled for the 2 identity cards on the table, raised them, and smiled. "Jiang Yu, please tell me which card is the crow and which card is the dove." "I can't see, thank you. Referee, I have finished my speech, please let number 6 speak." Jiang Yu stared at the other person. Blind man number 4 was sitting on his left. At this moment, he was holding a white dove in his left hand and a crow in his right hand. Do you want to help him? The other party's current identity is unknown, and it is unclear whether he is an enemy or a friend. Although the two had cooperated in the game Block King before, Jiang Yu later recalled that he seemed to have been tricked by the other party and was treated as a big enemy. He wasted several prop cards before he won the game. The other party pretended to be a weak prey and luckily survived by hugging his thighs. But no matter what, the other party doesn't seem to have harmed him and is most likely not a member of the Hunter Alliance, but he is still a tricky and intelligent player. Surviving the last 1/14 of a death game while blind cannot be explained by coincidence. Jiang Yu's mind was working rapidly. In this game, 2 players could survive, so his chance of winning was relatively high, and there was no need to deceive the other party. Because even if he deceives the opponent, he can only deceive in the first round. When the first round is over and the referee announces the result, Zio Han will know the correct card identity. There is no need to create an enemy in advance. He believes that he is capable enough to win the game. What you hold in your left hand is a dove, and what you hold in your right hand is a crow. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and replied. He paused, took out a prop card from his pocket, and handed it to the bull-headed referee. Then he said, "Referee, I'm going to use this prop card." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere froze. The young man, No. 19 opposite him, immediately tensed up and sat up straight. The girl number 35 on the right also narrowed her pupils and pricked up her ears. Number 4, Zio Han on the left also frowned slightly, and all the players seemed a little surprised. At the beginning, without any advantages or disadvantages, Jiang Yu actually used a prop card directly. What on earth did he want to do? The referee took the prop card from Jiang Yu, checked it, and showed it to the other players, saying coldly, "Player number 6 uses the S-level prop card Battle of Wisdom. In this game, for 4 rounds, all players are prohibited from using any prop cards." As soon as the words fell, the faces of the other players turned pale. This was especially obvious for players number 19 and number 35, whose eyes were filled with shock, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Player number 19, who had been calm and composed, now showed a hint of panic on his face. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner anxiety and hide his panic, but the slight trembling of his fingers in his clenched fists still betrayed him. Girl number 35 was also a little flustered. She put her hands on her legs, clenched her fists, and looked a little uneasy. Player number 4, Zio Han, also looked extremely panicked, and his whole body was shaking unconsciously. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He now felt that Zio Han was definitely acting. If it were in the past, I might have been deceived by him, but now he knows everyone's background. Of course, player number 4, Zio Han, is also included. That list of death prop cards. Player number 19, with 5 item cards, ranks 4th. Player number 35 has 5 item cards and ranks 5th. Player number 4, with 3 prop cards, ranks 8th. This game happened to match me with a few people who had the most prop cards. In this game, I would never give them the opportunity to use prop cards. Player 6, do you need to continue speaking? The bull-headed referee stared at Jiang Yu, seemingly questioning him. No, next one please, thank you. Jiang Yu gave a friendly smile, but there was a hint of cunning in the smile. The Minotaur referee nodded, turned to look at number 19, and gestured. Number 6 has finished speaking. Now please let number 19 speak. Youth number 19 looked at the others and laughed. To be honest, I really don't want to participate in the game, but now that I've been chosen, I can only enjoy this death game to the fullest. Perhaps you don't know my profession. In fact, I am a challenger who specializes in extreme sports. My favorite sports are free climbing and wingsuit flying. The mortality rate in these two sports is very high, but I am still alive today. The one who survives in the end must be me. Because I am like the protagonist. I'm done. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The pretentious man in front of him said a lot of nonsense. Letting you speak does not mean you can tell your autobiography or shoot a documentary. The Minotaur referee nodded, turned to look at girl No. 35 and said, Number 19 has finished speaking. Now please let player number 35 speak. Girl number 35 raised her head slightly, with a hint of nervousness between her eyebrows, but she quickly restrained her emotions and tried to stay calm. Her voice was soft, but firm. Hello everyone, to be honest, I took the initiative to participate in this game for an ulterior motive. I am a competitive girl, so in the first round I will choose Crow. I hope everyone will give me some space and consider their choices carefully. Because once there are 2 Raven players, our points will be 0, and if there are more Raven players, it will only be worse. After saying that, she nodded slightly, indicating that she had finished speaking. The bull-headed referee looked at everyone and said, The pre-match speeches have ended. Now it is the first round of Select Identity. Please each player choose an identity card and place it on the table. After all players have finished selecting their identities, we will move on to the next round. As the bull-headed referee finished speaking, everyone under the table started switching identity cards in their hands, as if they were hesitating about which identity to choose. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Player number 4, without any apparent hesitation, placed an identity card on the table, immediately attracting the attention of the other 3 players. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. Blind man number 4, Xiao Han, had an identity card in front of him. However, this identity card is facing up. A white dove, a symbol of freedom and peace, spreads its wings and seems to be about to fly into the sky. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. Did he do it on purpose? Or is it really invisible and I accidentally put it upside down? He stared at the bull-headed referee, but the other party was indifferent. He watched everything coldly without any action, as if this did not violate the rules. This means that the identity card of one player has now been confirmed, and that is player number 4, whose identity is White Dove. The other 2 players are certainly not fools, so they will not reveal their identity cards. However, Jiang Yu knew clearly that number 4 was not a fool. He must have chosen to show his cards intentionally, and he must not be fooled. Xiao Han is definitely not someone who is easy to see through, and every move he makes has a deep meaning. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to place the identity card, but played with the identity card in his hand, inadvertently observing the actions of the other 2 players. Man number 19 first took out an ID card with his right hand, hesitated for a moment, and put it back. Finally, he placed the identity card in his left hand on the table. Then, girl No. 35 also placed her ID card. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu smiled slightly, took out his ID card from below, placed it on the table with the back facing up. At this moment, there are 4 identity cards on the table, one of which is a known card, that is the White Dove identity card number 4, and the other 3 are unknown. The bright White Dove card on the table became the focus of the whole audience. Although everyone's expression was calm, they all had their own hidden agenda, and the air was filled with an indescribable eerie atmosphere. 4 people sat around the table, their eyes crossed each other's, all with some ill intentions, and the atmosphere was particularly tense. Now is the first round of score calculation. Players, please show your identity cards in turn. In the end, the score of each player for this round will be calculated according to the identity cards of the 4 players, the number of crows and doves, and the scoring rules. Player No. 4 has shown his identity card, which is white dove. Now it is the turn of player number 6. Please show your identity card. As soon as he finished speaking, number 4 Zio-Han stood up excitedly. Ah, did I put the identity cards in the wrong place? Can I put them in order again? Although his eyes were dull, his face looked a little anxious, and he said eagerly to the bull-headed referee, "No, please sit down, player 4. Now it's player 6's turn to show his ID card." Number 4 Zio-Han slumped in his chair, as if he had suffered a huge blow and felt depressed. Jiang Yu glanced at the few people, smiled, and slowly opened his identity card. The other people stared at Jiang Yu closely, watching the movements of his hands. As Jiang Yu flipped open his identity card, a white dove appeared in front of everyone. Number 19 was obviously relieved. He showed a confident smile and turned over his card. His identity card was a crow's. The crow's eyes emitted a red glow, like a messenger of death. Its cold eyes were fixed on the 2 white doves, as if it wanted to devour them. Finally, it was girl number 35's turn. She took a deep breath and turned over her identity card, which was also a crow card. Seeing this identity card, player number 19's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood up suddenly and pointed at girl number 35 and said, "You crazy woman, why did you choose crow?" Girl number 35 snorted coldly. "I already said in my pre-match speech that I would choose crow. Are you deaf?" Player number 19's face turned pale and he sat down angrily. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice because he couldn't interfere with other people's choices. The bull-headed referee glanced at the table. The 4 identity cards on the table had all been turned over. There were 2 crow identity cards and 2 white dove identity cards. He read out indifferently, "Now is the first round of score calculation phase. In this round of the game, there are 2 crow players, player number 19 and player number 35. There are 2 white dove players, player 4 and player 6. According to the scoring rules, when 2 players are crows and 2 players are doves, the crow player gets 0 points and the dove player gets +2 points. Therefore, in this round of the game, player No. 4 has +2 points, player number 6 has +2 points, player number 19 has 0 points, and player number 35 has 0 points. Now, the second round of the game officially begins. Now is the pre-match speech session. First, please let player number 4 speak. The Minotaur referee looked at player number 4. Zio-Han showed a bitter smile on his face. His voice was calm and gentle. "To be honest, I am a blind man and everyone should have seen that. I pose no threat to you." He paused for a moment and continued. "In the last round, I even put my identity cards upside down. Isn't that ridiculous? I am a conservative player and I don't like fighting. So, this round, I will continue to choose the white dove. I think it is very similar to me. This concludes my speech." There was a hint of helplessness in Zio-Han's voice. The bull-headed referee nodded and looked at Jiang Yu. "Now, please let player number 6 speak." Jiang Yu smiled slightly, his eyes wandering among the crowd. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic sound, giving people a sense of leisure. "Actually, white pigeons are pretty good too." Jiang Yu sighed softly. "After all, beige can score points steadily, so I still choose beige." He paused, glanced at number 19 and No. 35 one by one, and said with a smile, "I believe what number 4 said. He is indeed a conservative player and may still choose the white dove. So, you two should consider whether or not to continue competing for the status of the Raven. You both have 0 points, and it will be difficult to tie the score if you don't get the Raven." "I have finished my speech." The Minotaur referee nodded and looked at player 19. "Now please let player 19 speak." Young man No. 19 had a gloomy look on his face, with thoughts surging in his mind, but he knew very well that in this kind of death game, similar to extreme sports, he must always stay calm and clear his mind in order to have a chance of survival in a fatal incident. Player 6's speech is intended to achieve 2 goals. The first one is that the opponent tries to guide himself and girl number 35 to compete for the crow again, while ensuring that he can score steadily as a white dove player. The second possibility is that the opponent actually intends to choose the crow in this round, but in order to confuse other players, he deliberately pretends to be determined to choose the dove, trying to induce others to guess his true intention, to think that he is going to choose the crow. If you are afraid that if you choose the crow again you will clash with him and your points will be reset to 0, or even deducted, then you will choose the dove so that he can achieve his goal. What a great conspiracy. But no matter what, in this round, he faces a great risk by playing the crow and may collide with players number 6 and number 35. The best choice is still white dove. Be steady first and see how the situation develops. Player number 19, please speak. Do not waste time, otherwise you will be severely punished. The bull-headed referee repeated it again, but this time, his tone was a little impatient and even colder, as if it was filled with a chill. No. 19 took a deep breath. He thought that it was more likely that player number 6 was the first one. The opponent was already in an advantageous position, so there was no need to take any more risks. Of course, it is possible that this fearless guy on the opposite side would do anything strange. After all, he is the man who voluntarily goes to die in every death game. Thinking of this, he stared at the other players and said coldly, "No. 6 is right, so this round I will continue to choose crow, that's all." After he finished speaking, he crossed his arms over his chest and swept his gaze across the other players at the table as sharp as a knife. His cold eyes were filled with strong hostility, and his whole body exuded a kind of deterrence, exerting invisible pressure on the other players. The bull-headed referee nodded, looked at girl number 35, and gestured, "Player no. 35, please speak." Girl number 35 did not speak, but turned to stare at player number 19 and said, "Don't worry, I will choose whatever you choose." After she finished speaking, she turned to look at the referee who turned his head. "I'm done." Player no. 19's expression became increasingly gloomy, and he cursed, "You crazy woman, I really can't stand you anymore." The bull-headed referee nodded, looked at everyone and announced, "All players have finished speaking. Now it is the second round of Select Identity. Please each player choose an identity card and place it on the table. After all players have finished selecting their identities, they will enter the next round." After the words fell, everyone lowered their heads again and chose the identity cards for this round under the table. However, surprisingly, player number 4 had chosen the identity card early again. The others looked subconsciously and saw a white dove placed in front of player number 4. He had placed the card upside down, directly exposing his identity. This time, the atmosphere was a bit suffocating and the air seemed to be frozen. Players number 19 and no. 35 both had expressions that looked like they had seen a ghost. Both players 19 and 35 seemed to be in a dilemma, although player 4 shows his cards again, giving them a considerable advantage. However, player no. 19 always felt that something was wrong, but it was very strange and he couldn't put his finger on it. After a long time, his pupils shrank slightly and he finally knew what went wrong. The rhythm seems to be disrupted. He frowned deeply, his face twisted into a knot, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally chose his own ID card and placed the ID card in his right hand on the table. Just as player no. 19 placed her identity card, girl number 35 also confirmed her identity and quickly placed her identity card on the table. Jiangyu's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, he smiled, placed his ID card on the table, and sat calmly. In this round, the dramatic scene seemed to be repeated again. On the table, there is a bright white dove identity card and 3 uncertain unknown identity cards. Everything seems full of suspense. The bull-headed referee glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Now it's the second round of score calculation, and I won't repeat the rules. Players, please show your identity cards in turn. Finally, I'll tally up each player's score for the round." Player number 4 has shown his identity card, which is white dove. Now it is the turn of player number 6. "Please show your identity card." After the words fell, player 4 stood up again excitedly. "Ah, did I put it wrong again?" He sat down with his head down, sighing, "I am a useless person, blind, and can't even do such a small thing. What's the use of me? I might as well die." The bull-headed referee ignored him and kept his eyes fixed on Jiangyu, as if urging him to show his identity card as soon as possible. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and slowly turned over his identity card. On the front was a crow. The crow was as black as ink, with eyes as bright as torches, staring at everyone. After seeing this ID card, man no. 19 widened his eyes, breathed rapidly, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth in anger. Player number 19, please show your identity card. The bull-headed referee pronounced the verdict again. Man no. 19 frowned, looked a little depressed, clenched his teeth, and reluctantly turned over his card slowly. On the front of the card, a white dove appeared, forming a sharp contrast with the pitch-black crow. Oh shit. He cursed under his breath. The bull-headed referee looked at girl number 35 again. Before he could say anything, girl number 35 had already turned over her identity card, which was also a white dove. You're not done yet, are you? Man number 19's chest heaved violently, and he was obviously angry, but he still tried to restrain himself, stared at girl number 35, and said coldly. Girl number 35 was not angry. She just smiled and looked at man number 19 without any response. At this moment, 3 white dove identity cards and 1 crow identity card were quietly placed on the table. The crow's deep gaze seemed to be staring at each white dove, as if it would spread its wings and swallow all the white doves one by one in the next second. A dark atmosphere enveloped the entire table. The bull-headed referee looked at the table and quickly announced, "Now is the second round of score calculation. In this round of the game, there is a total of 1 crow player, that is, player number 6. There are 3 white dove players, namely player no, 4 player number 19, and player number 35. According to the scoring rules, when 1 player is a crow and 3 players are doves, the crow player gets +4 points, and the dove player gets +1 point. Therefore, in this round of the game, player no. 6 gets +4 points, and players number 4, number 19, and number 35 each get +1 point. Number 6, you are so damn insidious. Man number 19 had a gloomy expression on his face. He had already considered many possibilities. He observed many of Jiang Yu's games. The man in front of me is extremely conservative and steady to the extreme. He only fights for his life at the last moment and always manages to turn the tide against all odds. In the early stages, we were conservative. Therefore, he thought that the other party was most likely a white dove. Unexpectedly, in the second round, he took a risk and chose crow. Why can't I see through his thoughts? Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, but he didn't respond, disdainful of talking to the other party. The Minotaur referee did not give the crowd a chance to catch their breath and continued. Now is the third round of pre-match speech. First, please allow player number 4 to speak. During this interval, Jiang Yu has calculated the total score of the current 2 rounds, and he is currently far ahead. First place, Jiang Yu no, 6 points. Second place, Xiao Han number 4, 3 points. Third place, player number 19, 1 point. Third place, player number 35, 1 point. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It had been a long time since he had played a game with a favorable wind. Every time he played a game with a disadvantage, he would always encounter some difficult guys. The last time a game went so smoothly was probably Dahua Digital King. At that time, he relied on his excellent luck to draw 3 Joker cards, and relying on his extraordinary courage and wisdom, he easily defeated No. 28 Luo Jun and won the game at an extremely fast speed. Number 4 Xiao Han sighed. Alas, I can't even tell the front and back of my ID card apart. I decided to obey God's will. I have finished my speech. The Minotaur referee nodded and looked at Jiang Yu. Now please let player number 6 speak. When Jiang Yu heard the name called by the bull-headed referee, he smiled slightly and looked around with a calm gaze, as if everything was under control. There's nothing to say. Jiang Yu paused and continued, because I've already won. Hearing this, the face of man number 19 instantly became even gloomier. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Jiang Yu, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone, "Why are you so arrogant? The game is not over yet." Jiang Yu still kept smiling, but his eyes became sharper. I don't communicate with idiots. Man number 19 was enraged by this sentence and seemed to be about to explode at any time. But he suppressed his emotions, glared at Jiang Yu fiercely, and said in a deep voice, "There are still 2 rounds. I will never give up." Jiang Yu shrugged calmly. Let's wait and see. The Minotaur referee looked at player 35 and said, Player 19 has finished speaking in advance. Now please let player 35 speak. Girl number 35 smiled and waved her hand. I won't say anything more. Start choosing your identity quickly. The bull-headed referee nodded, looked at the 4 players, and solemnly announced, Now is the third round of Select Identity. Players, please choose your identity card. The 4 players quickly selected their identity cards, especially number 19, who looked down at his 2 identity cards, looking a little hesitant. However, a shocking scene occurred. Player number 4, Zio Han, placed another white dove card on the table. The bright white dove card was extremely conspicuous because he has shown his identity card to others in advance for 3 consecutive rounds. And every time it was a white dove. Can he really not see? Was it really not intentional? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, an indescribable sense of weirdness, especially man number 19. He finally realized something was wrong, stared at player 4, and said through gritted teeth, Damn it, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You must be right. Number 4, Zio Han had dull eyes as he stared blankly ahead, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth that was imperceptible to others. He did not deny it but just sat there quietly. The Minotaur referee looked at player 19 and sternly warned him, Now is the Select Identity stage, no speaking aloud. Player number 19, please keep quiet. This is a warning. If you do it again, you will be eliminated. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. Hearing this, player number 19 quickly shut his mouth and felt a cold sweat all over his body. He almost forgot where he was. This is an unreasonable death game detention center. There is no chance to express oneself freely, no ability to do whatever one wants, and their life and death are all controlled by others. The only thing they can do is to abide by the rules of the game and play their own game well. Soon, the other 3 players, except player number 4, also placed their identity cards on the table. Man no. 19 had a gloomy expression on his face. He stared at the identity cards on the table, clenched his fists, and waited for the result. The anxiety in his heart seemed to be reflected on his face. Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement in his expression, and he understood everything. After everyone had placed their identity cards, the bullhead referee announced, Now it's the third round of score calculation. Player no. 4 has shown his identity card. His identity is White Dove. Now please ask player number 6 to show his identity card. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, sat up straight, and slowly unfolded his identity card, exposing it to everyone. On the front of the identity card, there is a crow. The crow stared at everyone with a deep gaze, as if it could see through everything. Man number 19's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He stood up suddenly and pointed at Jiang Yu. Why? You already have such a big advantage. Why do you still choose crow? Wouldn't it be a safe bet to choose the white dove? Jiang Yu shrugged. You take care of me. The bull-headed referee interrupted the conversation between the two and said sternly, Player no. 19, please sit down and show your identity card. Man number 19 sat down angrily and reluctantly turned over his ID card, which also had the word crow on it. This round, he chose crow again. That's what he thought in his heart. Player number 4 has revealed his card, which is white dove. Jiang Yu is currently ranked first and will most likely choose white dove to continue to consolidate his advantage. So if he chooses crow, this round, he will have the hope of getting a 4-point advantage and tying with player number 4. However, he never expected that Jiang Yu would choose crow. Are you really crazy? Madman, this madman. Now please ask player number 35 to show his identity card. Girl number 35 had a blank expression on her face. She turned over her identity card, and it turned out to be a crow. Seeing this, man no. 19 widened his eyes, a little bit incredulous, and said in a desperate tone, You really won't give me a way out. Girl number 35 snorted coldly and said nothing. At this time, man no. 19 suddenly thought of something, pointed at Jiang Yu's nose, gritted his teeth and said, So, you did it on purpose. I know why you chose crow. If we all choose white dove, you'll continue to get high scores. If we choose the crows, we will get 0 points or even lose points. You can lose at most 1 point and still stay in the top 2. The condition for winning this game is to be in the top 2 in points. No matter what. You won't lose. And we completely lost hope of a comeback. Jiang Yu spread his hands. I thought you would be stupid enough to find out after the game is over. Yes, this crow is my evil will. Upon hearing this, man number 19 felt like he was about to get furious. When he thought about how he had so many prop cards that could help him turn the tide, but now all of them were useless, he became even more frantic. He almost wanted to hit someone, but he felt depressed and had no place to vent. The bull-headed referee looked at the identity card on the table and announced the result of this round. Now it's the third round of score calculation. In this round of the game, there are 3 crow players, namely player 6, player 19, player 35, and 1 white dove player, player 4. When 3 players are crows and 1 is a dove, the crow player will get -1 point, while the dove player will get +3 points. Therefore, in this round of the game, player no. 4 has +3 points, player number 6 has -1 point, player number 19 has -1 point, and player number 35 has -1 point. Jiang Yu quickly calculated everyone's scores and rankings. First place, Xiao Han, number 4, 6 points. Second place, Jiang Yuno, 6, 5 points. Third place, player number 19, 0 points. Third place, player number 35, 0 points. After saying this, the bull-headed referee announced the start of the final round without waiting for everyone to react. The fourth round of the game has officially begun. Now is the pre-match speech session. First, please let player know. For speak. Player number 4, Xiao Han, held his forehead and said helplessly, I put the cards in the wrong place 3 times in a row, but I became the first place. What an absurd world. However, Jiang Yu, thank you very much, I will remember your kindness. The bull-headed referee nodded, then looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders. You're welcome, I said before, let's work hard together. Number 4 Xiao Han nodded slightly in thanks. When Jiang Yu became the only crow in the second round, the outcome was already decided, and there was no way he could lose. In the third round, if he chooses the white dove, he will definitely win the game, but for player number 4 Xiao Han, there is still suspense and he may be tied in points. Therefore, he chose crow and helped player number 4. Although he felt that even if he didn't help the other party, this guy would definitely find a way to win the game. So I just went with the flow and did him a favor. I hope we can meet again in the next game. If 2 players can survive, the opponent will not target him first, because he didn't want to make the relationship with this difficult guy too stiff and confrontational. Unless only one can survive, then they have to face off head-on. The Minotaur referee looked at player number 19 and signaled him to speak. Player number 19 stared blankly at the identity card on the table, muttering, Impossible, impossible, how could I lose so quickly? How come the game has already been decided after only 3 rounds? The bull-headed referee looked at No. 35 and said coldly, Player number 35, please speak. Girl number 35 said calmly, There's nothing much to say, let's start choosing our identities. The bull-headed referee glanced at everyone and solemnly announced, Now is the 4th round of Select Identity. Players, please choose your own identity card and place it on the table in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, number 4 Xiao Han, with a smile on his face, placed a bright white dove on the table. He still looked ahead with empty eyes, but they seemed full of treachery. The game had 4 rounds in total, and he showed all his cards and chose white dove for all the time, but he won the game with the advantage of being the first place. While man number 19 was still thinking, Jiang Yu also placed an identity card on the table. However, shockingly, in the last round, he also chose to show his cards. In front of Jiang Yu, there is a striking white dove identity card, which echoes the player number 4 next to him. There seemed to be some kind of bond between the two. The identity selection process has not yet ended, and the two have already shown their identity cards nakedly. Jiang Yu leaned leisurely on the back of the chair, with his arms casually placed on the backs of the chair on both sides, narrowing his eyes slightly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, appearing calm and composed, as he looked at players 19 and 35 like a cat playing with its trapped prey. Xiao Han licked his lips lightly, without any extra movements, just sat quietly, like a blind man waiting for the curtain call of a gorgeous musical. Man number 19 seemed to have lost his mind. His whole body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. His hands were scratching his hair anxiously, drawing blood. His eyes were empty and blank. There was no trace of blood on his face, and he was as dull as if he had lost his soul. His lips kept moving as he muttered to himself in a low voice. It's over, it's completely over. No matter what choice you make, you will lose the game. I'm going to die here today. No, I don't want to die. I want to live. There was a hint of despair in his voice. His spirit was close to collapse, and he looked a little crazy. Player number 19, please choose your identity as soon as possible. The bull-headed referee's cold voice sounded, with an unquestionable tone. Man number 19 shuddered, took out an ID card, and placed it on the table. He looked dazed, as if he had not yet recovered. The 35 girls have also put out their identity cards. The bull-headed referee glanced at the table and solemnly announced, "Now is the fourth round, score calculation stage, which is also the final round. After this round, I will calculate each player's total points. The top 2 players in points win, and the remaining players are eliminated." There was a chill in his voice. Player number 4 has revealed his identity card, which is White Dove. Player number 6 has revealed his identity card, which is White Dove. Now, please ask player number 19 to show his identity card. Player No. 19 looked pale, his eyes were filled with fear, and his left hand trembled as he touched his identity card, but he was afraid to open it. It was as if this was the evidence at the crime scene, and now it was an identification. Once the identity card was turned over, he would be sentenced to death. The bull-headed referee pressed his hand mercilessly and flipped over the identity card in front of him. On the front of the card, there is a picture of a crow. But this crow seemed to have lost its sharpness. Its wings drooped on both sides of its body, and its cold eyes were now dull and lifeless, as if the last bit of light had been taken away. The bull-headed referee looked at player 35 and said sternly, "Player 35, please show your identity card." Girl number 35 had no expression on her face. She turned over her ID card without hesitation, and it was a white dove. The bull-headed referee read out the final result indifferently. Now it is the fourth round, calculate score, stage. After this game is over, I will calculate the total points of all players. The top 2 players win, and the rest are eliminated. In this round of the game, there is a total of 1 crow, player. Player number 19. There are 3 white dove, players, namely player 4, player 6, and player 35. According to the scoring rules, when 1 player is a crow and 3 players are doves, the crow player gets +4 points, and the dove player gets +1 point. Therefore, in this round of the game, player No. 19 has +4 points, and players number 4, number 6, and number 35 have +1 point. Finally, the points of all players are as follows. First place, player number 4, total points, 7 points. Second place, player number 6, total points, 6 points. Third place, player number 19, total score 4 points. Third place, player number 35, total score 1 point. Therefore, in this game, players 4 and 6 win, and players 19 and 35 are eliminated. As soon as the words fell, girl number 35 excitedly threw herself into the arms of man number 19 and said happily, "Hang, we can finally die together." Man number 19 sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, but finally relieved, and stroked the hair of the girl in his arms. "Why are you doing this?" "I said I won't get out alive alone." "Of course, I won't let you get out alive either. We will be together forever." Girl number 35 hugged man number 19's neck tightly, rubbing her face against his cheek, breathing rapidly, but her tone was filled with an indescribable joy. A complex emotion flashed across man number 19's eyes. He frowned slightly, as if he wanted to break free, but eventually stopped struggling. He raised his hand and gently stroked the hair of girl number 35. His movements were gentle and slow, as if he was soothing a frightened bird. Girl number 35 trembled slightly, then hugged him even tighter. Her voice was trembling and crazy. "Hang, you know I can't live without you. Without you, my world will completely collapse." Man number 19 sighed, his eyes softened, and he seemed moved by her obsession. He looked at her face, her tearful face, and couldn't help wanting to curse her. In the end, he just sighed. "You crazy girl. Alas, Wying, I never thought of letting you face all this alone. In this case, let's go together." Upon hearing this, girl number 35 smiled like a flower and tears fell. Her eyes were full of relief and satisfaction. She put her palm on the chest of man number 19 and could feel his heart beating. She whispered, "Thank you, Hang." As the ear-piercing sound of metal collars dripped, the two of them turned into blood-red flowers in their embrace. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Zhao Han had already stood in the corner of the room, watching everything quietly, without any blood splashing on them. Sure enough, just as I thought, they are lovers. No. For Zhao Han smiled slightly. I know. Jiang Yu shrugged and said. From the first round, he discovered that there seemed to be some connection between man number 19 and girl number 35, and he kept trying to speculate. First, after man number 19 was randomly selected, girl number 35 immediately signed up. Second, girl number 35 doesn't seem to want to win the game. Instead, she targets boy number 19 everywhere. Third, man no. 19 always says, "You crazy woman," instead of man number 35, which shows that they have known each other for a long time and they are just used to calling her crazy woman. Fourth, it is very likely that the man no. 19 and the woman number 35 have discussed and voted for the same player in every game. Therefore, the number of prop cards on that list is the same, 5 prop cards each. There are still many doubts. In short, man no. 19 definitely knows girl number 35. At this moment, Jiang Yu received a shot in the neck, and when he woke up again, he was already in the game hall. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people standing in the hall, and their positions were scattered. There were only 12 players left, and the game was about to come to an end. Jiang Yu recalled the game just now and felt deeply moved. In the second round, he risked everything and he succeeded. This was the thrill of gambling with one's life. The pleasure brought by the rapid secretion of dopamine in the brain even made him a little obsessed. He licked his lips gently. If other Crow players appear in the second round, the outcome of the game will become even more unpredictable, and the outcome will still be full of suspense. At that time, he found through careful observation that man no. 19 seemed to be left-handed. He had watched a fighting teaching video on H Station before, and the narrator was number 36, Zhang Tiangxiang. The other party said something that left a deep impression on him. When humans attack, they tend to use their right hand to attack and their left arm to defend. Pay attention to your opponent's starting moves and predict them in advance so that you can respond effectively and gain an advantage. Of course, this sentence applies to right-handed people. Player number 19 is left-handed, so it's just the opposite. In the first round, he first chose the identity card in his right hand, then hesitated and chose the identity card in his left hand. In that round, the identity card in his left hand was Crow. This confirms Jiang Yu's guess. Player number 19. The crow in the left hand is like a sharp fist, like a spear. The white dove in the right hand is like that solid arm, like a shield. Therefore, in the second round, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to display his identity card. He played with the cards in his hand, analyzing them calmly in his mind, while observing the actions of player no. 19. If the opponent scores 0 points in the first round, he will most likely choose to play it safe in the second round. This is what most people think, because he could no longer afford to lose. When he failed to choose Crow in the first round, he was on the verge of losing the game. He didn't have the capital to take another risk. When man number 19 took out his identity card with his right hand, Jiang Yu was already certain that he would choose the white dove. As for girl number 35, Jiang Yu didn't analyze the reason, but he felt that the other party would definitely use white dove. Just as she said to player number 19, "Whatever you choose, I will choose." The pig-faced masked man stood on the high platform, glanced at the people below, and said with a smile, "Very good, tonight's game is over. The surviving players of this game are player 4 and player 6. Please come forward to receive the reward prop card. There are currently 12 players left on the field. Please return to your rooms in an orderly manner. Here's a small reminder for everyone. Tomorrow night's game is called Speedy Deathmatch. See you at 8 o'clock tomorrow night." At the same time, the message of the god of gambling came to Jiang Yu's mind. The host's memory was improved. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu sat on the edge of the bed, took out the prop card he had just obtained, and carefully read the function introduction on it. A-level item card, team building. Introduction. If you encounter a group competitive game, use this prop card to form a team with the designated player. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Although this card is an A-level prop card, its functions are still quite good. In some cases, its capabilities can even be amplified to the S-class. If I encounter a group game again next time, I will randomly draw a player like Zio Han. He can use this item card to directly designate it as his teammate. Many times, in team games, we are not afraid of how strong the opponent is, but how weak our teammates are. If you encounter bad teammates, you can't win even if you have 4 of you and 1 of you. He experienced this deeply in the Canyon of Kings. He placed the prop card under his pillow, ate a few bites of bread, drank a few sips of mineral water, and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after coming here, he seemed to be able to sleep better and better. I sleep for more than 10 hours each time, and sometimes more than 20 hours at most. This is unbelievable. The next day, at 5 p.m., Jiang Yu woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his head in pain and muttered, "It's a new day again. There are still 11 people who haven't died. It's so slow. Let's end this soon." 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone has gathered in the game hall. There are a total of 12 players left, standing in 3 or 4 rows with several players in each row. Everyone is also far apart and keeps a boundary between each other. Everyone looks at other players warily, remains on high alert, and tries to hide themselves as much as possible to avoid others becoming familiar with and mastering their habits and behaviors, which could have a fatal impact on the game. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the stage on time. He looked down at the people below and said, "Good evening, everyone. Next, I will explain the rules of tonight's game. It needs to be pointed out in advance that this game is rather special. After the game starts, all players will be teleported to a game venue. It's far, far away from here. Therefore, after the start of this game, all players cannot use any prop cards. Before explaining the rules of the game, I would like to ask, are there any players who have taken the initiative to sign up tonight? After explaining the rules of the game, you will no longer be eligible to actively sign up." The pig-faced masked man glanced at the audience and spoke slowly. His voice was a little calm tonight, which made this game seem extremely unique and possibly different from any previous game. "I'll join." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu raised his hand. His face was calm and his tone was firm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Just like when I was a kid, I would come home from school and say to my adoptive mother, "Good evening, I'm back." The pig-faced masked man nodded slightly. "Very good. Is there anyone else who would like to sign up?" There was total silence in the audience. The pig-faced masked man sighed softly. "In that case, I will continue to explain the rules of the game. The rules of tonight's game are as follows. Game name: Speedy Death Race. Number of players: 6. Game duration: 2 hours. Game introduction: before the game starts, 6 players will be randomly divided into 2 groups, namely Speed 1 team and Speed 2 team. Each team has 3 people. After the game starts, the 2 teams will be transported to a game venue, located at the same starting point. There are 36 motorcycles at the starting point for players to choose freely. Victory conditions: players need to drive motorcycles on the track to race. After completing 3 laps, the team that reaches the finish line first wins. Rule 1: there is no protection mechanism in this game. All players can attack and hurt each other. Rule 2: if you die while riding a motorcycle due to a car accident, natural disaster, accident, etc., you will be considered eliminated. Rule 3: when a team's players are reduced due to death, the remaining players are considered one team, even if there is only one player left. Rule 4: players who have not reached the finish line after the game countdown ends will be eliminated. I have finished explaining the rules of the game. Players, please look at the big screen. First, I will randomly select the remaining 5 players. All the players looked up at the large electronic screen on the wall. There were originally 50 vivid avatars, but now only 12 were left, and the others were marked with red crosses. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. This game seemed to be related to speed. The name of the game is Speed Death Race. Extreme speed means extremely fast speed. Death representing a life or death risk, is bound to be a cruel game. Competition means that it's either you or me. There can only be one team that wins. At this moment, a few words suddenly popped up in his mind, fast and furious. However, considering the rules of this game, it felt more like a standalone computer game he had played before Riot Motorcycle. On the large electronic screen on the wall, the avatar selection box began to scroll rapidly, first locking on Jiangyu, number 6, the player who actively signed up. Then, the avatar selection box scrolled again and locked on player number 40. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He was somewhat familiar with this player. He still remembers the name. Player number 40 is called Zhou Meng. He used to be a computer science student. Due to some reasons, he dropped out of school to join the army and later retired. At that time, the two participated in the Saw game together and finally cooperated with each other and survived. The other party was steady and calm in dealing with things, which left a good impression on him. An idea flashed through Jiangyu's mind. It might be a good idea to use the A-level item card team-up to designate him as his teammate. After all, in a game where the protection mechanism can fail and mutual harm is allowed, having a teammate like this gives you a strong sense of security. The avatar selection box rotated again and stopped on player no. 43. Jiang Yu was searching for the other person in the crowd. Jiang Yu has no impression of this player. The other party's luck was surprisingly good. He had never been picked in more than a dozen games. Until this game, 6 players had to be randomly drawn, that is, half of the players had to be drawn and he was chosen. Soon, Jiang Yu locked onto the opponent. He was a sturdy man of medium build, about 30 years old, with short black hair that was neatly combed, an angular face, and a stern and calm expression. His eyes were sharp and there were a few tiny scars on his face, giving him a wild feeling. At this moment, seeing that he was chosen, he clenched his hands slightly and stared at the electronic screen. Then, the avatar selection box scrolled again, and finally, it landed on a familiar avatar. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly widened and his breathing became rapid. Because this time, the one chosen is player number 1, Shannon. Comments. After 0.1 seconds of thinking, Jiang Yu immediately decided to use the A-level prop card team-up and assign him to the same team as player number 1, Shen En. Although no. 40 Zhou Meng is indeed very strong, Shen En is the champion of the last 50-man death game after all. The opponent has a deep background and must have many hidden cards. If we team up with him, our chances of winning are very high. Besides, he is the son of God and seems to know many things. Seeing that he was chosen, player 1 leaned against the wall in the corner, standing slackly with his hands in his shirt pockets. He just moved his eyebrows slightly, without any change in his expression. It was as if just a dead leaf fell on his shoulder, and he shook it off gently, so easily. Then, the avatar selection box scrolls again. It landed on a girl's avatar, who was player number 24. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He still had some impression of this girl. She had participated in the Death Bridge game with him before. She looks weak, well-behaved, and has no bad intentions. The avatar selection box rolled again, and finally the 6th player landed on avatar number 23. Jiang Yu searched for the other person among the remaining players and soon found the guy. Player number 23 is tall and sturdy, with a stern face, a shiny bald head, deep eyes that reveal a hint of ruthlessness, and eye-catching tattoos on his hands. He had a few lip studs on his lips and a nose ring on his nose, which added a bit of rebelliousness to his look. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the audience and said excitedly, "Very good, our 6 contestants have been confirmed. Please stand in front." Jiang Yu and others stood up and looked up at the man with the pig face mask. "Next, I will randomly divide the groupings by drawing lots into 2 teams, with 3 people in each team." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and his men immediately came up with a glass jar, etc. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the audience. The man with the pig-faced mask looked over and saw that it was Jiang Yu who was speaking. At this moment, he has raised his right hand. "I remember you said that after the game starts, no prop cards can be used. Now, the game hasn't started yet, has it?" Jiang Yu stared at the pig-faced masked man and spoke word by word. "That's right. The man with the pig-faced mask nodded and did not deny it. In that case, I will use this A-level prop card to designate player 1 as my teammate. Jiang Yu took out the prop card from his arms, held it between his fingers, and looked coldly at the pig-faced masked man. The pig-faced masked man ordered his men to take back the prop card. After checking it, he laughed, clapped his hands, and said, "Of course, then I just need to draw one more person to join your team." After saying that, he signaled his men to replace the glass jar. This time, there were only 4 balls in it. He randomly grabbed a ball, opened the note inside it, and showed it to everyone. Number 24, so the first team is Speed 1 team, the members are number 1, number 6, and no. 24, the second team is Speed 2 team, whose members are number 23, number 40, and number 43. Next, you will be taken to the game venue. Please be prepared. I wish you good luck. Just the usual greetings. Then, several bull-headed men came behind the crowd. Jiang Yu felt a needle P** K his neck and passed out. My head hurts. Jiang Yu felt himself lying on a rough and cold ground. Open your eyes. The blurry scene in front of me gradually became clear as I regained consciousness, as if the camera lens was completing its final focus. He supported his head with his left hand, sat up with the support of his right hand, and looked around carefully. Look up. There was no sun or moon in the sky, instead there was a perpetual twilight hue. The edge of the sky was a strange blood red, as if the whole world was shrouded in a thick layer of red dust, which was so depressing that it was suffocating. It is surrounded by desolate mountains, shaped like rocks crushed by giants, with clear edges and corners, standing abruptly on the ground, as if they were twisted and squeezed by some unknown force. All kinds of strange plants grow on the roadside, with gray colors and odd shapes. Some are entangled with each other like tangled vines, but their surface is covered with fine scales, like fish scales, emitting a faint green fluorescence. Jiang Yu even saw a strange, big red flower. Its petals were as red as blood, with a strange fluorescent light on the edges, and the stamens were like prying eyes. It was 3 or 4 meters high. These are all strange plants that have never been seen before. And below him was a winding highway that passed through the towering mountains and led to the distance. No one knew where it went. He stood up slowly. There was a wide starting point line drawn on the ground. The line was white, forming a sharp contrast with the desolate yellow surroundings. Behind me, there were dozens of motorcycles parked, of all kinds. The vehicle closest to him was a black, heavy motorcycle. Its body was as black as ink, and its frame was decorated with sharp metal spikes. Its headlights were shaped like the eyes of a wild beast, emitting a cold blue light. There was a red motorcycle parked next to it. The body of the motorcycle was as red as blood, and there were ferocious gear patterns on the wheels. The exhaust pipe at the rear of the motorcycle protruded like the fangs of a beast, and the red paint glowed eerily under the light. There is also a silver motorcycle with a streamlined body design like a lurking silver wolf. The handlebars are wrapped with black leather, and the seat is carved with complex patterns, which looks very cool. These motorcycles, each with its own unique features, stand quietly in place, waiting for their owners to visit. Beside him, Shannon had already woken up and was leaning against the silver motorcycle, his hands casually in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips. Jiang Yu walked up to him, looked at him, and said lightly, "I chose you because I believe in you, don't let me." The words have not been finished yet. Shen En glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a confident smile. "Sorry, I haven't let anyone down yet." He paused, then continued, "To be honest, I don't want to be your teammate." Boring. Girl number 24 had just woken up. She held her head and stood up unsteadily, as if she would fall at any time. In the distance, a few meters away, 3 people from another team also woke up one after another. Girl no. 24 staggered in front of Shen En and Jiang Yu, extended her hand in a friendly manner, and showed a bright smile. "Hello, my teammates. My name is Ziking. Come, make a friend, the kind that could die at any moment." Shen En casually stretched out his hand and shook it with the other party. With a playful expression on his face, he spoke in a teasing tone. "Don't worry, I can bury you after you die." After Shen En pulled his hand away, Zai Qing looked at Jiang Yu again and also stretched out his hand in the air. Jiang Yu also stretched out his hand and shook it briefly. The other person's hand was soft and cold as a corpse. My name is Jiang Yu, Yu means universe. Far away, another team. After a brief mutual understanding. Man number 23, the tall and burly bald man, had fierce eyes, lip piercings, and horrifying tattoos on his hands. At this moment, he found a toolbox on the ground, which was used to repair motorcycles. He squatted down, opened the toolbox, and looked down. There were all kinds of tools inside, including wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers, tire repair tools, tape, etc. He picked out a handy wrench and slowly held it in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white, and turned his gaze to Jiang Yu and others in the distance. His eyes gradually became cold and his voice became low, but his tone was even more chilling, and the two teammates next to him could just hear it clearly. I remember what Pig had said. Can you kill people in this game? Is it right? Hearing this, no. 40 Joe Meng next to him frowned, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. I advise you not to act rashly. The other party is not simple. He looked at Jiang Yu and others in the distance and spoke in a deep voice, with an obvious warning in his tone. His eyes were solemn as he continued in a low voice. That number 6, I participated in the game with him. He is very smart and difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to player no. 1, Joe Meng's expression became more serious, with a hint of fear in his eyes. As for number 1, he is the champion of the last death game, and he is definitely not a pushover. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice, with a hint of admonition. I advise you to be quiet and don't even think about provoking them. We are lucky that they don't come to cause trouble for us. Man number 23 showed a disdainful expression, with contempt in his eyes. He snorted and waved his hand casually. It's just a champion, what's the big deal? You are too cautious. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of confidence and arrogance. They are just smart. Look at those guys, they are as skinny as monkeys. I can beat them all down by myself. I'm afraid you don't know what I did before. He sneered, his eyes swept over Joe Meng and the others. His tone was obviously provocative. You cowards, you are as weak as women. Okay, let me show you how I deal with them. After saying this, he waved the wrench in his hand and walked towards Jiang Yu and others. The middle-aged man no. 43 looked at Joe Meng, sighed, and said helplessly, I'll go and take a look. This idiot is a teammate after all. Joe Meng frowned and looked at number 23's back, but did not go forward. Okay, I won't go over. Jiang Yu and the others had just exchanged a few simple pleasantries when they saw player number 23 in the distance, walking towards them with a fierce expression and a wrench in his hand. Jiang Yu slowly backed away, staring at the other person, his whole body on guard. It was obvious that the other person came with malicious intent. They looked like the street gang thugs about to start a fight, each wielding a steel rod in his hand, with an arrogant expression on his face and an aura of arrogance. If Buddha stands in the way, kill Buddha. If God stands in the way, kill God. Shen En smiled slightly, his expression still calm and composed. They are all brainless guys. He stood up straight, facing the bald man no. 23, who was walking towards him, with a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes, but also a playful smile. What are you laughing at? You white-haired monkey. Wait and see how Grandpa teaches you a lesson today. Bald man no. 23 was a little angry. When the other party saw him coming, it seemed that he didn't take him seriously at all, and there was even extreme contempt in his eyes. Laughing at you like a dog, Shannon said calmly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. F***KU, I'm going to kill you today. When bald man number 23 heard this, his face turned livid and filled with anger. He quickened his pace, and the wrench in his hand drew a cold light in the air, pointing directly at Shannon. Shen En still stood there, as if he had completely ignored the threat from the other party. He turned his head slightly, smiled at Jiang Yu and Zai Qing, and said lightly, like a dog, he loves to bite people. Before he finished speaking, the bald man no. 23 was already close at hand, and he swung the wrench down with great force, hitting Shannon's head. However, at that moment, Shannon turned his head and grabbed the opponent's right arm with his left hand. No. 23's attack missed, and a momentary look of surprise appeared on his face. The next moment, Shannon's right hand had firmly grasped his shoulder blade, and he turned his body to the side and threw no. 23 heavily to the ground with a back shoulder throw. Then, he knelt on one knee on the other's chest, put his left hand on the other's neck, and looked down at the other person coldly. The force was so great that 23 felt suffocated and completely unable to move. The mind of the bald man, number 23, was immediately consumed by fear, and his eyes were filled with terror. Only those who have experienced it personally can understand how terrifying it is. The power that this skinny guy burst out in that instant must have exceeded 200 pounds. When player one's left hand tightly grasped his right arm, it felt as if he was being held firmly in place by a steel clamp, unable to move even a millimeter. Then, a huge force suddenly lifted him up, and he flew into the air in an instant and then fell heavily to the ground. His internal organs seemed to be churning, as if they would burst in the next second. Bald man, no. 23 had a look of fear in his eyes. His neck was being strangled, and he was having difficulty breathing. His face turned red. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let me go." "I'm kidding." Shen En seemed to have not heard his plea for mercy at all. He lowered his head and looked down at the bald man at his knees. His voice was cold and chilling. "You provoke me. I'm very unhappy." There was a sense of oppression in Shennon's tone, which made the bald man know. 23's heartbeat suddenly speed up. The other person's knee pressed on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe, and the deep fear almost suffocated him. At this moment, player no. 43 walked over and looked at the bald man, number 23, lying on the ground, feeling a little helpless. He took a deep breath and calmly advised like a peacemaker. "Everyone, my name is Liu Kai. Please give me some face." The pig-faced man designed this rule just to make us kill each other and waste time. I think it would be better if everyone chose a suitable motorcycle and set off early. There's no need to fight here. Shannon seemed not to have heard the advice of the middle-aged man no. 43 at all. He looked down coldly at the bald man at his knees, with no mercy in his eyes, as if he was already a dead man. Seeing that he was being ignored, the middle-aged man, number 43, became a little angry. Just as he was about to step forward to help the man, number 23, he was shocked by the next scene and stood there in a daze. Shannon's left hand was still tightly pinching the neck of the bald man no. 23, while his right index finger and middle finger suddenly stretched out. Without any hesitation, his fingertips instantly pierced into the other person's eye sockets, stirring wildly inside. Ah. In an instant, the bald man, number 23, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound was so shrill and desperate that it seemed to pierce the surrounding air, making people feel creepy. His eyes were bleeding and his arms were waving violently. He grabbed Shannon's arms tightly and tried desperately to push him away, but it was completely useless. Shannon stood up slowly, his face expressionless, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. Bald man, number 23, immediately covered his eyes in pain, rolled on the ground, and felt like dying. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Even Jiang Yu felt the cold, murderous intent emanating from Shannon. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He knew that Shen En must be a ruthless person, but the cruel methods before him were still beyond his imagination. No wonder the opponent was able to win the championship of the previous death game. This guy has a very high IQ, is good at scheming, and is cruel and ruthless. Shannon looked at his bloody hands, his eyes showing a hint of disgust, and murmured, "What a pity, my hands are dirty." At this moment, a scene that shocked Jiang Yu appeared. Zai Qing actually walked forward, knelt in front of Shannon, and gently held up his hand that was still dripping with blood. Her eyes flashed with fanaticism, and without hesitation, she stretched out her tongue and slowly and attentively licked the blood on Shannon's fingertips, licking it clean with indescribable satisfaction and obsession. Zai Qing's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a strange smile, and an almost morbid obsession revealed on her face, as if the blood was an irresistible temptation and her breathing became rapid. She fell into a state of madness from which she could not extricate herself. Comments. The next moment, Jiang Yu felt that the whole world in front of him turned red. An unprecedented fragrance came over me, as if it was the most tempting smell in the world. The source of this fragrance is the blood on Shannon's hands and the blood flowing in number 23's eyes. Jiang Yu developed a strong urge, which was a desire for blood. He wanted to kneel down and lick the blood like Zai Ching. Like a wild animal, the most primitive instincts are aroused. The next moment, his pupils shrank slightly, he reacted suddenly and quickly covered his nose with his sleeve. There is something wrong with this place. Big problem. Shannon frowned slightly and stepped on the bald man No. 23 with his right foot, and the latter was immediately unable to move. He didn't even dare to howl. Shannon bent down and tore off a piece of his clothes, wiped the blood off his hands, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it on the ground. Then he tore off a piece of clothes and covered Zai Qing's nose with it. After Zai Qing's nose was covered, after a few seconds, he looked dazed and his face was full of fear. He cried out in a daze, "Ah, what's going on? I just felt like I was out of control." Shannon glanced at her and said, "This is probably one of the dirty places." Jiang Yu's eyes widened and he blurted out, "What is dirty land? Are we no longer on Blue Star?" Shannon glanced at him and did not directly answer his question. Instead, he calmly reminded him, "Don't smell the blood, otherwise you may be lost here forever." Zai Qing stood up tremblingly, covering her nose. The scene of her licking the blood just now emerged in her mind. Suddenly, her face turned pale, her stomach felt churning, and she felt a strong sense of nausea, as if she would vomit at any time, and she almost fell down. Jiang Yu quickly supported her. At this moment, the middle-aged man No. 43 also heard Shen En's words, covered his nose, slowly backed away, distanced himself, and quickly returned to Zhou Meng. "Let's go, we've already wasted a lot of time, and we only have 2 hours." Jiang Yu frowned slightly and said, "I want this." Shen smiled slightly, patted the silver motorcycle next to him, and jumped directly onto the motorcycle. He looked at the helmet hanging on the motorcycle, took it off and threw it on the ground. Zai Qing looked unhappy, but she didn't want to fall behind, so she came to the red motorcycle, tiptoed on it, put on the red helmet carefully, and even put on goggles. This motorcycle is relatively small, but it is still a little difficult for her to control it. Jiang Yu looked around and his eyes fell on the black motorcycle. The headlights emitted a cold blue light, and the metal spikes on the frame looked particularly fierce. He walked over quickly, got on the motorcycle, and gripped the handlebars with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the start button, he felt a slight vibration from the body of the motorcycle, as if it was ready to go. As he put on his helmet and twisted the throttle, the engine emitted a low roar, and the vibration was transmitted from the frame to his whole body, making his heart beat faster. "Let's go." Shannon pointed his finger forward, made a gesture, then let out a cheer and rushed out first, like a silver lightning. Jiang Yu's heart tightened a little, and he quickly turned the accelerator. The black motorcycle suddenly rushed out with a low engine sound, galloping on the ground like a black panther. The wind whistled in my ears, the wheels rolled rapidly, and the surrounding scenery was stretched into blurred lines. Zai Qing followed closely behind. Although her motorcycle looked small, its speed was not to be underestimated. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to concentrate, trying her best to keep up with Jiang Yu and Shen En and not fall too far behind. Although the road ahead is straight, wide and smooth, there are steep mountain walls and rugged rocks on both sides. The skyline was like a blood-red blade cutting through the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a strange red light. There were disturbing low noises, coming faintly from the mountain walls on both sides of the road. Track starting point. Zhou Meng and the middle-aged man number 43 walked up to the bald man number 23. They frowned and looked at the man rolling in pain on the ground. However, Zhou Meng was holding a sharp screwdriver in his hand at this moment. He let out a miserable cry, covered his eyes, and at this moment, howled in pain. "Save me, number 40, number 43, where are you? Help me win. I want to go out and get my eyes treated." Zhou Meng looked at the bald man now. 23, who was wailing in pain on the ground with a cold look in his eyes, and said slowly, "You asked for this. Don't blame me. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. If you don't die, you will only be a burden to us. After all, we are a team." After saying that, he squatted down and fiercely inserted the screwdriver into number 23's neck. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain, and the carotid artery seemed to be pierced. The two men slowly backed away. "Let's go, one less person might be a good thing." Zhou Meng covered his nose, looked at the corpse on the ground, and said in a deep voice, Well, it's not too late to catch up with them now. I'm an F1 racer, and motorcycle racing is really not challenging for me. Man number 43 shrugged his shoulders and looked very relaxed. The two men each chose a motorcycle, put on their helmets, started the vehicle, and sped forward, chasing Jiang Yu and others. Jiang Yu could only feel the wind whistling in his ears. His eyes were almost closed by the wind. He squinted his eyes and looked at the dashboard of his motorcycle. The speed had reached more than 80 kilometers per hour, which was still behind Shen En. The crazy guy was riding a silver motorcycle with an irrepressible excitement on his face and cheering constantly, as if he had found great happiness in the limits of speed and freedom. Suddenly, Shannon took his hands off the handlebars and let the motorcycle move forward on its own at high speed. He spread his arms in the wind and made an extremely crazy move. The motorcycle flashed across the track like silver lightning. Ziking followed closely behind, his knuckles turning white from gripping the handlebars so hard. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest, but she still gritted her teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle quickly climbed to 90 kilometers per hour. Although she felt a little scared, she forced herself not to think about the possible consequences and only thought about surpassing the grace ahead. There was a look of unwillingness to admit defeat on her face, and her eyes were filled with madness, as if she was unwilling to lag behind others. She was holding back her anger and wanted to win first place. Jiang Yu was speechless. The girl named Ziking seemed to be stimulated by something and sped up suddenly. He took a deep breath. Are these lunatics really not afraid of death? Although the road ahead is wide and straight, if any accident happens, it will inevitably be smashed to pieces at such a high speed. Soon, Ziqing surpassed Shen En. An excited expression appeared on her face, as if all the pressure had disappeared. Ah! She shouted to the sky, as if venting something, and was extremely happy. Shannon accelerated again. The motorcycle was like a wild beast, and his eyes were flashing with fanaticism. Ziqing was equally unwilling to be outdone, and his speed kept increasing, as if he was leaving the world behind. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and looked straight ahead. The wind passed by my ears like a sharp blade, and the motorcycle beneath me vibrated violently. He looked at the dashboard and saw that the speed had exceeded 100 km/h. Shannon and Ziking's speed seemed to be still increasing. Although the road is straight, the faster you go, any mistake could lead to fatal consequences. He sighed, silently stepped on the accelerator, and kept up with the two almost crazy figures. His heartbeat quickened as the speed increased. He could feel the sting of every breath, and the sound of the wind in his ears was like a sharp alarm. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt the ground shaking slightly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the mountain ahead, as if the mountain was collapsing and a landslide occurred, and huge rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain one after another. It stirred up a huge amount of dust, and like a falling meteor, it smashed towards the people below with the power to destroy the world. Huge rocks smashed against the edge of the track, and the deafening sound of the impact echoed in my ears. The ground shook violently, and the ground where the stone hit quickly cracked, forming spider web-like cracks that spread in all directions. Jiang Yu swerved the steering wheel sharply, and the motorcycle nearly lost control on the track. He watched as a huge rock hit the front, and dense cracks immediately appeared on the track. Jiang Yu narrowly avoided the oncoming boulder, his heart pounding and cold sweat soaking his whole body. In front, Shannon and Ziking also slowed down, trying their best to avoid the huge rocks falling from the sky. Fortunately, the falling rocks only lasted for a moment and then gradually stopped rolling. Just then, a huge rock rolled onto the track and rushed towards Ziking's red motorcycle. Although they just brushed past each other, the impact forced threw Ziqing off the motorcycle. She rolled several times in the air and fell heavily on the track in front of her. Jiang Yu slammed on the brakes, the motorcycle made a screeching sound, and the tires left long black marks on the ground. He jumped out of the car and rushed towards Ziking. Shannon also immediately stopped his motorcycle and quickly rushed to Ziking's side. Her motorcycle had slid for dozens of meters. The body of the motorcycle was severely damaged and was emitting bursts of white smoke. It seemed that it could no longer be used. Ziqing fell to the ground, her face pale, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Despite this, she still tried to prop up her body and wanted to stand up. Jiang Yu walked over quickly, squatted down, and held Zai Qing's shoulders. "Don't move, you might be hurt." Zai Qing shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm fine, maybe just a scratch." However, a trace of pain suddenly flashed across her face, and she felt a sharp pain in her right arm, and she fell back to the ground. She had a broken right forearm. Shen En said calmly after checking. Jiang Yu frowned and touched Zai Qing's right arm. Sure enough, there seemed to be a break in the middle of the bone, but fortunately it did not penetrate the skin. When touched, Zai Qing cried out in pain, her face twisted as if she was in extreme pain. At this time, the sound of a motorcycle roared from behind. Jiang Yu turned around and saw that it was Zhou Meng number 40 and player No. 43. The two men approached quickly on their motorcycles, and the fallen rocks on the track had no effect on them. "Ha ha ha, looks like you're going to lose." Man No. 43 let out a smug laugh, and the motorcycle whizzed past, bringing up a gust of wind. Shannon looked at the other persons departing back without saying a word. He lowered his head to look at Zai Qing, who was lying on the ground, as if thinking about how to solve the dilemma in front of him. Jiang Yu remained silent. He kept the other party's deliberate provocation in mind, just at this moment. When a loud bell rang in the distance, as if on the other side of the mountain, Jiang Yu was stunned. Where did the bell sound come from in this damn place? Shannon turned his head to look in the direction where the bell sound came from and whispered, "This is the second time." Jiang Yu looked at Shen En, somewhat puzzled. Second time? This was the first time he heard this strange bell sound, which seemed to come from a distant place, but was melodious and clear. Shannon's gaze was still staring into the distance. His expression on his face was unreadable. He seemed to be thinking about something, and there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. "Nothing, time to deal with her." Shannon's expression returned to calm. He looked at Zai Qing lying on the ground and said coldly, "Deal with it, kill her." Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He thought for a moment, then pointed to the ground, a sharp metal part that had fallen from Zai Qing's car, and said, "Maybe we can use it to pierce her heart." His tone was equally cold. "Hey, you two cold-blooded guys. I just broke a bone. Why are you starting to think about collecting corpses?" Zai Qing's face became paler and paler, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. The two guys in front of him spoke in terrifyingly calm tones, as if they were discussing a trivial matter. "Besides, it doesn't look like a joke. But you'll only be a burden to us." Shannon squatted down and stared at Zai Qing with cold eyes. He pointed to a red motorcycle about 10 meters away. It was obviously severely damaged and could no longer be used. Zai Qing's eyes were filled with deep fear. She suddenly remembered something and raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, don't kill me. I still have 3 prop cards, including 1 S-level prop and 2 B-level prop cards. I'll share it with you after we get out. Take me with you. Although I can't ride a motorcycle anymore, you can give me a ride. I will definitely not drag you down." There was a weak plea in her tone. Shen En turned his head slightly to glance at Jiang Yu, then slowly revealed an expression that seemed like a smile and said, "How could you think so? We are friends, aren't we? I'm talking about tending to wounds. That guy, Jiang Yu, just said he wanted to kill you." His smile was unpredictable, which made Zai Qing feel a little relieved, but she couldn't completely let go of her worry. "I have no objection, Zai Qing. If you are willing to give me all the prop cards, I can consider giving you a ride." Jiang Yu shrugged and said, "Even if you can't use it in this game, you can always use it in the next game. Prop cards are hard currency in the death game. Hey, you guy." Shen En glanced at Jiang Yu and said, "At least you should give me half. If you carry her, it will slow me down." "Can." Jiang Yu thought for a moment and responded, "Then take her with you and go." Shannon nodded, quickly stood up, glanced at Zai Qing on the ground, then turned and walked towards his silver motorcycle. Jiang Yu bent down, carefully helped Zai Qing up, let her lean on him, and then walked towards his motorcycle step by step. Soon, the two set off again. Unlike before, now there are only 2 motorcycles left in the team. Jiang Yu thought to himself that if Zai Qing was not injured, he could take her back to the starting point and let her change to another motorcycle. However, her arm was injured, so I had to carry her the whole way. This time, the two were faster because they were now in second place, and the situation was not good. Shannon was leading the way, with a speed approaching 110 km/h. Jiang Yu stepped on the accelerator hard, and the motorcycle sped along the highway like an arrow. He stared at the road ahead intently. The sound of the wind was like a knife, cutting the air beside his ears. The highway passed by quickly in front of his eyes, and the car body trembled slightly. Zai-Ching hugged Jiang Yu tightly, with her head pressed against his back. The wind whistled past her ears and waves of pain came over her right arm. She could only hug Jiang Yu tighter with her left hand. As the speed increased, although the road was straight, Jiang Yu vaguely felt that the track seemed to be shifting to the right. Suddenly, the road ahead turned sharply to the left, as if the track was twisting without warning. He slowly adjusted the handlebars and steadily moved the motorcycle to the left. Fortunately, he turned slowly enough and the motorcycle stayed close to the track and did not fly out. Just as he noticed that the speed of the divine N in front of him suddenly slowed down, a faint smell of blood in the air penetrated his nostrils, making him shudder. As the view became wider after turning the corner, an extremely explosive scene came into view, which made Jiang Yu's heart suddenly tighten, and goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt creepy. A black motorcycle overturned on the side of the road. The body of the motorcycle was severely damaged and was emitting white smoke. The middle-aged man, number 43, was lying on the ground with a blood-stained screwdriver stuck in the back of his head. What was even more horrifying was that his lower body was missing, leaving only the part above the waist. Despite this, he was still alive. His hands grasped the ground tightly like claws, and he slowly crawled like a dying worm, struggling to move forward, leaving a long, bright red trail of blood on the ground. Tilde. His face was as pale as paper, without any color on his face. His eye sockets were so sunken as if his eyeballs were about to fall out, and his faint gasping sounds echoed in the air, making people shudder. Jiang Yu looked along the end of the bloodstain and suddenly found a huge red flower on the side of the road, which was being chewed slowly. The flower seemed to contain some kind of mutilated limb in its mouth, and what was exposed outside was clearly a human leg. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt his head buzzing and his thoughts went blank. What the hell is this place? The next moment, he realized something and quickly covered his nose. No matter what happened, the most important thing was not to smell the bloody smell. Cover your nose. He turned his head to look at Zai-Ching in the back seat and spoke quickly. Zai-Ching quickly buried her head deeply in Jiang Yu's back and covered her nose tightly for fear of smelling anything. In the distance, Divine Grace did not linger. He slowed down briefly, then sped up immediately and quickly left the area. Jiang Yu also sped up and quickly caught up, leaving only the painful groan of the middle-aged man, number 43, gradually fading away behind him. The road ahead became straight again, the wind blew in his face, and Jiang Yu felt increasingly depressed. He didn't know what happened between number 43 and number 40, but obviously, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the two. The screwdriver on the back of number 43's head could not have been inserted by himself, right? In this death game, killing is not unacceptable. Perhaps number 40 thinks that bringing number 43 is just a burden, and he only needs to ride 3 laps and reach the finish line to win. But what made Jiang Yu shudder the most was the giant red flower on the side of the road. It actually eats people. It's like a living monster. After about 10 minutes, Shannon in front slowed down, slowly stopped, and jumped off the motorcycle. Jiang Yu also got off the car shortly after him. Zai-Ching was still sitting on the motorcycle, his face becoming paler and paler. As the two of them looked, a fork in the road appeared before them. There is a straight highway on the left, but you need to turn left to enter. On the right is also a straight highway that leads to the end in the distance, but it is blocked by the mountains, and it is impossible to see where the end of the road leads to. The 2 kilometers of road remain the same as before, there is nothing special about it, and no difference can be seen. Jiang Yu, what do you think? Shannon turned around and asked. Jiang Yu did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he made a move that surprised Shen-En. He knelt on the ground, supported his body with his hands, put his ear close to the road, looked in the direction where the ground extended, and squinted his eyes. Then he stood up, dusted off his hands, and said calmly, "The road on the left is downhill, and the one on the right is level. When we came here, The track was to the right, and the slope was gradually climbing uphill. If you want to complete 3 laps, you have to go back to the starting point, so you should choose the road on the left. Shannon nodded and said, yes, the track should be in the shape of an 8. We started from the lower left of the 8, so we should be in the upper left now. Jiangyu nodded slightly, so we go to the left. Just at this moment, when a loud bell rang again in the distance. No, we go to the right. Shannon suddenly smiled and pointed to the highway on the right. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. Right? This guy clearly agreed with his opinion just now, but now he suddenly changed his mind. What is he thinking? If I choose the right side, won't I go off the track? The road on the right looks more like a trap set by the man with the pig-faced mask. Follow me. Shen En's voice was calm and firm. He had already turned and walked towards the silver motorcycle, more like giving Jiang Yu an order than discussing something with him. Jiang Yu stood there, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed with Ziking. After all, they are a team. The two were speeding on the highway again, but this time, the situation became even stranger. A thin white mist suddenly filled the air, gradually obscuring their vision. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. He was not unfamiliar with this fog. He had seen it at the Death Bridge. That time, the thick fog almost completely obscured his vision, and he could only see half a meter below his feet. At that time, he stepped on logs to cross the bridge, and was extremely cautious and nervous. Although the fog this time was not as thick as that time, he could only vaguely see a few meters ahead, forcing him to slow down to prevent sudden danger. 5 or 6 minutes later, Shen En slowed down the car again and raised his hand to signal Jiang Yu to stop. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment and stopped the car next to Shen En. What is this guy doing again? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Jiang Yu asked. Shannon looked ahead and said calmly, the humidity in the air has changed dramatically, so there is water ahead. Humidity. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Can humans sense humidity? Such a subtle change might be hard to detect, right? Besides, isn't there fog in the air? If there is fog, the humidity will increase. Isn't this normal? Get off the bus and take a look. Shen En jumped off the motorcycle and signaled Jiang Yu to get off. Jiang Yu had no choice but to get out of the car, but Zai Qing behind him did not look too well. He held his right arm and groaned in pain. Let her stay in the car first. Jiang Yu frowned. Shannon nodded, and the two walked forward. Soon, Jiang Yu was stunned by the scene in front of him. The straight road suddenly broke, as if it was split in half by a giant axe, and the other half disappeared into thin air, and below the broken part was a huge lake. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as if it was a dead place. In the distance, the water surface was glowing with a strange green light, and there was some white mist floating on the lake, which looked a little mysterious. There was a foul smell in the air, mixed with a hint of blood, as if spoiled food and blood were mixed together to form a fishy smell. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and he took a deep breath. If it weren't for Shen En's reminder, the two of them might have driven their motorcycle directly into the lake. At this time, he saw the corpse of a wild beast lying on the side of the road. The monster looked somewhat like an elk, but not exactly the same. However, its eyes rolled back and it had already lost its life. Jiang Yu walked over and with a strong force, kicked the beast into the lake below. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Jiang Yu felt that he kicked the deer 3 or 4 meters away with ease. Could it be because his combat power increased? His strength increased as well. As it fell into the water, the lake below seemed to boil and smoke rose. With a gurgling sound, the whole deer melted, its skin fell off layer by layer, its internal organs melted, and blood flowed. It was as tragic as falling into a lake of sulfuric acid. When Jiang Yu saw this, he felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but take a few steps back and keep some distance. This should be the corrosion lake in the filthy land.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.